Preface of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marialuisa Ruiz, Eugene, Oregon. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by CROWE. Preface. In my late novel of Lily Dawson, I announced my intention of publishing a work to be called The Night Side of Nature. This is it. The term night side of nature I borrow from the Germans, who derive it from the astronomers, the latter denominating that side of a planet which is turned from the sun, its night side. We are in this condition for a certain number of hours out of every 24, and as during this interval external objects loom upon us, but strangely and imperfectly, the Germans draw a parallel between these vague and misty perceptions and the similar obscure and uncertain glimpses we get of that veiled department of nature of which, while comprising as it does the solution of questions concerning us more nearly than any other, we are yet in a state of entire and willful ignorance. For science, at least science in this country, has put it aside as beneath her notice, because new facts that do not fit into old theories are troublesome and not to be countenanced. We are encompassed on all sides by wonders, and we can scarcely set our foot upon the ground without trampling upon some marvelous production that our whole life and all our faculties would not suffice to comprehend. Familiarity, however, renders us insensible to the ordinary works of nature. We are apt to forget the miracles they comprise, and even sometimes, mistaking words for conceptions, commit the error of thinking we understand their mystery. But there is one class of these wonders with which, from their comparatively rare occurrence, we do not become familiar, and these, according to the character of the mind to which they are presented, are frequently either denied as ridiculous and impossible, or received as evidences of supernatural interference, interruptions of those general laws by which God governs the universe, which latter mistake arises from our only seeing these facts without the links that connect them with the rest of nature, just as, in the faint light of a starlit night, we might distinguish the tall mountains that lift their crests high into the sky, though we could not discern the low chain of hills that united them with each other. There are 2 or 3 books by German authors entitled The Night Side or The Night Dominion of Nature, which are on subjects more or less analogous to mine. Heinrich Schubert's is the most celebrated among them. It is a sort of cosmogony of the world, written in a spirit of philosophical mysticism, too much so for English readers in general. In undertaking to write a book on these subjects myself, I wholly disclaim the pretension of teaching or of enforcing opinions. My object is to suggest inquiry and stimulate observation in order that we may endeavor, if possible, to discover something regarding our psychical nature, as it exists here in the flesh, and as it is to exist hereafter out of it. If I could only induce a few capable persons, instead of laughing at these things, to look at them, my object would be attained, and I should consider my time well spent. End of preface. Chapter 1 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marialuisa Ruiz, Eugene, Oregon. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by CROWE. Chapter 1. Introduction. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God, and that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you? 1 Corinthians 3:16. Most persons are aware that the Greeks and Romans entertained certain notions regarding the state of the soul, or the immortal part of man, after the death of the body, which have been generally held to be purely mythological. Many of them doubtless are so, and of these I am not about to treat. But among their conceptions there are some which, as they coincide with the opinions of many of the most enlightened persons of the present age, it may be desirable to consider more closely. I allude here particularly to their belief in the tripartite kingdom of the dead. According to this system, there were the Elysian fields, a region in which a certain sort of happiness was enjoyed, and Tartarus, the place of punishment for the wicked, each of which was comparatively but thinly inhabited. But there was also a mid-region peopled with innumerable hosts of wandering and mournful spirits, who, although undergoing no torments, are represented as incessantly bewailing their condition, pining for the life they once enjoyed in the body, longing after the things of the earth, and occupying themselves with the same pursuits and objects as had formerly constituted their business or their pleasure. Old habits are still dear to them, and they cannot snap the link that binds them to the earth. Now, although we cannot believe in the existence of Carun, the three-headed dog, or Alecto, the serpent-haired fury, it may be worthwhile to consider whether the persuasion of the ancients with regard to that which concerns us all so nearly, namely, the destiny that awaits us when we have shaken off this mortal coil, may not have some foundation in truth, whether it might not be a remnant of a tradition transmitted from the earliest inhabitants of the earth, wrested by observation from nature, if not communicated from a higher source, and also whether circumstances of constant recurrence in all ages and in all nations, frequently observed and recorded by persons utterly ignorant of classical lore and unacquainted, indeed, with the dogmas of any creed but their own, do not, as well as various passages in the Scriptures, afford a striking confirmation of this theory of a future life, while it, on the other hand, offers a natural and convenient explanation of their mystery. To minds which can admit nothing but what can be explained and demonstrated, an investigation of this sort must appear perfectly idle. For while on the one hand the most acute intellect or the most powerful logic can throw little light on the subject, it is at the same time, though I have a confident hope that this will not always be the case, equally irreducible within the present bounds of science. Meanwhile, experience, observation, and intuition must be our principal, if not our only, guides. Because in the 17th century credulity outran reason and discretion, the 18th century, by a natural reaction, threw itself into an opposite extreme. Whoever closely observes the signs of the times will be aware that another change is approaching. The contemptuous skepticism of the last age is yielding to a more humble spirit of inquiry, and there is a large class of persons, among the most enlightened of the present, who are beginning to believe that much which they had been taught to reject as fable has been in reality ill-understood truth. Somewhat of the mystery of our own being and of the mysteries that compass us about are beginning to loom upon us, as yet, it is true, but obscurely. And in the endeavor to follow out the clue they offer, we have but a feeble light to guide us. We must grope our way through the dim path before us, ever in danger of being led into error, while we may confidently reckon on being pursued by the shafts of ridicule, that weapon so easy to wield, so potent to the weak, so weak to the wise, which has delayed the births of so many truths, but never stifled one. The Pharisaical skepticism, which denies without investigation, is quite as perilous and much more contemptible than the blind credulity which accepts all that it is taught without inquiry. It is, indeed, but another form of ignorance assuming to be knowledge. And by investigation, I do not mean the hasty, captious, angry notice of an unwelcome fact that too frequently claims the right of pronouncing on a question, but the slow, modest, painstaking examination that is content to wait upon nature and humbly follow out her disclosures, however opposed to preconceived theories or mortifying to human pride. If scientific men could but comprehend how they discredit the science they really profess by their despotic arrogance and exclusive skepticism, they would surely, for the sake of that very science they love, affect more liberality and candor. This reflection, however, naturally suggests another, namely, do they really love science, or is it not too frequently with them but the means to an end? Were the love of science genuine, I suspect it would produce very different fruits to that which we see borne by the tree of knowledge as it flourishes at present. And this suspicion is exceedingly strengthened by the recollection that, among the numerous students and professors of science I have at different times encountered, the real worshippers and genuine lovers of it for its own sake have all been men of the most single, candid, unprejudiced, and inquiring minds, willing to listen to all new suggestions and investigate all new facts, not bold and self-sufficient, but humble and reverent suitors, aware of their own ignorance and unworthiness, and that they are yet but in the primer of nature's works. They do not permit themselves to pronounce upon her disclosures or set limits to her decrees. They are content to admit that things new and unsuspected may yet be true, that, their own knowledge of facts being extremely circumscribed, the systems attempted to be established on such uncertain data must needs be very imperfect and frequently altogether erroneous, and that it is therefore their duty, as it ought to be their pleasure, to welcome as a stranger every gleam of light that appears in the horizon, let it loom from whatever quarter it may. But alas, Poor science has few such lovers. Le boy Yuda Sakasset, I fear, are much more frequently the objects of attraction than her own fair face. The belief in a God and in the immortality of what we call the soul is common to all nations, but our own intellect does not enable us to form any conception of either one or the other. All the information we have on these subjects is comprised in such hints as the Scripture here and there give us. Whatever other conclusions we draw must be the result of observation and experience. Unless founded upon these, the opinion of the most learned theologian or the most profound student of science that ever lived is worth no more than that of any other person. They know nothing whatever about these mysteries, and all a priori reasoning on them is utterly valueless. The only way, therefore, of attaining any glimpses of the truth in an inquiry of this nature, where our intellect can serve us so little, is to enter on it with the conviction that, knowing nothing, we are not entitled to reject any evidence that may be offered to us, till it has been thoroughly sifted and proved to be fallacious. That the facts presented to our notice appear to us absurd and altogether inconsistent with the notions our intellects would have enabled us to form should have no weight whatever in the investigation. Our intellects are no measure of God Almighty's designs. And I must say that I do think one of the most irreverent, dangerous, and sinful things man or woman can be guilty of is to reject with scorn and laughter any intimation which, however strangely it may strike upon our minds, and however adverse it may be to our opinions, may possibly be showing us the way to one of God's truths. Not knowing all the conditions and wanting so many links of the chain, it is impossible for us to pronounce on what is probable and consistent and what is not. And this being the case, I think the time is ripe for drawing attention to certain phenomena, which, under whatever aspect we may consider them, are beyond doubt exceedingly interesting and curious, while, if the view many persons are disposed to take of them be the correct one, they are much more than this. I wish also to make the English public acquainted with the ideas entertained on these subjects by a large proportion of German minds of the highest order. It is a distinctive characteristic of the thinkers of that country that, in the first place, they do think independently and courageously, and in the second, that they never shrink from promulgating the opinions they have been led to form, however new, strange, heterodox, or even absurd they may appear to others. They do not succumb, as people do in this country, to the fear of ridicule, nor are they in danger of the odium that here pursues those who deviate from established notions, and the consequence is that, though many fallacious theories and untenable propositions may be advanced, a great deal of new truth is struck out from the collision, and in the result, as must always be the case, what is true lives and is established, and what is false dies and is forgotten. But here in Britain, our critics and colleagues are in such haste to strangle and put down every new discovery that does not emanate from themselves, or which is not a fulfilling of the ideas of the day, but which, being somewhat opposed to them, promises to be troublesome from requiring new thought to render it intelligible, that one might be induced to suppose them divested of all confidence in this inviolable law, while the more important and the higher the results involved may be, the more angry they are with those who advocate them. They do not quarrel with a new metal or a new plant, and even a new comet or a new island stands a fair chance of being well received. The introduction of a planet appears, from late events, to be more difficult. While phrenology and mesmerism testify that any discovery tending to throw light on what most deeply concerns us, namely our own being, must be prepared to encounter a storm of angry persecution. And one of the evils of this hasty and precipitate opposition is that the passions and interests of the opposers become involved in the dispute. Instead of investigators, they become partisans. Having declared against it in the outset, it is important to their petty interests that the thing shall not be true, and they determine that it shall not if they can help it. Hence these hasty, angry investigations of new facts, and the triumph with which failures are recorded. And hence the willful overlooking of the axiom that 1,000 negatives cannot overthrow the evidence of one affirmative experiment. I always distrust those who have declared themselves strongly in the beginning of a controversy. Opinions which, however rashly avowed, may have been honest at first, may have been changed for many a long day before they are retracted. In the meantime, the march of truth is obstructed, and its triumph is delayed. Timid minds are alarmed. Those who dare not or cannot think for themselves are subdued. There is much needless suffering incurred, and much good lost, but the truth goes quietly on its way and reaches the goal at last. With respect to the subjects I am here going to treat of, it is not simply the result of my own reflections and convictions that I am about to offer. On the contrary, I intend to fortify my position by the opinions of many other writers, the chief of whom will, for reasons above given, namely that it is they who have principally attended to the question, be Germans. I am fully aware that in this country a very considerable number of persons lean to some of these opinions, and I think I might venture to assert that I have the majority on my side, as far as regards ghosts. For it is beyond a doubt that many more are disposed to believe than to confess, and those who do confess are not few. The deep interest with which any narration of spiritual appearances bearing the stamp or apparent stamp of authenticity is listened to in every society is one proof that, though the fear of ridicule may suppress, it cannot extinguish that intuitive persuasion of which almost everyone is more or less conscious. I avow that in writing this book I have a higher aim than merely to afford amusement. I wish to engage the earnest attention of my readers, because I am satisfied that the opinions I am about to advocate, seriously entertained, would produce very beneficial results. We are all educated in the belief of a future state, but how vague and ineffective this belief is with the majority of persons we too well know. For although, as I have said above, the number of those who are what is called believers in ghosts and similar phenomena is very large, it is a belief that they allow to sit extremely lightly on their minds. Although they feel that the evidence from within and from without is too strong to be altogether set aside, they have never permitted themselves to weigh the significance of the facts. They are afraid of that bugbear, superstition, a title of opprobrium, which it is very convenient to attach to whatever we do not believe ourselves. They forget that nobody has a right to call any belief superstitious till he can prove that it is unfounded. Now, no one that lives can assert that the reappearance of the dead is impossible. All he has a right to say is that he does not believe it, and the interrogation that should immediately follow this declaration is, have you devoted your life to sifting all the evidence that has been adduced on the other side from the earliest periods of history and tradition? And even though the answer were in the affirmative, and that the investigation had been conscientiously pursued, it would still be a bold inquirer that would think himself entitled to say the question was no longer open. But the rashness and levity with which mankind make professions of believing and disbelieving are, all things considered, phenomena much more extraordinary than the most extraordinary ghost story that ever was related. The truth is that not one person in 1,000, in the proper sense of the word, believes anything. They only fancy they believe because they have never seriously considered the meaning of the word and all that it involves. That which the human mind cannot conceive of is apt to slip from its grasp like water from the hand. And life out of the flesh falls under this category. The observation of any phenomena, therefore, which enabled us to master the idea, must necessarily be extremely beneficial, and it must be remembered that one single, thoroughly well-established instance of the reappearance of a deceased person would not only have this effect, but that it would afford a demonstrative proof of the deepest of all our intuitions, namely, that a future life awaits us. Not to mention the modern Germans of eminence who have devoted themselves to this investigation, there have been men remarkable for intellect in all countries who have considered the subject worthy of inquiry. Among the rest, Plato, Pliny, and Lucian, and in our own country, that good old divine Dr. Henry Moore, Dr. Johnson, Addison, Isaac Taylor, and many others. It may be objected that the eternally quoted case of Nicolai, the bookseller at Berlin, and Dr. Ferriar's theory of apparitions had not then settled the question. But nobody doubts that Nicolai's was a case of disease, and he was well aware of it himself. As it appears to me, everybody so afflicted is. I was acquainted with a poor woman in Edinburgh who suffered from this malady, brought on, I believe, by drinking. But she was perfectly conscious of the nature of the illusions, and that temperance and a doctor were the proper exorcists to lay the spirits. With respect to Dr. Ferriar's book, a more shallow one was assuredly never allowed to settle any question, and his own theory cannot, without the most violent straining and the assistance of what he calls coincidences, meet even half the cases he himself adduces. That such a disease as he describes exists, nobody doubts, but I maintain that there are hundreds of cases on record for which the explanation does not suffice. And if they have been instances of spectral illusion, All that remains to be said is that a fundamental reconstruction of the theory on that subject is demanded. Laplace says, in his essay on probabilities, that any case, however apparently incredible, if it be a recurrent case, is as much entitled, under the laws of induction, to a fair valuation as if it had been more probable beforehand. Now, no one will deny that the case in question possesses this claim to investigation. Determined skeptics may indeed deny that there exists any well-authenticated instance of an apparition, but that, at present, can only be a mere matter of opinion, since many persons, as competent to judge as themselves, maintain the contrary. And in the meantime, I arraign their right to make this objection till they have qualified themselves to do so by a long course of patient and honest inquiry, always remembering that every instance of error or imposition discovered and adduced has no positive value whatever in the argument but as regards that single instance, though it may enforce upon us the necessity of strong evidence and careful investigation. With respect to the evidence, past and present, I must be allowed here to remark on the extreme difficulty of producing it, not to mention the acknowledged carelessness of observers and the alleged incapacity of persons to distinguish between reality and illusion. There is an exceeding shyness in most people who either have seen or fancied they have seen an apparition to speak of it at all, except to some intimate friend, so that one gets most of the stories second-hand. While even those who are less chary of their communications are imperative against their name and authority being given to the public. Besides this, there is a great tendency in most people, after the impression is over, to think they may have been deceived, and where there is no communication or other circumstance rendering this conviction impossible, it is not difficult to acquire it, or at least so much of it as leaves the case valueless. The seer is glad to find this refuge from the unpleasant feelings engendered, while surrounding friends, sometimes from genuine skepticism and sometimes from good nature, almost invariably lean to this explanation of the mystery. In consequence of these difficulties, and those attending the very nature of the phenomena, I freely admit that the facts I shall adduce, as they now stand, can have no scientific value. They cannot, in short, enter into the region of science at all, still less into that of philosophy. Whatever conclusions we may be led to form cannot be founded on pure induction. We must confine ourselves wholly within the region of opinion, if we venture beyond which we shall assuredly founder. In the beginning, all sciences have been but a collection of facts, afterward to be examined, compared, and weighed by intelligent minds. To the vulgar, who do not see the universal law which governs the universe, everything out of the ordinary course of events is a prodigy. But to the enlightened mind there are no prodigies, for it perceives that in both the moral and the physical world there is a chain of uninterrupted connection, and that the most strange and even apparently contradictory or supernatural fact or event will be found, on due investigation, to be strictly dependent on its antecedents. It is possible that there may be a link wanting, and that our investigations may, consequently, be fruitless. But the link is assuredly there, although our imperfect knowledge and limited vision cannot find it. And it is here the proper place to observe that, in undertaking to treat of the phenomena in question, I do not propose to consider them as supernatural. On the contrary, I am persuaded that the time will come when they will be reduced strictly within the bounds of science. It was the tendency of the last age to reject and deny everything they did not understand. I hope it is the growing tendency of the present one to examine what we do not understand. Equally disposed with our predecessors of the 18th century to reject the supernatural and to believe the order of nature inviolable, we are disposed to extend the bounds of nature and science till they comprise within their limits all the phenomena, ordinary and extraordinary, by which we are surrounded. Scarcely a month passes that we do not hear of some new and important discovery in science. It is a domain in which nothing is stable, and every year overthrows some of the hasty and premature theories of the preceding ones. And this will continue to be the case as long as scientific men occupy themselves each with his own subject, without studying the great and primal truths, what the French call la vérité mère, which link the whole together. Meantime, there is a continual unsettling. Truth, if it do not emanate from an acknowledged authority, is generally rejected, and error, if it do, is as often accepted. While whoever disputes the received theory, whatever it be, we mean especially that adopted by the professors of colleges, does it at his peril. But there is a day, yet brooding in the bosom of time, when the sciences will no longer be isolated, when we shall no longer deny, but be able to account for, phenomena apparently prodigious, or have the modesty, if we cannot explain them, to admit that the difficulty arises solely from our own incapacity. The system of centralization in statistics seems to be of doubtful advantage, but a greater degree of centralization appears to be very much needed in the domain of science. Some improvement in this respect might do wonders, particularly if reinforced with a slight infusion of patience and humility into the minds of scientific men, together with the recollection that facts and phenomena which do not depend on our will must be waited for, that we must be at their command, for they will not be at ours. But to return once more to our own subject. If we do believe that a future life awaits us, there can be nothing more natural than the desire to obtain some information as to what manner of life that is to be, for which any one of us may, before this time tomorrow, have exchanged his present mode of being. That there does not exist a greater interest with regard to this question in the mind of man arises partly from the vague, intangible kind of belief he entertains of the fact, partly from his absorption in worldly affairs, and the hard and indigestible food upon which his clerical shepherds pasture him, for, under dogmatic theology, religion seems to have withered away to the mere husk of spiritualism, and partly also from the apparent impossibility of pursuing the inquiry to any purpose. As I said before, observation and experience can alone guide us in such an inquiry, for though most people have a more or less intuitive sense of their own immortality, intuition is silent as to the mode of it. And the question I am anxious here to discuss with my readers is whether we have any facts to observe or any experience from which, on this most interesting of all subjects, a conclusion may be drawn. Great as the difficulty is of producing evidence, it will, I think, be pretty generally admitted that, although each individual case as it stands alone may be comparatively valueless, the amount of recurrent cases forms a body of evidence that, on any other subject, would scarcely be rejected. And since, if the facts are accepted, they imperatively demand an explanation, for assuredly the present theory of spectral illusions cannot comprise them, our inquiry, let it terminate in whatever conclusion it may, cannot be useless or uninteresting. Various views of the phenomena in question may be taken. And although I shall offer my own opinions and the theories and opinions of others, I insist upon none. I do not write to dogmatize, but to suggest reflection and inquiry. The books of Dr. Ferriar, Dr. Hibbert, and Dr. Thatcher, the American, are all written to support one exclusive theory, and they only give such cases as serve to sustain it. They maintain that the whole phenomena are referable to nervous or sanguineous derangement, and are mere subjective illusions, and whatever instance cannot be covered by this theory, they reject as false, or treat as a case of extraordinary coincidence. In short, they arrange the facts to their theory, not their theory to the facts. Their books cannot, therefore, claim to be considered as anything more than essays on a special disease. They have no pretense whatever to the character of investigations. The question, consequently, remains as much an open one as before they treated it, while we have the advantage of their experience and information with regard to the peculiar malady that forms the subject of their works. On that subject it is not my intention to enter. It is strictly a medical one, and every information may be obtained respecting it in the above-named treatises, and others emanating from the faculty. The subjects I do intend to treat of are the various kinds of prophetic dreams, presentiments, second sight, and apparitions, and in short, all that class of phenomena which appears to throw some light on our physical nature, and on the probable state of the soul after death. In this discussion, I shall make free use of my German authorities, Drs. Kerner, Stilling, Werner, Eschenmeier, Ennemoser, Passavent, Schubert, von Meyer, and etc., and etc. And I here make a general acknowledgment to that effect, because it would embarrass my book too much to be constantly giving names and references, although when I quote their words literally, I shall make a point of doing so, and because also that as I have been both thinking and reading much on these subjects for considerable time past, I am in fact no longer in a condition to appropriate either to them or to myself each his own. This, however, is a matter of very little consequence, as I am not desirous of claiming any idea as mine that can be found elsewhere. It is enough for me if I succeed in making a tolerably clear exposition of the subject, and can induce other people to reflect upon it. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Garrett Goodison. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by CROWE. Chapter 2, The Dweller in the Temple. It is almost needless to observe that the scriptures repeatedly speak of a man in a tripartite being, consisting of spirit, soul, and body, and that according to St. Paul, we have two bodies, a natural body and a spiritual body, the former being designed as our means of communication with the external world, an instrument to be used and controlled by our nobler parts. It is this view of it, carried to a fanaticism, which has led to the various and extraordinary mortifications recorded of ascetics. As is remarked by Reverend Hare Townshend, in a late edition of his book on mesmerism, in this fleshly body consists our organic life. In the body which we are to retain through eternity consists our fundamental life. May not the first, he says, be a temporary development of the last, just as leaves, flowers, and fruits are the temporary development of a tree? And in the same manner that these pass and drop away, yet leave the principle of reproduction behind, so may our present organs be detached from us by death, and yet the ground of our existence be spared to us continuously. Without entering into the subtle disputes of philosophers, with regard to the spirit, a subject on which there is a standing controversy between the disciples of Hegel and those of other teachers, I need only observe that the scriptures seem to indicate what some of the heathen sages taught, that the spirit that dwells within us is the Spirit of God, incorporated in us for a period, for certain ends of his own, to be thereby wrought out. What those ends are, it does not belong to my present subject to consider. In this spirit so imparted to us, dwells, says Eschenmayer, the conscience, which keeps watch over the body and the soul, saying, "Thus shalt thou do." And it is to this Christ addresses himself when he bids his disciples become perfect, like their Father in heaven. The soul is subject to the spirit, and its functions are to will or choose, to think and to feel, and to become thereby cognizant of the true, the beautiful, and the good, comprehending the highest principle, the highest ideal, and the most perfect happiness. The ego, or I, is the resultant of the three forces pneuma, psyche, soma, spirit, soul, and body. In the spirit or soul, or rather in both conjoined, dwells also the power of spiritual seeing, or intuitive knowing. For as there is a spiritual body, there is a spiritual eye and a spiritual ear, and so forth. Or to speak more correctly, all these sensuous functions are comprised in one universal sense, which does not need the aid of the bodily organs, but, on the contrary, is most efficient when most freed from them. It remains to be seen whether, or in what degree, such separation can take place during life. Complete it cannot be till death. But whoever believes sincerely that the divine spirit dwells within him can, I should think, find no difficulty in conceiving that, although from the temporary conditions to which the spirit is subjected, this universal faculty is limited and obscured, it must still retain its indefeasible attribute. We may naturally conclude that the most perfect state of man on earth consists in the most perfect unity of the spirit and the soul. And to those who in this life have attained the nearest to that unity, will the entire assimilation of the two, after they are separated from the body, be the easiest? While to those who have lived only their intellectual and external life, this union must be extremely difficult, the soul having chosen its part with the body, and divorced itself, as much as in it lay, from the spirit. The voice of conscience is then scarcely heard, and the soul, degraded and debased, can no longer perform its functions of discerning the true, the beautiful, and the good. On these distinct functions of the soul and spirit, however, it is not my intention to insist, since it appears to me a subject on which we are not yet in a condition to dogmatize. We know rather more about our bodies by means of which the soul and spirit are united and brought into contact with the material world, and which are constructed wholly with a view to the conditions of that world, such as time, space, solidity, extension, etc., etc. But we must conceive of God as necessarily independent of these conditions. To him, all times and all places must be forever present, and it is thus that he is omniscient and omnipresent. And since we are placed by the Spirit in immediate relation with God and the spiritual world, just as we are placed by the body in immediate relation with the material world, we may, in the first place, form a notion of the possibility that some faint gleams of these inherent attributes may, at times, shoot up through the clay in which the spirit has taken up its temporary abode, and we may also admit that through the connection which exists between us and the spiritual world, it is not impossible, but that we may at times and under certain conditions become cognizant of and enter into more immediate relation with it. This is the only postulate I ask. For as I said before, I do not wish to enforce opinions, but to suggest probabilities, or at least possibilities, and thus arouse reflection and inquiry. With respect to the term invisible world, I beg to remind my readers that what we call seeing is merely the function of an organ constructed for that purpose in relation to the external world, and so limited are its powers that we are surrounded by many things in that world which we cannot see without the aid of artificial appliances, and many other things which we cannot see even with them. The atmosphere in which we live, for example, although its weight and mechanical forces are the subjects of accurate calculation, is entirely imperceptible to our visual organs. Thus, the fact that we do not commonly see them forms no legitimate objection to the hypothesis of our being surrounded by a world of spirits, or of that world being interdiffused among us. Supposing the question to be decided that we do sometimes become cognizant of them, which, however, I admit it is not, since whether the apparitions are subjective or objective, that is, whether they are the mere phenomena of disease or real outstanding appearances, is the inquiry I desire to promote. But, I say, supposing that the questions were decided in the affirmative, the next that arises is, how or by what means do we see them, or, if they address us, hear them? If that universal sense which appears to me to be inseparable from the idea of spirit be once admitted, I think there can be no difficulty in answering this question. And if it be objected that we are conscious of no such sense, I answer that both in dreams and in certain abnormal states of the body, it is frequently manifested. In order to render this more clear, and at the same time to give an interesting instance of this sort of phenomenon, I will transcribe a passage from a letter of St. Augustine to his friend Evadius, Epistola 159, Antwerp edition. I will relate to you a circumstance, he writes, which will furnish your matter for reflection. Our brother Synadius, well known to us all as an eminent physician, and whom we especially love, who is now at Carthage after having distinguished himself at Rome, and whose piety and active benevolence you are well acquainted, could yet, nevertheless, as he has lately narrated to us, by no means bring himself to believe in a life after death. Now, God, doubtless, not willing that his soul should perish, there appeared to him one night in a dream a radiant youth of noble aspect, who bade him follow him, and as Synadius obeyed, they came to a city where, on the right side, he heard a chorus of the most heavenly voices. As he desired to know whence this divine harmony proceeded, the youth told him that what he heard were the songs of the blessed, whereupon he awoke, and thought no more of his dream than people usually do. On another night, however, behold, the youth appears to him again, and asks him if he knows him, and Synadius related to him all the particulars of his former dream, which he well remembered. Then, said the youth, was it while sleeping or waking that you saw these things? I was sleeping, answered Synadius. You are right, returned the youth. It was in your sleep that you saw these things, and know, O Synadius, that what you see now is also in your sleep. But if this be so, tell me, where then is your body? In my bedchamber, answered Synadius. But know you not, continued the stranger, that your eyes, which form a part of your body, are closed and inactive? I know it, answered he. Then, said the youth, with what eyes see you these things? And Synadius could not answer him. And as he hesitated, the youth spoke again, and explained to him the motive of his questions. As the eyes of your body, said he, which lies now on your bed sleeps, are inactive and useless, and yet you have eyes wherewith you see me and these things I have shown unto you, so after death, when these bodily organs fail you, you will have a vital power, whereby you will live, and a sensitive faculty, whereby you will perceive. Doubt therefore no longer that there is a life after death. And thus, said this excellent man, was I convinced, and all doubts removed. I confess, there appears to me a beauty and a logical truth in this dream that I think might convince more than the dreamer. It is by the hypothesis of this universal sense, latent within us, an hypothesis which, whoever believes that we are immortal spirits, incorporated for a season in a material body, can scarcely reject, that I seek to explain those perceptions which are not comprised within the functions of our bodily organs. It seems to me to be the key to all or nearly all of them, as far as our own part in the phenomena extends. But, supposing this admitted, there would then remain the difficulty of accounting for the partial and capricious glimpses we get of it, while in that department of the mystery which regards apparitions, except such as are the pure result of disease, we must grope our way with very little light to guide us, as to the conditions and motives which might possibly bring them into any immediate relation with us. To any who has been fortunate enough to witness one genuine case of clairvoyance, I think the conception of this universal sense will not be difficult, however the mode of its exercise may remain utterly incomprehensible. As I have said above, to the great Spirit and fountain of life, all things in both space and time must be present. However impossible it is to our finite minds to conceive this, we must believe it. It may, in some slight degree, facilitate the conception to remember that action, once begun, never ceases. An impulse given is transmitted on forever. A sound breathed reverberates in eternity, and thus the past is always present, although, for the purpose of fitting us for this mortal life, our ordinary senses are so constituted as to be unperceptive of these phenomena. With respect to what we call the future, it is more difficult still for us to conceive it as present. Nor, as far as I know, can we borrow from the sciences the same assistance as mechanical discoveries have just furnished me with in regard to the past. How a spirit sees that which has not yet, to our senses, taken place, seems certainly inexplicable. Foreseeing, it is not inexplicable. We foresee many things by arguing on given premises, although, from our finite views, we are always liable to be mistaken. Louis Lambert says, such events as are the product of humanity and the result of its intelligence have their own causes, in which they lie latent, just as our actions are accomplished in our thoughts previous to any outward demonstration of them. Presentiments and prophecies consist in the intuitive perception of these causes. This explanation, which is quite conformable with what of Cicero, may aid us in some degree as regards a certain small class of phenomena. But there is something involved in the question much more subtle than this. Our dreams can give us the only idea of it, for there we do actually see and hear, not only that which never was, but that which never will be. Actions and events, words and sounds, persons and places, are as clearly and vivid present to us as if they were actually what they seem. And I should think that most people must be somewhat puzzled to decide in regard to certain senses and circumstances that live in their memory, whether these images are the result of their waking or sleeping experience. Although by no means a dreamer, and without the most remote approximation to any faculty of presentiment, I know this is the case with myself. I remember also a very curious effect being produced upon me when I was abroad some years ago, from eating the unwholesome bread to which we were reduced in consequence of scarcity. Some 5 or 6 times a day I was seized with a sort of vertigo, during which I seemed to pass through certain scenes, and was conscious of certain words which appeared to me to have a strange connection with either some former period of my life or else some previous state of existence. The words and the scenes were on each occasion precisely the same. I was always aware of that, and I always made the strongest efforts to grasp and retain them in my memory. But I could not. I only knew that the thing had been. The words and the scenes were gone. I seemed to pass momentarily into another sphere and back again. This was purely the result of disorder. But, like a dream, it shows how we may be perceptive of that which is not, and which never may be, rendering it therefore possible to conceive that a spirit may be equally perceptive of that which shall be. I am very far from meaning to imply that these examples remove the difficulty. They do not explain the thing. They only show somewhat the mode of it. But it must be remembered that when physiologists pretend to settle the whole question of apparitions by the theory of spectral illusions, they are exactly in the same predicament. They can supply examples of similar phenomena, but how a person perfectly in his senses should receive the spectral visits of not only friends, but strangers, when he is thinking of no such matter, or by what process, mental or optical, the figures are conjured up, remains as much a mystery as before a line was written on the subject. All people and all ages have believed, more or less, in prophetic dreams, presentiments, and apparitions, and all historians have furnished examples of them. That the truths may be frequently distorted and mingled with fable is no argument against those traditions. If it were, all history must be rejected on the same plea. Both the Old and New Testaments furnish numerous examples of these phenomena, and although Christ and the apostles reproved all the superstitions of the age, these persuasions are not included in their reprehensions. Neither is the comparative rarity of these phenomena any argument against their possibility. There are many strange things which occur still more rarely, but which we do not look upon as supernatural or miraculous. Of nature's ordinary laws, we yet know but little of their aberrations and perturbations, still less. How should we, when the world is a miracle and life a dream, of which we know neither the beginning nor the end, we do not even know that we see anything as it is, or rather, we know that we do not. We see things but as our visual organs represent them to us, and were those organs differently constructed, the aspect of the world would to us be changed. How then can we pretend to decide upon what is and what is not? Nothing could be more perplexing to anyone who read them with attention than the trials for witchcraft of the 17th century. Many of the feats of the ancient thaumaturgists and wonder-workers of the temples might have been nearly as much so, but these were got rid of by the easy expedient of pronouncing them fables and impostures. But during the witch mania, so many persons proved their faith in their own miraculous powers by the sacrifice of their lives, that it was scarcely possible to doubt their having some foundation for their own persuasion, though what that foundation could be, till the late discoveries in animal magnetism, it was difficult to conceive. But here we have a new page open to us which concerns both the history of the world and the history of man as an individual, and we begin to see that which the ignorant thought supernatural, and the wise impossible, has been both natural and true. While the scientific men of Great Britain and several of our journalists have been denying and ridiculing the reports of these phenomena, the most eminent physicians of Germany have been quietly studying and investigating them, and giving to the world in their works the results of their experience. Among the rest, Dr. Joseph Annemoser of Berlin has presented to us in 2 books on magic and on the connection of magnetism with nature and religion, the fruits of his 30 years study of this subject, during the course of which he has had repeated opportunities of investigating all the phenomena and of making himself perfectly familiar with even the most rare and perplexing. To anyone who has studied these works, the mysteries of the temples and of the witch trials are mysterious no longer, and he writes with the professed design not to make science mystical, but to bring the mysterious within the bounds of science. The phenomena, as he justly says, are as old as the human race. Animal magnetism is no new development, no new discovery. Inseparable from life, although like many other vital phenomena, so subtle in its influences that only in abnormal cases it attracts attention, it has exhibited itself more or less in all ages and in all countries. But its value as a medical agent is only now beginning to dawn on the civilized world, while its importance in a higher point of view is yet perceived by but few. Every human being who has ever withdrawn himself from strife and the turmoil and the distraction of the world without in order to look within, must have found himself perplexed by 1,000 questions with regard to his own being, which he would find no one able to solve. In the study of animal magnetism, he will first obtain some gleams of a light which will show him that he is indeed the child of God, and that, though a dweller on the earth and fallen, some traces of his divine descent and of his unbroken connection with the higher order of being still remain to comfort and encourage him. He will find that there exists in his species the germs of faculties that are never fully unfolded here on earth, and which have no reference in this state of being. They exist in all men, but in most cases are so faintly elicited as not to be observable. And when they do shoot up here and there, they are denied, disowned, misinterpreted, and maligned. It is true that their development is often the symptom and effect of disease, which seems to change the relations of our material and immaterial parts. It is true that some of the phenomena resulting from these faculties are stimulated by disease, as is in the case of spectral illusions. And it is true that imposture and folly intrude their unhallowed footsteps into this domain of science, as into that of all others. But there is a deep and holy well of truth to be discovered in this neglected bypath of nature, by those who seek it, from which they may draw the purest consolations for the present, the most ennobling hopes for the future, and the most valuable aid in penetrating through the letter into the spirit of the Scriptures. I confess, it makes me sorrowful when I hear men laughing, scorning, and denying this, their birthright, and I cannot but grieve to think how closely and heavily their clay must be wrapped about them, and how the external and sensuous life must have prevailed over the internal, when no gleam from within breaks through to show them that these things are true. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Garrett Goodison.
Chapter 3 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Gramour. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by CROWE. Chapter 3. Waking and Sleeping, and How the Dweller in the Temple Sometimes Looks Abroad. To begin with the most simple, or rather I should say the most ordinary, class of phenomena, for we can scarcely call that simple, the mystery of which we have never been able to penetrate, I mean dreaming, everybody's experience will suffice to satisfy them that their ordinary dreams take place in a state of imperfect sleep, and that this imperfect sleep may be caused by any bodily or mental derangement whatever, or even from an ill-made bed, or too much or too little covering, and it is not difficult to conceive that the strange, confused, and disjointed visions we are subject to on these occasions may proceed from some parts of the brain being less at rest than the others, so that, assuming phrenology to be fact, one organ is not in a state to correct the impressions of another. Of such vain and insignificant visions I need scarcely say it is not my intention to treat. But at the same time I must observe that when we have admitted the above explanation, as far as it goes, we have not, even in regard to them, made much progress toward removing the difficulty. If dreaming resembled thinking, the explanations might be quite satisfactory, but the truth is that dreaming is not thinking, as we think in our waking state, but is more analogous to thinking in delirium or acute mania, or in that chronic condition which gives rise to sensuous illusions. In our ordinary normal state, conceiving of places or persons does not enable us to see them or hold communion with them, nor do we fancy that we do either. It is true that I have heard some painters say that, by closing their eyes and concentrating their thoughts on an object, they can bring it more or less vividly before them, and Blake professed actually to see his sitters when they were not present. But whatever interpretations we may put upon this curious faculty, his case was clearly abnormal, and connected with some personal peculiarity, either physical or psychical, and, after making the most of it, it must be admitted that it can enter into no sort of comparison with that we possess in sleep, when, in our most ordinary dreams, untrammelled by time or space, we visit the uttermost ends of the earth, fly in the air, swim in the sea, listen to beautiful music and eloquent orations, behold the most charming as well as the most loathsome objects, and not only see, but converse with our friends, absent or present, dead or alive. Everyone, I think, will grant that there is the widest possible difference between conceiving of these things when awake and dreaming them. When we dream, we do, we see, we say, we hear, etc. and etc. That is, we believe at the time we do so. And what more can be said of us when we are awake than that we believe we are doing, seeing, saying, hearing, etc. It is by external circumstances and the result of our actions that we are able to decide whether we have actually done a thing, or seen a place, or only dreamt that we had done so. And as I have said above, after some lapse of time, we are not always able to distinguish between the two. While dreaming, we frequently ask ourselves whether we are awake or asleep, and nothing is more common than to hear people say, "Well, I think I did or heard so and so, but I'm not sure whether it was so or whether I dreamt it." Thus, therefore, the very lowest order of dreaming, the most disjointed and perplexed, is far removed from the most vivid presentations of our waking thoughts, and it is in this respect, I think, that the explanations of the phenomena hitherto offered by phrenologists and the metaphysicians of this country are inadequate and unsatisfactory. While as regards the analogy between the visions of sleep and delirium, whatever similarity there may be in the effects, we cannot suppose the cause to be identical, since in delirium the images and delusions are the result of excessive action of the brain, which we must conclude to be the very reverse of its conditions in sleep. Pinel certainly has hazarded an opinion that sleep is occasioned by an efflux of blood to the head, and consequent compression of the brain, a theory which would have greater weight were sleep more strictly periodical than it is, but which at present it seems impossible to reconcile with many established facts. Some of the German physiologists and psychologists have taken a deeper view of this question of dreaming, from considering it in connection with the phenomena of animal magnetism, and although their theories differ in some respects, they all unite in looking toward that department of nature for instruction. While one section of these inquirers, the Exegetical Society of Stockholm included, calls in the aid of supernatural agency, another, among whom Dr. Joseph Ennemoser of Berlin appears to be one of the most eminent, maintains that the explanation of the mystery is to be chiefly sought in the great and universal law of polarity, which extends not only beyond the limits of this earth, but beyond the limits of this system, which must necessarily be in connection with all others, so that there is thus an eternal and never-ceasing interaction, of which, from the multiplicity and contrariety of the influences, we are insensible, just as we are insensible to the pressure of the atmosphere, from its impinging on us equally on all sides. Waking and sleeping are the day and night sides of organic life, during which alternations an animal is placed in different relations to the external world, and to these alternations all organisms are subject. The completeness and independence of each individual organism are an exact ratio to the number and completeness of the organs it develops, and thus the locomotive animal has the advantage of the plant or the zoophyte, while of the animal kingdom man is the most complete and independent, and although still a member of the universal whole, and therefore incapable of isolating himself, yet better able than any other organism to ward off external influences, and comprise his world within himself. But according to Dr. Ennemoser, one of the consequences of this very completeness is a weak and insignificant development of instinct, and thus the healthy waking conscious man is, of all organisms, the least sensible to the impressions of this universal intercommunication and polarity, although, at the same time, partaking of the nature of the plant and the animal, he is subject, like the first, to all manner of atmospheric, telluric, and periodic influences, and frequently exhibits, like the second, peculiar instinctive appetites and desires, and in some individual organizations, very marked antipathies and susceptibilities with regard to certain objects and influences, even when not placed in any evident relation with them. According to this theory, sleep is a retrograde step, a retreating into a lower sphere, in which condition the sensuous functions being in abeyance, the instincts somewhat resume their sway. In sleep and in sickness, he says, the higher animals and man fall in a physico-organical point of view from their individual independence, or power of self-sustainment, and their polar relation, that is, their relation to the healthy and waking man, becomes changed from a positive to a negative one, all men in regard to each other, as well as all nature, being the subjects of this polarity. It is to be remembered that this theory of Dr. Ennemoser's was promulgated before the discoveries of Baron von Reichenbach in magnetism were made public, and the susceptibility to magnetic influences in the animal organism, which the experiments of the latter go to establish, is certainly in its favour. But while it pretends to explain the condition of the sleepers, and may possibly be of some service in our investigations into the mystery of dreaming, it leaves us as much in the dark as ever, with respect to the cause of our falling into this negative state, an inquiry in which little progress seems to have been hitherto made. With respect to dreaming, Dr. Ennemoser rejects the physiological theory which maintains that in sleep, magnetic or otherwise, the activity of the brain is transferred to the ganglionic system, and that the former falls into a subordinate relation. Dreaming, he says, is the gradual awakening of activity in the organs of imagination, whereby the presentation of sensuous objects to the spirit, which had been discontinued in profound sleep, is resumed. Dreaming, he adds, also arises from the secret activity of the spirit in the innermost sensuous organs of the brain, busying the fancy with subjective sensuous images, the objective conscious day life giving place to the creative dominion of the poetical genius, to which night becomes day, and universal nature its theatre of action. And thus the supersensuous or transcendent nature of the spirit becomes more manifest in dreaming than in the waking state. But in considering these phenomena, man must be viewed in both his psychical and physical relations, and as equally subject to spiritual as to natural operations and influences. Since, during the continuance of life, neither soul nor body can act quite independently of the other, for although it be the immortal spirit which perceives, it is through the instrumentality of the sensuous organs that it does so. For of absolute spirit without body we can form no conception. What is here meant seems to be that the brain becomes the world to the spirit, before the impressions from the external world do actually come streaming through by means of the external sensuous organs. The inner spiritual light illumines, till the outward physical light overpowers and extinguishes it. But in this state the brain, which is the storehouse of acquired knowledge, is not in a condition to apply its acquisitions effectively, while the intuitive knowledge of the spirit, if the sleep be imperfect, is clouded by its interference. Other physiologists, however, believe, from the numerous and well-attested cases of the transference of the senses in disease to the pit of the stomach, that the activity of the brain in sleep is transferred to the epigastric region. The instances of this phenomenon, as related by Dr. Petitin and others, have been frequently published. I need not here quote. But as Dr. Passavant observes, it is well known that the functions of the nerves differ in some animals, and that one set can supply the place of another, as in those cases where there is a great susceptibility to light, though no eyes can be discovered. These physiologists believe that, even during the most profound sleep, the spirit retains its activity, a proposition which, indeed, we cannot doubt. It wakes, though the senses sleep, retreating into its infinite depths, like the sun at night, living on its spiritual life undisturbed, while the body sinks into a state of vegetative tranquillity. Nor does it follow that the soul is unconscious in sleep, because in waking we have frequently lost all memory of its consciousness. Since by the repose of the sensuous organs, the bridge between waking and sleeping is removed, and the recollections of one state are not carried into the other. It will occur here to everyone, how often in the instant of waking we are not only conscious that we have been dreaming, but are also conscious of the subject of the dream, which we try in vain to grasp, but which eludes us and is gone for ever the moment we have passed into a state of complete wakefulness. Now, with respect to this so-called dreaming in profound sleep, it is a thing no one can well doubt who thoroughly believes that his body is a temple built for the dwelling of an immortal spirit. For we cannot conceive of spirit sleeping, or needing that restoration which we know to be the condition of earthly organisms. If therefore the spirit wakes, may we not suppose that the more it is disentangled from the obstructions of the body, the more clear will be its perceptions, and that therefore, in the profound natural sleep of the sensuous organs, we may be in a state of clear seeing? All who have attended to the subject are aware that the clear seeing of magnetic patients depends on the depth of their sleep. Whatever circumstance, internal or external, tends to interrupt this profound repose of the sensuous organs, inevitably obscures their perceptions. Again, with respect to the not carrying with us the recollections of one state into the other, should not this lead us to suspect that sleeping and waking are two different spheres of existence, partaking of the nature of that double life, of which the records of human physiology have presented us with various instances, wherein a patient finds himself utterly divested of all recollection of past events and acquired knowledge, and has to begin life and education anew, till another transition takes place, wherein he recovers what he had lost, while he at the same time loses all he had lately gained, which he only recovers once more by another transition, restoring him to his lately acquired knowledge, but again obliterating his original stock, thus alternately passing from one state to the other, and disclosing a double life. An educated man in one condition, a child learning his alphabet in the next. Where the transition from one state to another is complete, memory is entirely lost. But there are cases in which the change being either gradual or modified, the recollections of one life are carried more or less into the other. We know this to be the case with magnetic sleepers, as it is with ordinary dreamers, and most persons have met with instances of the dream of one night being continued in the next. Treviranus mentions the case of a student who regularly began to talk the moment he fell asleep, the subject of his discourse being a dream, which he always took up at the exact point at which he had left it the previous morning. Of this dream he had never the slightest recollection in his waking state. A daughter of Sir George Mackenzie, who died at an early age, was endowed with a remarkable genius for music, and was an accomplished organist. This young lady dreamed, during an illness, that she was at a party, where she had heard a new piece of music, which made so great an impression on her by its novelty and beauty, that on awaking, she besought her attendants to bring her some paper, that she might write it down before she had forgotten it, an indulgence which, apprehensive of excitement, her medical attendant unfortunately forbade. For apart from the additional psychological interest that would have been attached to the fact, the effects of compliance, judging from what ensued, would probably have been soothing rather than otherwise. About 10 days afterward, she had a second dream, wherein she again found herself at a party, where she descried on the desk of a pianoforte in a corner of the room an open book, in which, with astonished delight, she recognized the same piece of music, which she immediately proceeded to play, and then awoke. The piece was not of a short or fugitive character, but in the style of an overture. The question of course remains as to whether she was composing the music in her sleep, or by an act of clairvoyance was perceiving some that actually existed. Either is possible, for although she might have been incapable of composing so elaborate a piece in her waking state, there are many instances on record of persons performing intellectual feats in dreams to which they were unequal when awake. A very eminent person assured me that he had once composed some lines in his sleep, I think it was a sonnet, which far exceeded any of his waking performances of that description. Somewhat analogous to this sort of double life is the case of the young girl mentioned by Dr. Abercrombie and others, whose employment was keeping cattle, and who slept for some time, much to her own annoyance, in the room adjoining one occupied by an itinerant musician. The man, who played exceedingly well, being an enthusiast in his art, frequently practised the greater part of the night, performing on his violin very complicated and difficult compositions, while the girl, so far from discovering any pleasure in his performances, complained bitterly of being kept awake by the noise. Some time after this she fell ill, and was removed to the house of a charitable lady, who undertook the charge of her. And here, by and by, the family were amazed by frequently hearing the most exquisite music in the night, which they at length discovered to proceed from the girl. The sounds were those of a violin, and the tuning and other preliminary processes were accurately imitated. She went through long and elaborate pieces, and afterward was heard imitating in the same way the sounds of a pianoforte that was in the house. She also talked very cleverly on the subjects of religion and politics, and discussed with great judgment the characters and conduct of persons, public and private. Awake she knew nothing of these things, but was, on the contrary, stupid, heavy, and had no taste whatever for music. Phrenology would probably interpret this phenomenon by saying that the lower elements of the cerebral spinal axis, as organs of sensation, etc., etc., being asleep, the cluster of the higher organs requisite for the above combinations were not only awake, but rendered more active from the repose of the others. But to me it appears that we here see the inherent faculties of the spirit manifesting themselves. While the body slept, the same faculties must have existed when it was in the waking state. But the impressions and manifestations were then dependent on the activity and perfection of the sensuous organs, which seem to have been of an inferior order, and consequently no rays of this indwelling genius could pierce the coarse integument in which it was lodged. Similar unexpected faculties have been not unfrequently manifested by the dying, and we may conclude to a certain degree from the same cause, namely, that the incipient death of the body is leaving the spirit more unobstructed. Dr. Steinbeck mentions the case of a clergyman who, being summoned to administer the last sacraments to a dying peasant, found him, to his surprise, praying aloud in Greek and Hebrew, a mystery which could be no otherwise explained than by the circumstance of his having, when a child, frequently heard the then minister of the parish praying in those languages. He had, however, never understood the prayers, nor indeed paid any attention to them. Still less had he been aware that they lived in his memory. It would give much additional interest to this story had Dr. Steinbeck mentioned how far the man now, while uttering the words, understood their meaning, whether he was aware of what he was saying, or was only repeating the words by rote. With regard to the extraordinary faculty of memory manifested in these and similar cases, I shall have some observations to make in a subsequent part of this book. Parallel instances are those of idiots who, either in a somnambulic state, or immediately previous to death, have spoken as if inspired. At St. Jean de Maurine, in Savoy, there was a dumb cretin who, having fallen into a normal state of somnambulism, not only was found to speak with ease, but also to the purpose, a faculty which disappeared, however, whenever he awoke. Dumb persons have likewise been known to speak when at the point of death. The possibility of suggesting dreams to some sleepers by whispering in the ear is a well-known fact, but this can doubtless only be practicable when the sensuous organs are partly awake. Then, as with magnetic patients in a state of incomplete sleep, we have only reverie and imagination in place of clear seeing. The next class of dreams are those which partake of the nature of second sight, or prophecy, and of these there are various kinds, some being plain and literal in their premonitions, others allegorical and obscure, while some also regard the most unimportant, and others the most grave, events of our lives. A gentleman engaged in business in the south of Scotland, for example, dreams that on entering his office in the morning he sees seated on a certain stool a person formerly in his service as clerk, of whom he had neither heard nor thought for some time. He inquires the motive of the visit, and is told that such and such circumstances have brought the stranger to that part of the country. He could not forbear visiting his old quarters, expressing at the same time a wish to spend a few days in his former occupation, etc., etc. The gentleman, being struck with the vividness of the illusion, relates his dream at breakfast, and, to his surprise, on going to his office, there sits the man, and the dialogue that ensues is precisely that of the dream. I have heard of numerous instances of this kind of dream, where no previous expectation nor excitement of mind could be found to account for them, and where the fulfilment was too exact and literal in all particulars to admit of their being explained away by the ready resource of an extraordinary coincidence. There are also on record, in both this country and others, many perfectly well authenticated cases of people obtaining prizes in the lottery through having dreamed of the fortunate numbers. As many numbers, however, may have been dreamed of that were not drawn prizes, we can derive no conclusion from this circumstance. A very remarkable instance of this kind of dreaming occurred a few years since to Mr. A. F., an eminent Scotch advocate, while staying in the neighbourhood of Loch Fyne, who dreamed one night that he saw a number of people in the street following a man to the scaffold. He discovered the features of the criminal in the cart distinctly, and for some reason or other, which he could not account for, felt an extraordinary interest in his fate, insomuch that he joined the throng, and accompanied him to the place that was to terminate his earthly career. This interest was the more unaccountable that the man had an exceedingly unprepossessing countenance, but it was nevertheless so vivid as to induce the dreamer to ascend the scaffold and address him, with a view to enable him to escape the impending catastrophe. Suddenly, however, while he was talking to him, the whole scene dissolved away, and the sleeper awoke. Being a good deal struck with the lifelike reality of the vision, and the impression made on his mind by the features of this man, he related the circumstance to his friends at breakfast, adding that he should know him anywhere if he saw him. A few jests being made on the subject, the thing was forgotten. On the afternoon of the same day, the advocate was informed that two men wanted to speak to him, and on going into the hall, he was struck with amazement at perceiving that one of them was the hero of his dream. "We are accused of a murder," said they, "and we wish to consult you. 3 of us went out last night in a boat. An accident has happened. Our comrade is drowned, and they want to make us accountable for him." The advocate then put some interrogations to them, and the result produced in his mind, by their answers, was a conviction of their guilt. Probably the recollection of his dream rendered the effects of this conviction more palpable, for one addressing the other said in Gaelic, "We have come to the wrong man. He is against us." "There is a higher power than I against you," returned the gentleman, "and the only advice I can give you is, if you are guilty, fly immediately." Upon this they went away, and the next thing he heard was that they were taken into custody on suspicion of the murder. The account of the affair was, that, as they said, the 3 had gone out together on the preceding evening, and that in the morning the body of one of them had been found on the shore, with a cut across his forehead. The father and the friend of the victim had waited on the banks of the lake till the boat came in, and then demanded their companion, of whom, however, they professed themselves unable to give any account. Upon this the old man led them to his cottage for the purpose of showing them the body of his son. One entered, and at the sight of it burst into a passion of tears. The other refused to do so, saying his business called him immediately home, and went sulkily away. This last was the man seen in the dream. After a fortnight's incarceration, the former of these was liberated, and he then declared to the advocate his intention of bringing an action of damages for false imprisonment. He was advised not to do it. "Leave well alone," said the lawyer, "and if you'll take my advice, make off while you can." The man, however, refused to fly. He declared that he really did not know what had occasioned the death of his comrade. The latter had been at one end of the boat, and he at the other. When he looked round, he was gone, but whether he had fallen overboard and cut his head as he fell, or whether he had been struck and pushed into the water, he did not know. The advocate became finally satisfied of this man's innocence, but the authorities, thinking it absurd to try one and not the other, again laid hands on him, and it fell to Mr. A. F. to be the defender of both. The difficulty was, not to separate their cases in his pleading, for however morally convinced of the different ground on which they stood, his duty, professionally, was to obtain the acquittal of both, in which he finally succeeded as regarded the charge of murder. They were, therefore, sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment, and, so far as the dream is concerned, here ends the story. There remains, however, a curious sequel to it. A few years afterward, the same gentleman, being in a boat on Loch Fyne, in company with Sir T.D.L., happened to be mentioning these curious circumstances, when one of the boatmen said that he knew well about those two men, and that a very strange thing had occurred in regard to one of them. This one, on inquiry, proved to be the subject of the dream, and the strange thing was this: on being liberated, he had quitted that part of the country, and in process of time had gone to Greenock, and thence embarked in a vessel for Cork. But the vessel seemed fated never to reach its destination. One misfortune happened after another, till at length the sailors said, "This won't do, there must be a murderer on board with us." As is usual when such a persuasion exists, they drew lots 3 times, and each time it fell on that man. He was consequently put on shore, and the vessel went on its way without him. What had become of him afterward was not known. A friend of mine, being in London, dreamed that she saw her little boy playing on the terrace of her house in Northumberland, that he fell and hurt his arm, and she saw him lying apparently dead. The dream recurred 2 or 3 times on the same night, and she awoke her husband, saying she feared something must have happened to Henry. In due course of post, a letter arrived from the governess, saying that she was sorry to have to communicate that while playing on the terrace that morning, Master Henry had fallen over a heap of stones and broken his arm, adding that he had fainted after the accident, and had lain for some time insensible. The lady to whom this dream occurred is not aware having ever manifested this faculty before or since. Mrs. W. dreamed that she saw people ascending by a ladder to the chamber of her stepson John. Wakes, and she says she is afraid he is dead, and that there was something odd in her dream about a watch and a candle. In the morning a messenger is sent to inquire for the gentleman, and they find people ascending to his chamber window by a ladder, the door of the room being locked. They discover him dead on the floor, with his watch in his hand and the candle between his feet. The same lady dreamed that she saw a friend in great agony, and that she heard him say they were tearing his flesh from his bones. He was some time afterwards seized with inflammation, lay as she had seen him, and made use of those exact words. A friend of mine dreamed lately that somebody said her nephew must not be bled, as it would be dangerous. The young man was quite well, and there had been no design of bleeding him, but on the following morning he had a tooth drawn, and an effusion of blood ensued, which lasted some days, and caused a good deal of uneasiness. A farmer in Worcestershire dreamed that his little boy of 12 years old had fallen from the wagon and was killed. The dream recurred 3 times in one night, but unwilling to yield to superstitious fears, he allowed the child to accompany the wagoner to Kidderminster Fair. The driver was very fond of the boy, and he felt assured would take care of him. But having occasion to go a little out of the road to leave a parcel, the man bade the child walk on with the wagon, and he would meet him at a certain spot. On arriving there, the horses were coming quietly forward, but the boy was not with them, and on retracing the road he was found dead, having apparently fallen from the shafts and been crushed by the wheels. A gentleman who resided near one of the Scottish lakes dreamt that he saw a number of persons surrounding a body which had just been drawn out of the water. On approaching the spot he perceived that it is himself, and the assistants are his own friends and retainers. Alarmed at the lifelike reality of the vision, he resolved to elude the threatened destiny by never venturing on the lake again. On one occasion, however, it became quite indispensable that he should do so, and as the day was quite calm, he yielded to the necessity, on condition that he should be put ashore at once on the opposite side, while the rest of the party proceeded to their destinations, where he would meet them. This was accordingly done. The boat skimmed gaily over the smooth waters, and arrived safely at the rendezvous, the gentlemen laughing at the superstition of their companion, while he stood smiling on the bank to receive them. But alas, the fates were inexorable. The little promontory that supported him had been undermined by the water. It gave way beneath his feet, and life was extinct before he could be rescued. This circumstance was related to me by a friend of the family. Mr. S. was the son of an Irish bishop, who set somewhat more value on the things of this world than became his function. He had always told his son that there was but one thing he could not forgive, and that was a bad marriage, meaning by a bad marriage a poor one. As cautions of this sort do not, by any means, prevent young people falling in love, Mr. S. fixed his affections on Lady O., a fair young widow, without any fortune; and aware that it would be useless to apply for his father's consent, he married her without asking it. They were consequently exceedingly poor, and indeed nearly all they had to live on was a small sinecure of £40 per annum, which Dean Swift procured for him. While in this situation, Mr. S. dreamed one night that he was in the cathedral in which he had formerly been accustomed to attend service; that he saw a stranger, habited as a bishop, occupying his father's throne; and that, on applying to the verger for an explanation, the man said that the bishop was dead, and that he had expired just as he was adding a codicil to his will in his son's favour. The impression made by the dream was so strong, that Mr. S. felt that he should have no repose till he had obtained news from home, and as the most speedy way of doing so was to go there himself, he started on horseback, much against the advice of his wife, who attached no importance whatever to the circumstance. He had scarcely accomplished half his journey, when he met a courier bearing the intelligence of his father's death; and when he reached home, he found that there was a codicil attached to the will, of the greatest importance to his own future prospects. But the old gentleman had expired with the pen in his hand just as he was about to sign it. In this unhappy position, reduced to hopeless indigence, the friends of the young man proposed that he should present himself at the vice-regal palace on the next levee day, in hopes that some interest might be excited in his favour, to which, with reluctance, he consented. As he was ascending the stairs, he was met by a gentleman whose dress indicated that he belonged to the church. "Good heavens!" said he to the friend who accompanied him, "who is that?" "That is Mr. of so and so." "Then he will be the Bishop of L," returned Mr. S., "for that is the man I saw occupying my father's throne." "Impossible," replied the other. "He has no interest whatever, and has no more chance of being a bishop than I have." "You will see," replied Mr. S. "I am certain he will." They had made their obeisance above, and were returning, when there was a great cry without, and everybody rushed to the doors and windows to inquire what had happened. The horses attached to the carriage of a young nobleman had become restive, and were endangering the life of their master, when Mr. rushed forward, and at the peril of his own seized their heads, and afforded Lord C. time to descend, before they broke through all restraint and dashed away. Through the interest of this nobleman and his friends, to whom Mr. had been previously quite unknown, he obtained the see of L. These circumstances were related to me by a member of the family. It would be tedious to relate all the instances of this sort of dreaming which have come to my knowledge. But were they even much more rare than they are, and were there none of a graver and more mysterious kind, it might certainly occasion some surprise that they should have excited so little attention. When stories of this sort are narrated, they are listened to with wonder for the moment, and then forgotten, and few people reflect on the deep significance of the facts, or the important consequences to us involved in the question of how, with our limited faculties, which cannot foretell the events of the next moment, we should suddenly become prophets and seers. The following dream, as it regards the fate of a very interesting person, and is, I believe, very little known, I will relate, though the story is of somewhat an old date. Major André, the circumstances of whose lamented death are too well known to make it necessary for me to detail them here, was a friend of Miss Seward's, and previously to his embarkation for America, he made a journey into Derbyshire to pay her a visit, and it was arranged that they should ride over to see the wonders of the Peak, and introduce André to Newton, her minstrel, as she called him, and to Mr. Cunningham, the curate, who was also a poet. While these two gentlemen were awaiting the arrival of their guests, of whose intentions they had been apprised, Mr. Cunningham mentioned to Newton that on the preceding night he had had a very extraordinary dream, which he could not get out of his head. He had fancied himself in a forest. The place was strange to him, and while looking about he perceived a horseman approaching at great speed, who had scarcely reached the spot where the dreamer stood, when 3 men rushed out of the thicket, and seizing his bridle, hurried him away, after closely searching his person. The countenance of the stranger being very interesting, the sympathy felt by the sleeper for his apparent misfortune awoke him, but he presently fell asleep again, and dreamed that he was standing near a great city, among thousands of people, and that he saw the same person he had seen seized in the wood, brought out and suspended to a gallows. When Andre and Miss Seward arrived, he was horror-struck to perceive that his new acquaintance was the antitype of the man in the dream. Mr. C., a friend of mine, told me the other day that he had dreamed he had gone to see a lady of his acquaintance, and that she had presented him with a purse. In the morning he mentioned the circumstance to his wife, adding that he wondered what should have made him dream of a person he had not been in any way led to think of, and above all, that she should give him a purse. On the same day a letter arrived from that lady to Mrs. C., containing a purse, of which she begged her acceptance. Here was the imperfect foreshadowing of the fact, probably from unsound sleep. Another friend lately dreamed, one Thursday night, that he saw an acquaintance of his thrown from his horse, and that he was lying on the ground, with the blood streaming from his face, which was much cut. He mentioned his dream in the morning, and being an entire disbeliever in such phenomena, he could not account for the impression made on his mind. This was so strong that on Saturday he could not forbear calling at his friend's house, who, he was told, was in bed, having been thrown from his horse on the previous day, and much injured about the face. Relations of this description have been more or less familiar to the world in all times and places, and the recurrence of the phenomena too frequent to admit of their reality being disputed. Various theories were promulgated to account for them, and indeed there scarcely seems to be a philosopher or historian among the Greeks and Romans who does not make some allusion to this ill-understood department of nature; while, among the Eastern nations, the faith in such mysterious revelations remains even yet undiminished. Spirits, good and evil, or the divinities of the heathen mythology, were generally called in to remove the difficulty, though some philosophers, rejecting this supernatural interference, sought the explanation in merely physical causes. In the druidical rites of the northern nations, women bore a considerable part. They were priestesses, who gave forth oracles and prophecies much after the manner of the Pythonesses of the Grecian temples, and no doubt drawing their inspiration from the same sources, namely, from the influences of magnetism and from narcotics. When the pure rites of Christianity superseded the heathen forms of worship, tradition kept alive the memory of these vaticinations, together with some of the arcana of the druidical groves, and hence, in the Middle Ages, arose the race of so-called witches and sorcerers, who were partly impostors and partly self-deluded. Nobody thought of seeking the explanation of the facts they witnessed in natural causes. What had formerly been attributed to the influence of the gods was now attributed to the influence of the devil, and a league with Satan was the universal solvent of all difficulties. Persecution followed, of course, and men, women, and children were offered up to the demon of superstition, till the candid and rational part of mankind, taking fright at the holocaust, began to put in their protest and lead out a reaction which, like all reactions, ran right into the opposite extreme. From believing everything, they ceased to believe anything, and after swallowing unhesitatingly the most monstrous absurdities, they relieved themselves of the whole difficulty by denying the plainest facts, while what it was impossible to deny was referred to imagination, that most abused word, which explained nothing, but left the matter as obscure as it was before. Man's spiritual nature was forgotten, and what the senses could not apprehend, nor the understanding account for, was pronounced to be impossible. Thank God we have lived through that age, and in spite of the struggles of the materialistic school, we are fast advancing to a better. The traditions of the saints who suffered the most appalling tortures, and slept or smiled the while, can scarcely be rejected now, when we are daily hearing of people undergoing frightful operations, either in a state of insensibility, or while they believe themselves revelling in delight. Nor can the psychological intimations which these facts offer be much longer overlooked. One revelation must lead to another, and the wise men of the world will, ere long, be obliged to give in their adherence to Shakespeare's much quoted axiom, and confess that there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in their philosophy. End of chapter 3.
Section 4 of the Ninth Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE. Chapter 4. Allegorical Dreams, Presentiment, etc. It has been the opinion of many philosophers, both ancient and modern, that in the original state of man as he came forth from the hands of his Creator, that knowledge which is now acquired by pains and labor was intuitive. His material body was given him for the purpose of placing him in relation with the material world, and his sensuous organs for the perception of material objects. But his soul was a mirror of the universe in which everything was reflected, and probably is so still, but that the spirit is no longer in a condition to perceive it. Degraded in his nature and distracted by the multiplicity of the objects and interests that surround him, man has lost his faculty of spiritual seeing. But in sleep, when the body is in a state of passivity and external objects are excluded from us by the shutting up of the senses through which we perceive them, the spirit, to a certain degree freed from its impediments, may enjoy somewhat of its original privilege. The soul, which is designed as the mirror of a superior spiritual order to which it belongs, still receives in dreams some rays from above and enjoys a foretaste of its future condition. And whatever interpretation may be put upon the history of the fall, few will doubt that before it man must have stood in a much more intimate relation to his Creator than he has done since. If we admit this, and that, for the above hinted reasons, the soul in sleep may be able to exercise somewhat of its original endowment, the possibility of what is called prophetic dreaming may be better understood. Seeing in dreams, says Ennemoser, is a self-illumining of things, places, and times, for relations of time and space form no obstruction to the dreamer. Things near and far are alike seen in the mirror of the soul according to the connection in which they stand to each other. And as the future is but an unfolding of the present, as the present is of the past, one being necessarily involved in the other, it is not more difficult to the untrammeled spirit to see what is to happen than what has already happened. Under what peculiar circumstances it is that the body and soul fall into this particular relative condition we do not know, but that certain families and constitutions are more prone to these conditions than others, all experience goes to establish. According to the theory of Dr. Ennemoser, we should conclude that they are more susceptible to magnetic influences, and that the body falls into a more complete state of negative polarity. In the histories of the Old Testament we constantly find instances of prophetic dreaming, and the voice of God was chiefly heard by the prophets in sleep, seeming to establish that man is in that state more susceptible of spiritual communion, although the being thus made the special organ of the divine will is altogether a different thing from the mere disfranchisement of the embodied spirit in ordinary cases of clear seeing in sleep. Profane history also furnishes us with various instances of prophetic dreaming, which it is unnecessary for me to refer to here. But there is one thing very worthy of remark, namely that the allegorical character of many of the dreams recorded in the Old Testament occasionally pervades those of the present day. I have heard of several of this nature, and Oberlin, the good pastor of Ban de la Roche, was so subject to them that he fancied he had acquired the art of interpreting the symbols. This characteristic of dreaming is in strict conformity with the language of the Old Testament and of the most ancient nations. Poets and prophets, heathen and Christian alike, express themselves symbolically, and if we believe that this language prevailed in the early ages of the world, before the external and intellectual life had predominated over the instinctive and emotional, we must conclude it to be the natural language of man, who must therefore have been gifted with a conformable faculty of comprehending these hieroglyphics, and hence it arose that the interpreting of dreams became a legitimate art. Long after these instinctive faculties were lost, or rather obscured by the turmoil and distractions of sensuous life, the memories and traditions of them remained, and hence the superstructure of jugglery and imposture that ensued, of which the gipsies form a signal example, in whom, however, there can be no doubt that some occasional gleams of this original endowment may still be found, as is the case, though more rarely, in individuals of all races and conditions. The whole of nature is one large book of symbols, which, because we have lost the key to it, we cannot decipher. To the first man, says Hammond, whatever his ear heard, his eye saw, or his hand touched was a living word. With this word in his heart and in his mouth, the formation of language was easy. Man saw things in their essence and properties, and named them accordingly. There can be no doubt that the heathen forms of worship and systems of religion were but the external symbols of some deep meanings, and not the idle fables that they have been too frequently considered. And it is absurd to suppose that the theology which satisfied so many great minds had no better foundation than a child's fairy tale. A maidservant who resided many years in a distinguished family in Edinburgh was repeatedly warned of the approaching death of certain members of that family by dreaming that one of the walls of the house had fallen. Shortly before the head of the family sickened and died, she said she had dreamed that the main wall had fallen. A singular circumstance which occurred in this same family, from a member of which I heard it, is mentioned by Dr. Abercrombie. On this occasion the dream was not only prophetic, but the symbol was actually translated into fact. One of the sons being indisposed with a sore throat, a sister dreamed that a watch of considerable value which she had borrowed from a friend had stopped, that she had awakened another sister and mentioned the circumstance, who answered that something much worse had happened, for Charles's breath had stopped. She then awoke in extreme alarm and mentioned the dream to her sister, who, to tranquilize her mind, arose and went to the brother's room, where she found him asleep and the watch going. The next night the same dream recurred, and the brother was again found asleep and the watch going. On the following morning, however, this lady was writing a note in the drawing-room, with the watch beside her, when on taking it up she perceived it had stopped, and she was just on the point of calling her sister to mention the circumstance, when she heard a scream from her brother's room, and the sister rushed in with tidings that he had just expired. The malady had not been thought serious, but a sudden fit of suffocation had unexpectedly proved fatal. This case, which is established beyond all controversy, is extremely curious in many points of view, the acting out of the symbol especially. Symbolical events of this description have been often related, and is often laughed at. It is easy to laugh at what we do not understand, and it gives us the advantage of making the timid narrator ashamed of his fact, so that if he do not wholly suppress it, he at least ensures himself by laughing too the next time he relates it. It is said that Goethe's clock stopped the moment he died, and I have heard repeated instances of this strange kind of synchronism, or magnetism, if it be by magnetism that we are to account for the mystery. One was told me very lately by a gentleman to whom the circumstance occurred. On the 16th of August, 1769, Frederick II of Prussia is said to have dreamed that a star fell from heaven, and occasioned such an extraordinary glare that he could with great difficulty find his way through it. He mentioned the dream to his attendants, and it was afterward observed that it was on that day Napoleon was born. A lady not long since related to me the following circumstance. Her mother, who was at the time residing in Edinburgh in a house one side of which looked into a wind, while the door was in the High Street, dreamed that it being Sunday morning she had heard a sound which attracted her to the window, and while looking out had dropped a ring from her finger into the wind below. That she had thereupon gone down in her night-clothes to seek it, but when she reached the spot it was not to be found. Returning, extremely vexed at her loss, as she re-entered her own door she met a respectable-looking young man, carrying some loaves of bread. On expressing her astonishment at finding a stranger there at so unseasonable an hour, he answered by expressing his at seeing her in such a situation. She said she had dropped her ring, and had been round the corner to seek it, whereupon, to her delighted surprise, he presented her with her lost treasure. Some months afterwards, being at a party, she recognized the young man seen in her dream, and learned that he was a baker. He took no particular notice of her on that occasion, and I think 2 years elapsed before she met him again. This second meeting, however, led to an acquaintance, which terminated in marriage. Here the ring and the bread are curiously emblematic of the marriage, and the occupation of the future husband. Miss L., residing at Dalkeith, dreamed that her brother, who was ill, called her to his bedside and gave her a letter which he desired her to carry to their aunt, Mrs. H., with the request that she would deliver it to John. John was another brother who had died previously, and Mrs. H. was at the time ill. He added that he himself was going there also, but Mrs. H. would be there before him. Accordingly, Miss L. went in her dream with the letter to Mrs. H., whom she found dressed in white and looking quite radiant and happy. She took the letter, saying she was going there directly and would deliver it. On the following morning Miss L. learned that her aunt had died in the night. The brother died some little time afterward. A gentleman who had been a short time visiting Edinburgh was troubled with a cough, which, though it occasioned him no alarm, he resolved to go home to nurse. On the first night of his arrival he dreamed that one half of the house was blown away. His bailiff, who resided at a distance, dreamed the same dream on the same night. The gentleman died within a few weeks. This symbolic language which the deity appears to have used, witness Peter's dream, Acts 2, and others, in all his revelations to man is in the highest degree, what poetry is in a lower, and the language of dreams in the lowest, namely the original natural language of man. And we may fairly ask whether this language, which here plays an inferior part, be not possibly the proper language of a higher sphere, while we, who vainly think ourselves awake, are in reality buried in a deep, deep sleep, in which, like dreamers who imperfectly hear the voices of those around them, we occasionally apprehend, though obscurely, a few words of this divine tongue. Vida Schubert. The subject of sleeping and waking is a very curious one, and might give rise to strange questionings. In the case of those patients above mentioned who seem to have two different spheres of existence, who shall say which is the waking one, or whether either of them be so? The speculations of Mr. Dove on this subject merited more attention, I think, than they met with when he lectured in Edinburgh. He maintained that long before he had paid any attention to magnetism, he had arrived at the conclusion that there are as many states or conditions of mind beyond sleep as there are on this side of it, passing through the different stages of dreaming, reverie, contemplation, etc., up to perfect vigilance. However this be in this world of appearance, where we see nothing as it is, and where, both as regards our moral and physical relations, we live in a state of continual delusion, it is impossible for us to pronounce on this question. It is a common remark that some people seem to live in a dream, and never to be quite awake, and the most cursory observer cannot fail to have been struck with examples of persons in this condition, especially in the aged. With respect to this allegorical language, Ennemoser observes that since no dreamer learns it of another, and still less from those who are awake, it must be natural to all men. How different, too, is its comprehensiveness and rapidity to our ordinary language. We are accustomed, and with justice, to wonder at the admirable mechanism by which, without fatigue or exertion, we communicate with our fellow beings. But how slow and ineffectual is human speech compared to this spiritual picture language, where a whole history is understood at a glance, and scenes that seem to occupy days and weeks are acted out in 10 minutes. It is remarkable that this hieroglyphic language appears to be the same among all people, and that the dream interpreters of all countries construe the signs alike. Thus the dreaming of deep water denotes trouble, and pearls are a sign of tears. I have heard of a lady who, whenever a misfortune was impending, dreamed that she saw a large fish. One night she dreamed that this fish had bitten 2 of her little boy's fingers. Immediately afterward a schoolfellow of the child injured those 2 very fingers by striking him with a hatchet, and I have met with several persons who have learned by experience to consider one particular dream as a certain prognostic of misfortune. A lady who had left the West Indies when 6 years old came one night, 14 years afterwards, to her sister's bedside and said, "I know uncle is dead. I have dreamed that I saw a number of slaves in the large storeroom at Barbados, with long brooms, sweeping down immense cobwebs. I complained to my aunt, and she covered her face and said, 'Yes, he is no sooner gone than they disobey him.' It was afterward ascertained that Mr. P. had died on that night, and that he had never permitted the cobwebs in this room to be swept away, of which, however, the lady assures me she knew nothing, nor could she or her friends conceive what was meant by the symbol of the cobwebs, till they received the explanation subsequently from a member of the family. The following very curious allegorical dream I give, not in the words of the dreamer, but in those of her son, who bears a name destined, I trust, to a long immortality. Wooers Abbey Cottage, Dunfermline in the Woods, Monday morning, 31st May 1847. Dear Mrs. CROWE, that dream of my mother's was as follows. She stood in a long, dark, empty gallery. On her one side was my father, and on the other my eldest sister Amelia, then myself and the rest of the family according to their ages. At the foot of the hall stood my youngest sister Alexis, and above her my sister Catherine, a creature, by the way, in person and mind, more like an angel of heaven than an inhabitant of earth. We all stood silent and motionless. At last it entered, the unimagined something, that, casting its grim shadow before, had enveloped all the trivialities of the preceding dream in the stifling atmosphere of terror. It entered, stealthily descending the 3 steps that led from the entrance down into the chamber of horror, and my mother felt it was death. He was dwarfish, bent and shriveled. He carried on his shoulder a heavy axe, and had come, she thought, to destroy all her little ones at one fell swoop. On the entrance of the shape, my sister Alexis leaped out of the rank, interposing herself between him and my mother. He raised his axe and aimed a blow at Catherine, a blow which, to her horror, my mother could not intercept, though she had snatched up a 3-legged stool, the sole furniture of the apartment, for that purpose. She could not, she felt, fling the stool at the figure without destroying Alexis, who kept shooting out and in between her and the ghastly thing. She tried in vain to scream. She besought my father in agony to avert the impending stroke, but he did not hear or did not heed her, and stood motionless as in a trance. Down came the axe, and poor Catherine fell in her blood, cloven to the Whitehall Spain. Again the axe was lifted by the inexorable shadow over the head of my brother, who stood next in line. Alexis had somewhere disappeared behind the ghastly visitant, and with a scream my mother flung the footstool at his head. He vanished, and she awoke. This dream left on my mother's mind a fearful apprehension of impending misfortune, which would not pass away. It was murder she feared, and her suspicions were not allayed by the discovery that a man, some time before discarded by my father for bad conduct, and with whom she had somehow associated the death of her dream, had been lurking about the place and sleeping in an adjoining outhouse on the night it occurred, and for some nights previous and subsequent to it. Her terror increased. Sleep forsook her, and every night when the house was still, she arose and stole, sometimes with a candle, sometimes in the dark, from room to room, listening in a sort of waking nightmare for the breathing of the assassin, who she imagined was lurking in some one of them. This could not last. She reasoned with herself, but her terror became intolerable, and she related her dream to my father, who of course called her a fool for her pains, whatever might be his real opinion of the matter. 3 months had elapsed, when we children were all of us seized with scarlet fever. My sister Catherine died almost immediately, sacrificed, as my mother in her misery thought, to her, my mother's over-anxiety for Alexis, whose danger seemed more imminent. The dream prophecy was in part fulfilled. I also was at death's door, given up by the doctors, but not by my mother. She was confident of my recovery. But for my brother, who was scarcely considered in danger at all, but on whose head she had seen the visionary axe impending, her fears were great, for she could not recollect whether the blow had or had not descended when the spectre vanished. My brother recovered, but relapsed and barely escaped with life. But Alexis did not. For 1 year and 10 months the poor child lingered, and almost every night I had to sing her to sleep. Often, I remember, through bitter tears, for I knew she was dying, and I loved her the more as she wasted away. I held her little hand as she died. I followed her to the grave, the last thing that I have loved on earth, and the dream was fulfilled. Truly and sincerely yours, J. Noel Paton. The dreaming of coffins and funerals when a death is impending must be considered as examples of this allegorical language. Instances of this kind are extremely numerous. Not unfrequently the dreamer, as in cases of second sight, sees either the body in the coffin, so as to be conscious of who is to die, or else is made aware of it from seeing the funeral procession at a certain house, or from some other significant circumstance. This faculty, which has been supposed to belong particularly to the Highlanders of Scotland, appears to be fully as well known in Wales and on the continent, especially in Germany. The language of dreams, however, is not always symbolical. Occasionally the scene that is transacting at a distance, or that is to be transacted at some future period, is literally presented to the sleeper as things appear to be presented in many cases of second sight, and also in clairvoyance, and since we suppose him, that is, the sleeper, to be in a temporary magnetic state, we must conclude that the degree of perspicuity or translucency of the vision depends on the degree of that state. Nevertheless, there are considerable difficulties attending this theory. A great proportion of the prophetic dreams we hear of are connected with the death of some friend or relative. Some, it is true, regard unimportant matters as visits, and so forth. But this is generally, though not exclusively, the case only with persons who have a constitutional tendency to this kind of dreaming, and with whom it is frequent. But it is not uncommon for those who have not discovered any such tendency to be made aware of a death, and the number of dreams of this description I meet with is very considerable. Now it is difficult to conceive what the condition is that causes this perception of an approaching death, or why, supposing, as we have suggested above, that when the senses sleep the untrammeled spirit sees, the memory of this revelation, if I may so call it, so much more frequently survives than any other, unless indeed it be the force of the shock sustained, which shock, it is to be remarked, always wakes the sleeper, and this may be the reason that if he fall asleep again the dream is almost invariably repeated. I could fill pages with dreams of this description which have come to my knowledge or been recorded by others. Mr. H., a gentleman with whom I am acquainted, a man engaged in active business, and apparently as little likely as any one I ever knew to be troubled with a faculty of this sort, dreamed that he saw a certain friend of his dead. The dream was so like reality that although he had no reason whatever to suppose his friend ill, he could not forbear sending in the morning to inquire for him. The answer returned was that Mr. A. was out and was quite well. The impression, however, was so vivid that although he had nearly 3 miles to send, Mr. H. felt that he could not start for Glasgow, whether business called him, without making another inquiry. This time his friend was at home, and answered for himself that he was very well, and that somebody must have been hoaxing H., and making him believe otherwise. Mr. H. set out on his journey wondering at his own anxiety, but unable to conquer it. He was absent but a few days, I think 3, and the first news he heard on his return was that his friend had been seized with an attack of inflammation and was dead. A German professor lately related to a friend of mine that being some distance from home he dreamed that his father was dying, and was calling for him. The dream being repeated, he was so far impressed as to alter his plans and return home, where he arrived in time to receive his parents' last breath. He was informed that the dying man had been calling upon his name repeatedly in deep anguish at his absence. A parallel case to this is that of Mr. R. E. S., an accountant in Edinburgh and a shrewd man of business, who relates the following circumstance as occurring to himself. He is a native of Dalkeith, and was residing there when, being about 15 years of age, he left home on a Saturday to spend a few days with a friend at Prestonpans. On the Sunday night he dreamed that his mother was extremely ill, and started out of his sleep with an impression that he must go to her immediately. He even got out of bed with the intention of doing so, but reflecting that he had left her quite well, and that it was only a dream, he returned to bed and again fell asleep. But the dream returned, and unable longer to control his anxiety, he arose, dressed himself in the dark, quitted the house, leaping the railings that surrounded it, and made the best of his way to Dalkeith. On reaching home, which he did before daylight, he tapped at the kitchen window, and on gaining admittance was informed that on the Saturday evening, after he had departed, his mother had been seized with an attack of British cholera, and was lying above extremely ill. She had been lamenting his absence extremely, and had scarcely ceased crying, "Oh, Ralph, Ralph, what a grief that you are away!" At 9 o'clock he was admitted to her room, but she was no longer in a condition to recognize him, and she died within a day or 2. Instances of this sort are numerous, but it would be tedious to narrate them, especially as there is little room for variety in the details. I shall therefore content myself with giving 1 or 2 specimens of each class, confining my examples to such as have been communicated to myself, except where any case of particular interest leads me to deviate from this plan. The frequency of such phenomena may be imagined when I mention that the instances I shall give, with few exceptions, have been collected with little trouble and without seeking beyond my own small circle of acquaintance. In the family of the above-named gentleman, Mr. R.E.S., there probably existed a faculty of presentiment, for in the year 1810, his elder brother being assistant surgeon on board the Gorgon war brig, his father dreamed that he was promoted to the Sparrowhawk, a ship he had then never heard of. Neither had the family received any intelligence of the young man for several months. He told his dream, and was well laughed at for his pains, but in a few weeks a letter arrived announcing the promotion. When Lord Burghersh was giving theatrical parties at Florence, a lady, Mrs. M., whose presence was very important, excused herself one evening, being in great alarm from having dreamed in the night that her sister in England was dead, which proved to be the fact. Mr. W., a young man at Glasgow College, not long since, dreamed that his aunt in Russia was dead. He noted the date of his dream on the window shutter of his chamber. In a short time the news of the lady's death arrived. The dates, however, did not accord, but on mentioning the circumstance to a friend, he was reminded that the adherence of the Russians to the old style reconciled the difference. A man of business in Glasgow lately dreamed that he saw a coffin on which was inscribed the name of a friend with the date of his death. Some time afterward he was summoned to attend the funeral of that person, who at the time of the dream was in good health, and he was struck with surprise on seeing the plate of the coffin bearing the very date he had seen in his dream. A French gentleman, Monsieur de V., dreamed some years since that he saw a tomb on which he read very distinctly the following date, 23rd June, 1840-something. There were also some initials, but so much effaced that he could not make them out. He mentioned the circumstance to his wife, and for some time they could not help dreading the recurrence of the ominous month. But as year after year passed and nothing happened, they had ceased to think of it, when at last the symbol was explained. On the 23rd of June, 1846, their only daughter died at the age of 17. Thus far, the instances I have related seem to resolve themselves into cases of simple clairvoyance or second sight in sleep, although in using these words I am very far from meaning to imply that I explain the thing or unveil its mystery. The theory above alluded to seems as yet the only one applicable to the facts, namely, that the senses being placed in a negative and passive state, the universal sense of the immortal spirit within, which sees and hears and knows, or rather, in one word, perceives without organs, becomes more or less free to work unclogged. That the soul is a mirror in which the spirit sees all things reflected is a modification of this theory, but I confess I find myself unable to attach any idea to this latter form of expression. Another view which I have heard suggested by an eminent person is that if it be true, as maintained by Dr. Wigan and some other physiologists, that our brains are double, it is possible that a polarity may exist between the two sides, by means of which the negative side may under certain circumstances become a mirror to the positive. It seems difficult to reconcile this notion with the fact that these perceptions occur most frequently when the brain is asleep. How far the sleep is perfect in general, however, we can never know. And of course, when the powers of speech and locomotion continue to be exercised, we are aware that it is only partial, in a more or less degree. In the case of magnetic sleepers, observation shows us that the auditory nerves are aroused by being addressed and fall asleep again as soon as they are left undisturbed. In most cases of natural sleep, the same process, if the voice were heard at all, would disperse sleep altogether, and it must be remembered that, as Dr. Holland says, sleep is a fluctuating condition, varying from one moment to another, and this allowance must be made when considering magnetic sleep also. It is by this theory of the duality of the brain, which seems to have many arguments in its favor, and the alternate sleeping and waking of the two sides, that Dr. Wigan seeks to account for the state of double or alternate consciousness above alluded to, and also for that strange sensation which most people have experienced of having witnessed a scene or heard a conversation at some indefinite period before, or even in some earlier state of existence. He thinks that one half of the brain being in a more active condition than the other, it takes cognizance of the scene first, and that thus the perceptions of the second, when they take place, appear to be a repetition of some former experiences. I confess this theory as regards this latter phenomenon is to me eminently unsatisfactory, and it is especially defective in not accounting for one of the most curious particulars connected with it, namely, that on these occasions people not only seem to recognize the circumstances as having been experienced before, but that they have very frequently an actual foreknowledge of what will be next said or done. Now, the explanation of this mystery, I incline to think, may possibly lie in the hypothesis I have suggested, namely, that in profound and what appears to us generally to have been dreamless sleep, we are clear seers. The map of coming events lies open before us, the spirit surveys it, but with the awakening of the sensuous organs, this dream life, with its aerial excursion, passes away, and we are translated into our other sphere of existence. But occasionally some flash of recollection, some ray of light from this visionary world in which we have been living, breaks in upon our external objective existence, and we recognize the locality, the voice, the very words as being but a reacting of some foregone scenes of a drama. The faculty of presentiment, of which every one must have heard instances, seems to have some affinity to the phenomenon last referred to. I am acquainted with a lady in whom this faculty is in some degree developed, who has evinced it by a consciousness of the moment when a death was taking place in her family, or among her connections, although she does not know who it is that has departed. I have heard of several cases of people hurrying homeward from a presentiment of fire, and Mr. M. of Calderwood was once, when absent from home, seized with such an anxiety about his family, that without being able in any way to account for it, he felt himself impelled to fly to them, and remove them from the house they were inhabiting, one wing of which fell down immediately afterward. No notion of such a misfortune had ever before occurred to him, nor was there any reason whatever to expect it, the accident originating from some defect in the foundations. A circumstance exactly similar to this is related by Stilling of Professor Bohm, teacher of mathematics at Marburg, who being one evening in company was suddenly seized with a conviction that he ought to go home. As, however, he was very comfortably taking his tea and had nothing to do at home, he resisted the admonition, but it returned with such force that at length he was obliged to yield. On reaching his house he found everything as he had left it, but he now felt himself urged to remove his bed from the corner in which it stood to another. But as it had always stood there, he resisted this impulsion also. However, the resistance was vain, absurd as it seemed. He felt he must do it. So he summoned the maid, and with her aid drew the bed to the other side of the room, after which he felt quite at ease, and returned to spend the rest of the evening with his friends. At 10 o'clock the party broke up, and he retired home and went to bed and to sleep. In the middle of the night he was awakened by a loud crash, and on looking out he saw that a large beam had fallen, bringing part of the ceiling with it, and was lying exactly on the spot his bed had occupied. A young servant girl in this neighborhood, who had been several years in an excellent situation, where she was much esteemed, was suddenly seized with a presentiment that she was wanted at home, and in spite of all representations she resigned her place and set out on her journey thither, where when she arrived she found her parents extremely ill, one of them mortally and in the greatest need of her services. No intelligence of their illness had reached her, nor could she herself in any way account for the impulse. I have heard of numerous well-authenticated cases of people escaping drowning from being seized with unaccountable presentiment of evil, where there were no external signs whatever to justify the apprehension. The story of Cazat, as related by La Harpe, is a very remarkable instance of this sort of faculty, and seems to indicate a power like that possessed by Zschokke, who relates in his autobiography that frequently while conversing with a stranger the whole circumstances of that person's previous life were revealed to him, even comprising details of places and persons. In the case of Cazat it was the future that was laid open to him, and he foretold to a company of eminent persons in the year 1788 the fate which awaited each individual, himself included, in consequence of the revolution then commencing. As this story is already in print, I forbear to relate it. One of the most remarkable cases of presentiment I know is that which occurred not very long since on board of one of Her Majesty's ships, when lying off Portsmouth. The officers being one day at the mess table, young Lieutenant P. suddenly laid down his knife and fork, pushed away his plate, and turned extremely pale. He then rose from the table, covering his face with his hands, and retired from the room. The president of the mess, supposing him to be ill, sent one of the young men to inquire what was the matter. At first Mr. P. was unwilling to speak, but on being pressed he confessed that he had been seized by a sudden and irresistible impression that a brother he had then in India was dead. "He died," said he, "on the 12th of August at 6 o'clock. I am perfectly certain of it." No arguments could overthrow this conviction, which in due course of post was verified to the letter. The young man had died at Cawnpore at the precise period mentioned. When any exhibition of this sort of faculty occurs in animals, which is by no means unfrequent, it is termed instinct, and we look upon it as what it probably is, only another and more rare development of that intuitive knowledge which enables them to seek their food and perform the other functions necessary for the maintenance of their existence and the continuance of their race. Now it is remarkable that the life of an animal is a sort of dream life. Their ganglionic system is more developed than that of man, and the cerebral less, and since it is doubtless from the greater development of the ganglionic system in women that they exhibit more frequent instances of such abnormal phenomena as I am treating of, than men, we may be perhaps justified in considering the faculty of presentiment in a human being as a suddenly awakened instinct, just as in an animal it is intensified instinct. Everybody has either witnessed or heard of instances of this sort of presentiment in dogs especially. For the authenticity of the following anecdote I can vouch, the traditions being very carefully preserved in the family concerned, from whom I have it. In the last century, Mr. P., a member of this family, who had involved himself in some of the stormy affairs of this northern part of the island, was one day surprised by seeing a favorite dog that was lying at his feet start suddenly up and seize him by the knee, which he pulled, not with violence, but in a manner that indicated a wish that his master should follow him to the door. The gentleman resisted the invitation for some time, till at length, the perseverance of the animal rousing his curiosity, he yielded, and was thus conducted by the dog into the most sequestered part of a neighboring thicket, where, however, he could see nothing to account for his dumb friend's proceeding, who now lay himself down quite satisfied, and seemed to wish his master to follow his example, which, determined to pursue the adventure and find out if possible what was meant, he did. A considerable time now elapsed before the dog would consent to his master's going home, but at length he arose and led the way thither, when the first news Mr. P. heard was that a party of soldiers had been there in quest of him, and he was shown the marks of their spikes which had been thrust through the bedclothes in their search. He fled and ultimately escaped, his life being thus preserved by his dog. Some years ago at Plymouth I had a brown spaniel that regularly with great delight accompanied my son and his nurse in their morning's walk. One day she came to complain to me that Tiger would not go out with them. Nobody could conceive the reason of so unusual a caprice, and unfortunately we did not yield to it, but forced him to go. In less than a quarter of an hour he was brought back so torn to pieces by a savage dog that had just come ashore from a foreign vessel, that it was found necessary to shoot him immediately. End of section 4. Recording by Philip Gould.
Chapter 5 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paezra, Utrecht. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE. Chapter 5. Warnings. Part 1. This comparison between the power of presentiment in a human being and the instincts of an animal may be offensive to some people, but it must be admitted that, as far as we can see, the manifestation is the same whatever be the cause. Now the body of an animal must be informed by an immaterial principle, let us call it soul or spirit or anything else, for it is evident that their actions are not the mere result of organization, and all I mean to imply is that this faculty of foreseeing must be inherent in intelligent spirit, let it be lodged in what form of flesh it may. While with regard to what instinct is, we are in the meanwhile in extreme ignorance, instinct being a word which, like imagination, everybody uses and nobody understands. Ennemoser and Schubert believe that the instinct by which animals seek their food consists in polarity, but I have met with only two modern theories which pretend to explain the phenomena of presentiment. The one is that the person is in a temporarily magnetic state, and that the presentiment is a kind of clairvoyance. That the faculty, like that of prophetic dreaming, is constitutional and chiefly manifested in certain families is well established. And the very unimportant events, such as visits and so forth, on which it frequently exercises itself, forbid us to seek an explanation in a higher source. It seems also to be quite independent of the will of the subject, as it was in the case of Schokke, who found himself thus led into the secrets of persons in whom he felt no manner of interest, while, where the knowledge might have been of use to him, he could not commend it. The theory of one half of the brain in a negative state, serving as a mirror to the other half, if admitted at all, may answer as well or better for these waking presentiments than for clear seeing in dreams. But for my own part, I incline very much to the views of that school of philosophers who adopt the first and more spiritual theory, which seems to me to offer fewer difficulties, while as regards our present nature and future hopes, it is certainly more satisfactory. Once admitted that the body is but a temporary dwelling of an immaterial spirit, the machine through which and by which in its normal states the spirit alone can manifest itself, I cannot see any great difficulty in conceiving that, in certain conditions of that body, their relations may be modified, and that the spirit may perceive by its own inherent quality, without the aid of its material vehicle, and as this condition of the body may arise from causes purely physical, we see at once why the revelations frequently regard such unimportant events. Plutarch, in his dialogue between Lamprius and Ammonius, observes that if the demons or protecting spirits that watch over mankind are disembodied souls, we ought not to doubt that those spirits, even when in the flesh, possess the faculties they now enjoy, since we have no reason to suppose that any new ones are conferred at the period of dissolution. For these faculties must be inherent, although temporarily obscured and weak and ineffective in their manifestations. As it is not when the sun breaks from behind the clouds that he first begins to shine, so it is not when the soul issues from the body as from a cloud that envelops it, that it first attains the power of looking into the future. But the events foreseen are not always unimportant, nor is the mode of the communication always of the same nature. I have mentioned above some instances wherein danger was avoided, and there are many of the same kind recorded in various works. And it is the number of instances of this description, corroborated by the universal agreement of all somnambulists of a higher order, which has induced a considerable section of the German psychologists to adopt the doctrine of guardian spirits, a doctrine which has prevailed more or less in all ages, and has been considered by many theologians to be supported by the Bible. There is in this country, and I believe in France also, though with more exceptions, such an extreme aversion to admit the possibility of anything like what is called supernatural agency, that the mere avowal of such a persuasion is enough to discredit one's understanding with a considerable part of the world, not excepting those who profess to believe in the Scriptures. Yet even apart from this latter authority, I cannot see anything repugnant to reason in such a belief. As far as we see of nature, there is a continued series from the lowest to the highest, and what right have we to conclude that we are the last link of the chain? Why may there not be a gamut of beings? That such should be the case is certainly in accordance with all that we see, and that we do not see them affords, as I said above, not a shadow of an argument against their existence. Man, immersed in business and pleasure, living only his sensuous life, is too apt to forget how limited those senses are, how merely designed for a temporary purpose, and how much may exist of which they can take no cognizance. The possibility admitted, the chief arguments against the probability of such a guardianship are the interference it implies with the free will of man on the one hand, and the rarity of this interference on the other. With respect to the first matter of free will, it is a subject of acknowledged difficulty, and beyond the scope of my work. Nobody can honestly look back upon his past life without feeling perplexed by the question of how far he was or was not able at the moment to resist certain impulsions which caused him to commit wrong or imprudent actions. And it must, I fear, ever remain a quaestio vexata how far our virtues and vices depend upon our organization. An organization whose constitution is beyond our own power in the first instance, although we may certainly improve or deteriorate it, but which we must admit at the same time to be, in its present deteriorated form, the ill result of the world's corruption, and the inherent penalty of the vices of our predecessors, whereby the sins of the fathers are visited upon the children into the third and fourth generation. There is, as the Scriptures say, but one way to salvation, though there are many to perdition. That is, though there are many wrongs, there's only one right. For truth is one, and our true liberty consists in being free to follow it. For we cannot imagine that anybody seeks his own perdition. And nobody, I conceive, loves vice for its own sake, as others love virtue. That is, because it is vice. So that, when they follow its dictates, we must conclude that they are not free, but in bondage, whosever bond-slave they be, whether of an evil spirit or of their own organization. And I think every human being who looks into himself will feel that he is in fact then only free when he is obeying the dictates of virtue, and that the language of Scripture, which speaks of sin as a bondage, is not only metaphorically but literally true. The warning a person of an impending danger or error implies no constraint. The subject of the warning is free to take the hint or not, as he pleases. We receive many cautions, both from other people and from our own consciences, which we refuse to benefit by. With regard to the second objection, it seems to have greater weight, for although the instances of presentiment are very numerous, taken apart they are certainly, as far as we know, still but exceptional cases. But here we must remember that an influence of this sort might be very continuously, though somewhat remotely, exercised in favor of an individual, without the occurrence of any instance of so striking a nature as to render the interference manifest. And certain it is that some people, I have met with several and very sensible persons too, have all their lives an intuitive persuasion of such a guardianship existing in relation to themselves. That in our normal states it was not intended we should hold sensible communion with the invisible world seems evident. But nature abounds in exceptions, and there may be conditions regarding both parties, the incorporated and the unincorporated spirit, which may at times bring them into a more intimate relation. No one who believes that consciousness is to survive the death of the body can doubt that the released spirit will then hold communion with its congeners, it being the fleshy tabernacles we inhabit, which alone disables us from doing so at present. But since the constitutions of bodies vary exceedingly, not only in different individuals, but in the same individuals at different times, may we not conceive the possibility of there existing conditions which, by diminishing the obstructions, render this communion practicable within certain limits? For there certainly are recorded and authentic instances of presentiments and warnings, that with difficulty admit of any other explanation, and that these admonitions are more frequently received in the state of sleep than of vigilance, rather furnishes an additional argument in favor of the last hypothesis. For if there be any foundation for the theories above suggested, it is then that, the sensuous functions being in abeyance, and the external life thereby shut out from us, the spirit would be most susceptible to the operations of spirit, whether of our deceased friends or of appointed ministers, if such there be. Young Stelling is of opinion that we must decide from the aim and object of the revelation whether it be a mere development of the faculty of presentiment or a case of spiritual intervention, but this would surely be a very erroneous mode of judging, since the presentiment that foresees a visit may foresee a danger, and show us how to avoid it, as in the following instance. A few years ago, Dr. W., now residing at Glasgow, dreamed that he received a summons to attend a patient at a place some miles from where he was living, that he started on horseback, and that, as he was crossing a moor, he saw a bull making furiously at him, whose horns he only escaped by taking refuge on a spot inaccessible to the animal, where he waited a long time, till some people, observing his situation, came to his assistance and released him. While at breakfast on the following morning, the summons came, and smiling at the odd coincidence, he started on horseback. He was quite ignorant of the road he had to go, but by and by he arrived at the moor, which he recognized, and presently the bull appeared, coming full tilt toward him. But his dream had shown him the place of refuge, for which he instantly made, and there he spent 3 or 4 hours, besieged by the animal, till the country people set him free. Dr. W. declares that, but for the dream, he should not have known in what direction to run for safety. A butcher named Bone, residing at Holytown, dreamed a few years since that he was stopped at a particular spot on his way to market, whither he was going on the following day to purchase cattle, by 2 men in blue clothes, who cut his throat. He told the dream to his wife, who laughed at him, but as it was repeated 2 or 3 times and she saw he was really alarmed, she advised him to join somebody who was going the same road. He accordingly listened till he heard a cart passing his door, and then went out and joined the man, telling him the reason for so doing. When they came to the spot, there actually stood the 2 men in blue clothes, who, seeing he was not alone, took to their heels and ran. Now, although the dream was here probably the means of saving Bone's life, there is no reason to suppose that this is a case of what is called supernatural intervention. The phenomenon would be sufficiently accounted for by the admission of the hypothesis I have suggested, namely, that he was aware of the impending danger in his sleep, and had been able, for some cause unknown to us, to convey the recollection into his waking state. I know instances in which, for several mornings previous to the occurrence of a calamity, persons have awakened with a painful sense of misfortune, for which they could not account, and which was dispersed as soon as they had time to reflect that they had no cause for uneasiness. This is the only kind of presentiment I ever experienced myself, but it has occurred to me twice in a very marked and unmistakable manner. As soon as the intellectual life, the life of the brain and the external world broke in, the instinctive life receded, and the intuitive knowledge was obscured. Or, according to Dr. Ennemoser's theory, the polar relations changed, and the nerves were busied with conveying sensuous impressions to the brain, their sensibility or positive state now being transferred from the internal to the external periphery. It is by the contrary change that Dr. Ennemoser seeks to explain the insensibility to pain of mesmerized patients. A circumstance of a similar kind to the above occurred in a well-known family in Scotland, the Rutherfords of E. A lady dreamed that her aunt, who resided at some distance, was murdered by a black servant. Impressed with the liveliness of the vision, she could not resist going to the house of her relation, where the man she had dreamed of, whom I think she had never before seen, opened the door to her. Upon this she induced a gentleman to watch in the adjoining room during the night, and toward morning, hearing a foot upon the stairs, he opened the door and discovered the black servant carrying up a coal scuttle full of coals, for the purpose, as he said, of lighting his mistress's fire. As this motive did not seem very probable, the coals were examined, and a knife found hidden among them, with which he afterward confessed he intended to have murdered his mistress, provided she made any resistance to a design he had formed of robbing her of a large sum of money, which he was aware she had that day received. The following case has been quoted in several medical works, at least in works written by learned doctors, and on that account I should not mention it here, but for the purpose of remarking on the extraordinary facility with which, while they do not question the fact, they dispose of the mystery. Mr. D. of Cumberland, when a youth, came to Edinburgh for the purpose of attending college, and was placed under the care of his uncle and aunt, Major and Mrs. Griffiths, who then resided in the castle. When the fine weather came, the young man was in the habit of making frequent excursions with others of his own age and pursuits, and one afternoon he mentioned that they had formed a fishing party and had bespoken a boat for the ensuing day. No objections were made to this plan, but in the middle of the night Mrs. Griffith screamed out, "The boat is sinking! Oh, save them!" Her husband said he supposed she had been thinking of the fishing party, but she declared she had never thought about it at all, and soon fell asleep again. But ere long she awoke a second time, crying out that she saw the boat sinking. It must have been the remains of the impression made by the other dream, she suggested to her husband, for I have no uneasiness whatever about the fishing party. But on going to sleep once more, her husband was again disturbed by her cries. "They are gone," she said, "the boat has sunk." She now really became alarmed, and without waiting for morning, she threw on her dressing gown and went to Mr. D., who was still in bed, and whom with much difficulty she persuaded to relinquish his proposed excursion. He consequently sent his servant to Leite with an excuse, and the party embarked without him. The day was extremely fine when they put to sea, but some hours afterward a storm arose in which the boat foundered, nor did any one of the number survive to tell the tale. "This dream is easily accounted for," say the learned gentlemen above alluded to, "from the dread all women have of the water, and the danger that attends boating on the Firth of Forth. Now I deny that all women have a dread of the water, and there is not the slightest reason for concluding that Mrs. Griffiths had. At all events, she affirms that she felt no uneasiness at all about the party, and one might take leave to think that her testimony upon that subject is of more value than that of persons who never had any acquaintance with her, and who were not so much as born at the time the circumstance occurred, which was in the year 1731. Besides, if Mrs. Griffith's dread arose simply from the dread all women have of the water, and that its subsequent verification was a mere coincidence, since women constantly risk their persons for voyages and boating excursions, such dreams should be extremely frequent. The fact of there being any accident impending or not having, according to this theory, no relation whatsoever to the phenomenon. And as for the danger that attends boating on the Firth of Forth, we must naturally suppose that, had it been considered so imminent, Major Griffiths would have at least endeavoured to dissuade a youth that was placed under his protection from risking his life so imprudently. It would be equally reasonable to explain away Dr. W.'s dream by saying that all gentlemen who have to ride across commons are in great dread of encountering a bull, commons in general being infested by that animal. Miss D., a friend of mine, was some time since invited to join a picnic excursion into the country. 2 nights before the day fixed for the expedition, she dreamed that the carriage she was to go in was overturned down a precipice. Impressed with her dream, she declined the excursion, confessing her reason and advising the rest of the party to relinquish their project. They laughed at her and persisted in their scheme. When subsequently she went to inquire how they had spent the day, she found the ladies confined to their beds from injuries received, the carriage having been overturned down a precipice. Still, this was only a coincidence. Another specimen of the haste with which people are willing to dispose of what they do not understand is afforded by a case that occurred not many years since in the north of Scotland, where a murder having been committed, a man came forward saying that he had dreamed that the pack of the murdered pedlar was hidden in a certain spot, where, on a search being made, it was actually found. They at first concluded he was himself the assassin, but the real criminal was afterward discovered, and it being asserted, though I have been told erroneously, that the 2 men had passed some time together since the murder, in a state of intoxication, it was decided that the crime and the place of concealment had been communicated to the pretended dreamer, and all who thought otherwise were laughed at. For why, say the rationalist, should not Providence have so ordered the dream as to have prevented the murder altogether? Who can answer that question, and whither would such a discussion lead us? Moreover, if this faculty of presentiment be a natural one, though only imperfectly and capriciously developed, there may have been no design in the matter. It is an accident, just in the same sense as an illness is an accident. that is, not without cause, but without a cause that we can penetrate. If, on the other hand, we have recourse to the intervention of spiritual beings, it may be answered that we are entirely ignorant of the conditions under which any such communication is possible, and that we cannot therefore come to any conclusions as to why so much is done and no more. But there is another circumstance to be observed in considering the case, which is that the dreamer is said to have passed some days in a state of intoxication. Now, even supposing this had been true, it is well known that the excitement of the brain caused by intoxication has occasionally produced a very remarkable exaltation of certain faculties. It is by means of either intoxicating draughts or vapors that the soothsayers of Lapland and Siberia place themselves in a condition to vaticinate, and we have every reason to believe that drugs producing similar effects were resorted to by the thaumaturgists of old, and by the witches of later days, of which I shall have more to say hereafter. But, as a case in point, I may here allude to the phenomena exhibited in a late instance of the application of ether by Professor Simpson of Edinburgh to a lady who was at the moment under circumstances not usually found very agreeable. She said that she was amusing herself delightfully by playing over a set of quadrilles which she had known in her youth, but had long forgotten them. But she now perfectly remembered them, and had played them over several times. Here was an instance of the exaltation of a faculty from intoxication, similar to that of the woman who, in her delirium, spoke a language which she had only heard in her childhood, and of which in her normal state she had no recollection. That the inefficiency of the communication or presentiment, or whatever it may be, is no argument against the fact of such dreams occurring, I can safely assert from cases which have come under my own knowledge. A professional gentleman, whose name would be a warrant for the truth of whatever he relates, told me the following circumstance regarding himself. He was, not very long since, at the seaside with his family, and among the rest he had with him one of his sons, a boy about 12 years of age, who was in the habit of bathing daily, his father accompanying him to the waterside. This had continued during the whole of their visit, and no idea of danger or accident had ever occurred to anybody. On the day preceding the one appointed for their departure, Mr. H., the gentleman in question, felt himself after breakfast surprised by an unusual drowsiness which, having vainly struggled to overcome, he at length fell asleep in his chair, and dreamed that he was attending his son to the bath as usual, when he suddenly saw the boy drowning, and that he himself had rushed into the water, dressed as he was, and brought him ashore. Though he was quite conscious of the dream when he awoke, he attached no importance to it. He considered it merely a dream, no more, and when some hours afterward the boy came into the room and said, "Now, Papa, it's time to go. This will be my last bath," his morning's vision did not even recur to him. They walked down to the sea as usual, and the boy went into the water, while the father stood composedly watching him from the beach, when suddenly the child lost his footing. A wave had caught him, and the danger of his being carried away was so imminent that without even waiting to take off his greatcoat, boots, or hat, Mr. H. rushed into the water, and was only just in time to save him. Here is a case of undoubted authenticity, which I take to be an instance of clear seeing or second sight in sleep. The spirit, with its intuitive faculty, saw what was impending. The sleeper remembered his dream, but the intellect did not accept the warning, and whether that warning was merely a subjective process, the clear seeing of the spirit, or whether it was effected by any external agency, the free will of the person concerned was not interfered with. I quote the ensuing similar case from the Frankfurt Journal, June 25th, 1837. A singular circumstance is said to be connected with the late attempt on the life of the Archbishop of Autun. The 2 nights preceding the attack, the prelate dreamed that he saw a man who was making repeated efforts to take away his life, and he awoke in extreme terror and agitation from the exertions he had made to escape the danger. The features and appearance of the man were so clearly imprinted on his memory that he recognized him the moment his eye fell upon him, which happened as he was coming out of church. The bishop hid his face and called his attendants, but the man had fired before he could make known his apprehensions. Facts of this description are far from uncommon. It appears that the assassin had entertained designs against the lives of the bishops of Dijon, Bourgois, and Nevers. The following case, which occurred a few years since in the north of England, and which I have from the best authority, is remarkable from the inexorable fatality which brought about the fulfilment of the dream. Mrs. K., a lady of family and fortune in Yorkshire, said to her son one morning on descending to breakfast, "Henry, what are you going to do today?" "I am going to hunt," replied the young man. "I am very glad of it," she answered. "I should not like you to go shooting, for I dreamed last night that you did so and were shot." The son answered gaily that he would take care not to be shot, and the hunting party rode away, but in the middle of the day they returned, not having found any sport. Mr. B., a visitor in the house, then proposed that they should go out with their guns and try to find some woodcocks. "I will go with you," returned the young man, "but I must not shoot today myself, for my mother dreamed last night I was shot, and although it is but a dream, she would be uneasy." They went, Mr. B. with his gun and Mr. K. without, but shortly afterward the beloved son was brought home dead. A charge from the gun of his companion had struck him in the eye, entered his brain, and killed him on the spot. Mr. B., the unfortunate cause of this accident and also the narrator of it, died but a few weeks since. It is well known that the murder of Mr. Percival by Bellingham was seen in sleep by a gentleman at York, who actually went to London in consequence of his dream, which was several times repeated. He arrived too late to prevent a calamity, neither would he have been believed had he arrived earlier. In the year 1461, a merchant was travelling toward Rome by Siena, when he dreamed that his throat was cut. He communicated his dream to the innkeeper, who did not like it, and advised him to pray and confess. He did so, and then rode forth, and was presently attacked by the priest he had confessed to, who had thus learned his apprehensions. He killed the merchant, but was betrayed and disappointed of his gains by the horse taking fright and running back to the inn with the money bags. I have related this story, though not a new one, on account of its singular resemblance to the following, which I take from a newspaper paragraph, but which I find mentioned as a fact in a continental publication. Singular verification of a dream. A letter from Hamburg contains the following curious story relative to the verification of a dream. It appears that a locksmith's apprentice, one morning lately, informed his master, Claude Soller, that on the previous night he dreamed that he had been assassinated on the road to Bergsdorf, a little town at about 2 hours' distance from Hamburg. The master laughed at the young man's credulity, and, to prove that he himself had little faith in dreams, insisted upon sending him to Bergsdorf with 140 $, which he owed to his brother-in-law who resided in the town. The apprentice, after in vain imploring his master to change his intention, was compelled to set out at about 11 o'clock. On arriving at the village of Bilwerder, about halfway between Hamburg and Bergsdorf, he recollected his dream with terror, but perceiving the baillie of the village at a little distance talking to some of his workmen, he accosted him and acquainted him with his singular dream, at the same time requesting that, as he had money about his person, one of his workmen might be allowed to accompany him for protection across a small wood which lay in his way. The baillie smiled, and in obedience to his orders one of his men set out with the young apprentice. The next day the corpse of the latter was conveyed by some peasants to the baillie, along with a reaping hook which had been found by his side, and with which the throat of the murdered youth had been cut. The baillie immediately recognized the instrument as one which he had on the previous day given to the workman who had served as the apprentice's guide, for the purpose of pruning some willows. The workman was apprehended, and on being confronted with the body of his victim made a full confession of his crime, adding that the recital of the dream had alone prompted him to commit the horrible act. The assassin, who is 35 years of age, is a native of Bilwerder, and, previously to the perpetration of the murder, had always borne an irreproachable character. The life of the great Harvey was saved by the governor of Dover refusing to allow him to embark for the continent with his friends. The vessel was lost, with all on board, and the governor confessed to him that he had detained him in consequence of an injunction he had received in a dream to do so. There is a very curious circumstance related by Mr. Ward in his Illustrations of Human Life, regarding the late Sir Evan Nepean, which I believe is perfectly authentic. I have at least been assured by persons well acquainted with him that he himself testified to its truth. Being at the time secretary to the Admiralty, he found himself one night unable to sleep, and urged by an undefinable feeling that he must rise, though it was then only 2 o'clock, he accordingly did so and went into the park, and from that to the Home Office, which he entered by a private door of which he had the key. He had no object in doing this, and, to pass the time, he took up a newspaper that was lying on the table, and there read a paragraph to the effect that a reprieve had been dispatched to York for the man condemned for coining. The question occurred to him, was it indeed dispatched? He examined the books and found it was not, and it was only by the most energetic proceedings that the thing was carried through and reached York in time to save the man. Is not this like the agency of a protecting spirit urging Sir Evan to this discovery in order that these men might be spared, or that those concerned might escape the remorse they would have suffered for their criminal neglect? It is a remarkable fact that somnambulists of the highest order believe themselves attended by a protecting spirit. To those who do not believe, because they have never witnessed the phenomena of somnambulism, or who look upon the disclosures of persons in that state as the mere raving of hallucination, this authority will necessarily have no weight. But even to such persons the universal coincidence must be considered worthy of observation, though it be regarded only as a symptom of disease. I believe I have remarked elsewhere that many persons who have not the least tendency to somnambulism or any proximate malady have all their lives an intuitive feeling of such a guardianship, and not to mention Socrates and the ancients. There are, besides, numerous recorded cases in modern times, in which persons, not somnambulic, have declared themselves to have seen and held communication with their spiritual protector. The case of the girl called Ludwiger, who in her infancy had lost her speech and the use of her limbs, and who was earnestly committed by her mother when dying to the care of her elder sisters, is known to many. These young women piously fulfilled their engagement till the wedding day of one of them caused them to forget their charge. On recollecting it at length, they hastened home and found the girl, to their amazement, sitting up in her bed, and she told them that her mother had been there and given her food. She never spoke again, and soon after died. This circumstance occurred at Dessau not many years since, and is, according to Schubert, a perfectly established fact in that neighborhood. The girl, at no other period of her life, exhibited any similar phenomena, nor had she ever displayed any tendency to spectral illusions. The wife of a respectable citizen named Arnold at Heilbronn held constant communication with her protecting spirit, who warned her of impending dangers, approaching visitors, and so forth. He was only once visible to her, and it was in the form of an old man. But his presence was felt by others as well as herself, and they were sensible that the air was stirred, as by a breath. Jung Stilling publishes a similar account, which was bequeathed to him by a very worthy and pious minister of the Church. The subject of the guardianship was his own wife, and the spirit first appeared to her after her marriage in the year 1799, as a child, attired in a white robe, while she was busy in her bedchamber. She stretched out her hand to take hold of the figure, but it disappeared. It frequently visited her afterward, and in answer to her inquiries said, "I died in my childhood." It came to her at all hours, whether alone or in company, and not only at home but elsewhere, and even when travelling, assisting her when in danger. It sometimes floated in the air, spake to her in its own language, which somehow, she says, she understood and could speak too. And it was once seen by another person. He bade her call him Emmanuel. She earnestly begged him to show himself to her husband, but he alleged that it would make him ill, and cause his death. On asking him wherefore, he answered, "Few persons are able to see such things." Her 2 children, one 6 years old and the other younger, saw this figure as well as herself. Schubert, in his Geschichte der Seele, relates that the ecclesiastical councillor Schwartz of Heidelberg, when about 12 years of age, and at a time that he was learning the Greek language but knew very little about it, dreamed that his grandmother, a very pious woman to whom he had been much attached, appeared to him, and unfolded a parchment inscribed with Greek characters which foretold the fortunes of his future life. He read it off with as much facility as if it had been in German, but being dissatisfied with some particulars of the prediction, he begged they might be changed. His grandmother answered him in Greek, whereupon he awoke, remembering the dream, but in spite of all the efforts to arrest them, he was unable to recall the particulars the parchment had contained. The answer of his grandmother, however, he was able to grasp before it had fled his memory, and he wrote down the words, but the meaning of them he could not discover without the assistance of his grammar and lexicon. Being interpreted, they proved to be these: "As it is prophesied to me, so I prophesy to thee." He had written the words in a volume of Gressner's works, being the first thing he laid his hand on, and he often philosophized on them in later days, when they chanced to meet his eye. How, he says, should he have been able to read and produce that in his sleep, which in his waking state he would have been quite incapable of? Even long after, when I left school, he adds, I could scarcely have put together such a sentence, and it is extremely remarkable that the feminine form was observed in conformity with the sex of the speaker. The words were these: Auta grisum auditaisa grisumodueo soi. Grotius relates that when Mr. de Saumaise was councillor of the Parliament at Dijon, a person who knew not a word of Greek brought him a paper on which was written some words in that language, but not in the character. He said that a voice had uttered them to him in the night, and that he had written them down, imitating the sound as well as he could. Mons de Saumaise made out that the signification of the words was, "Begone, do ye not see that death impends?" Without comprehending what danger was predicted, the person obeyed the mandate and departed. On that night the house that he had been lodging in fell to the ground. The difficulty in these 2 cases is equally great, apply to it whatever explanation we may, for even if the admonitions proceeded from some friendly guardian, as we might be inclined to conclude, it is not easy to conceive why they should have been communicated in a language the persons did not understand. End of Chapter 5. Warnings, Part 1. Recording by Paezra, Utrecht. Chapter 5 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paezra, Utrecht. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE. Chapter 5. Warnings, Part 2. After the death of Dante, it was discovered that the 13th canto of the Paradiso was missing. Great search was made for it, but in vain, and to the regret of everybody concerned, it was at length concluded that it had either never been written or had been destroyed. The quest was therefore given up, and some months had elapsed when Pietro Alighieri, his son, dreamed that his father had appeared to him and told him that if he removed a certain panel near the window of the room in which he had been accustomed to write, the 13th canto would be found. Pietro told his dream and was laughed at, of course. However, as the canto did not turn up, it was thought as well to examine the spot indicated in the dream. The panel was removed, and there lay the missing canto behind it, much mildewed, but, fortunately, still legible. If it be true that the dead do return sometimes to solve our perplexities, here was not an unworthy occasion for the exercise of such a power. We can imagine the spirit of the great poet still clinging to the memory of his august work, immortal as himself, the record of those high thoughts which can never die. There are numerous curious accounts extant of persons being awakened by the calling of a voice which announced some impending danger to them. 3 boys are sleeping in the wing of a castle, and the eldest is awakened by what appears to him to be the voice of his father calling him by name. He rises and hastens to his parents' chamber, situated in another part of the building, where he finds his father asleep, who on being awakened assures him that he had not called him, and the boy returns to bed. But he is scarcely asleep before the circumstance recurs, and he goes again to his father with the same result. A 3rd time he falls asleep, and a 3rd time he is aroused by the voice, too distinctly heard for him to doubt his senses. And now, alarmed at he knows not what, he rises and takes his brothers with him to his father's chamber. And while they are discussing the singularity of the circumstance, a crash is heard, and that wing of the castle in which the boys slept falls to the ground. This incident excited so much attention in Germany that it was recorded in a ballad. It is related by Ameraldus that Monsieur Calignan, Chancellor of Navarre, dreamed 3 successive times in one night at Bern that a voice called to him and bade him quit the place, as the plague would soon break out in that town, that in consequence he removed his family, and the result justified his flight. A German physician relates that a patient of his told him that he dreamed repeatedly one night that a voice bade him go to his hop garden, as there were thieves there. He resisted the injunction some time, till at length he was told that if he delayed any longer he would lose all his produce. Thus urged he went at last, and arrived just in time to see the thieves, loaded with sacks, making away from the opposite side of the hop ground. And Madame von Militz found herself under the necessity of parting with a property which had long been in her family. When the bargain was concluded and she was preparing to remove, she solicited permission of the new proprietor to carry away with her some little relic, as a memento of former days, a request which he uncivilly denied. On one of the nights that preceded her departure from the home of her ancestors, she dreamed that a voice spoke to her and bade her go to the cellar and open a certain part of the wall, where she would find something that nobody would dispute with her. Impressed with her dream, she sent for a bricklayer, who, after long seeking, discovered a place which appeared less solid than the rest. A hole was made, and in a niche was found a goblet, which contained something that looked like a pot-pourri. On shaking out the contents, there lay at the bottom a small ring, on which was engraven the name Anna von Militz. A friend of mine, Mr. Charles Kirkpatrick Sharp, has some coins that were found exactly in the same manner. The child of a Mr. Christison, in whose house his father was lodging in the year 1781, dreamed that there was a treasure hid in the cellar. Her father had no faith in the dream, but Mr. Sharp had the curiosity to have the place dug up, and a copper pot was found full of coins. A very singular circumstance was related to me by Mr. J., as having occurred not long since to himself. A tonic had been prescribed to him by his physician, for some slight derangement of the system, and as there was no good chemist in the village he inhabited, he was in the habit of walking to a town about 5 miles off, to get the bottle filled as occasion required. One night that he had been to M for this purpose, and had obtained his last supply, for he was now recovered, and about to discontinue the medicine, a voice seemed to warn him that some great danger was impending. His life was in jeopardy. Then he heard, but not with his outward ear, a beautiful prayer. It was not myself that prayed, he said. The prayer was far beyond anything I am capable of composing. it spoke of me in the third person always as he, and supplicated that for the sake of my widowed mother this calamity might be averted. My father had been dead some months. I was sensible of all this, yet I cannot say whether I was asleep or awake. When I rose in the morning, the whole was present to my mind, although I had slept soundly in the interval. I felt, however, as if there was some mitigation of the calamity, though what the danger was with which I was threatened I had no notion. When I was dressed, I prepared to take my medicine. But on lifting the bottle, I fancied that the colour was not the same as usual. I looked again and hesitated, and finally, instead of taking 2 tablespoons, which was my accustomed dose, I took but 1. Fortunate it was that I did so. The apothecary had made a mistake. The drug was poison. I was seized with violent vomiting and other alarming symptoms from which I was with difficulty recovered. Had I taken the 2 spoonfuls, I should probably not have survived to tell the tale. The manner in which I happened to obtain these particulars is not uninteresting. I was spending the evening with Mr. Wordsworth at Rydal, when he mentioned to me that a stranger who had called on him that morning had quoted 2 lines from his poem of Laodamia, which he said to him had a peculiar interest. They were these: "The invisible world with thee had sympathized, be thy affections raised and solemnized." I do not know what he alludes to, said Mr. Wordsworth, but he gave me to understand that these lines had a deep meaning for him, and that he had himself been the subject of such a sympathy. Upon this I sought the stranger whose address the poet gave me, and thus learned the above particulars from himself. His very natural persuasion was that the interceding spirit was his father. He described the prayer as one of earnest anguish. One of the most remarkable instances of warning that has come to my knowledge is that of Mr. M. of Kingsborough. This gentleman, being on a voyage to America, dreamed, one night, that a little old man came into his cabin and said, "Get up, your life is in danger." Upon which Mr. M. awoke, but considering it to be only a dream, he soon composed himself to sleep again. The dream, however, if such it were, recurred, and the old man urged him still more strongly to get up directly, but he still persuaded himself it was only a dream, and after listening a few minutes and hearing nothing to alarm him, he turned round and addressed himself once more to sleep. But now the old man appeared again, and angrily bade him rise instantly and take his gun and ammunition with him, for he had not a moment to lose. The injunction was now so distinct that Mr. M. felt he could no longer resist it, so he hastily dressed himself, took his gun, and ascended to the deck, where he had scarcely arrived when the ship struck on a rock, which he and several others contrived to reach. The place, however, was uninhabited, and but for his gun they would never have been able to provide themselves with food till a vessel arrived to their relief. Now these can scarcely be looked upon as instances of clear seeing or of second sight in sleep, which in Denmark is called first seeing, I believe. For in neither case did the sleeper perceive the danger, much less the nature of it. If therefore we refuse to attribute them to some external protecting influence, they resolve themselves into cases of vague presentiment. But it must then be admitted that the mode of manifestation is very extraordinary, so extraordinary indeed, that we fall into fully as great a difficulty as that offered by the supposition of a guardian spirit. An American clergyman told me that an old woman, with whom he was acquainted, who had 2 sons, heard a voice say to her in the night, "John's dead." This was her eldest son. Shortly afterward, the news of his death arriving, she said to the person who communicated the intelligence to her, "If John's dead, then I know that David is dead too, for the same voice has since told me so." And the event proved that the information, whencever it came, was correct. Not many years since, Captain S. was passing a night at the manse of Strachur in Argyllshire, then occupied by a relation of his own. Shortly after he retired, the bed curtains were opened, and somebody looked in upon him. Supposing it to be some inmate of the house who was not aware that the bed was occupied, he took no notice of the circumstance. till it being 2 or 3 times repeated, he at length said, "What do you want? Why do you disturb me in this manner?" "I come," replied a voice, "to tell you that this day 12th you will be with your father." After this Captain S. was no more disturbed. In the morning he related the circumstance to his host, though being an entire disbeliever in all such phenomena, without attaching any importance to the warning. In the natural course of events, and quite irrespective of this visitation, on that day 12th, he was again at the Manse of Strachur on his way to the north, for which purpose it was necessary that he should cross the ferry to Craigie. The day was, however, so exceedingly stormy that his friend begged him not to go, but he pleaded his business, adding that he was determined not to be withheld from his intention by the ghost, and although the minister delayed his departure by engaging him in a game of backgammon, he at length started up, declaring he should stay no longer. They therefore proceeded to the water, but they found the boat moored to the side of the lake, and the boatman assured them that it would be impossible to cross. Captain S. however insisted, and as the old man was firm in his refusal, he became somewhat irritated, and laid his cane lightly across his shoulders. "It ill becomes you, sir," said the ferryman, "to strike an old man like me. But since you will have your way, you must. I cannot go with you, but my son will. But you will never reach the other side. He will be drowned, and you too." The boat was then set afloat, and Captain S., together with his horse and servant and the ferryman's son, embarked in it. The distance was not great, but the storm was tremendous, and, after having with great difficulty got halfway across the lake, it was found impossible to proceed. The danger of tacking was of course considerable, but since they could not advance, there was no alternative but to turn back, and it was resolved to attempt it. The manoeuvre, however, failed, the boat capsized, and they were all precipitated into the water. "You keep hold of the horse, I can swim," said Captain S. to his servant, when he saw what was about to happen. Being an excellent swimmer, and the distance from the shore inconsiderable, he hoped to save himself. But he had on a heavy top-coat with boots and spurs. The coat he contrived to take off in the water, and then struck out with confidence. But alas, the coat had got entangled with one of the spurs, and as he swam it clung to him, getting heavier and heavier as it became saturated with water, ever dragging him beneath the stream. He, however, reached the shore, where his anxious friend still stood watching the event, and as the latter bent over him he was just able to make a gesture with his hand, which seemed to say, "You see, it was to be," and then expired. The boatman was also drowned, but by the aid of the horse the servant escaped. As I do not wish to startle my readers, nor draw too suddenly on their faith, I have commenced with this class of phenomena, which it must be admitted are sufficiently strange, and if true must also be admitted to be well worthy of attention. No doubt these cases, and still more those to which I shall next proceed, give a painful shock to the received notions of polished and educated society in general, especially in this country, where the analytical or scientifical psychology of the 18th century has almost superseded the study of synthetic or philosophical psychology. It has become accustomed to look at all the phenomena regarding man in a purely physiological point of view. For although it is admitted that he has a mind, and although there is such a science as metaphysics, the existence of what we call mind is never considered but as connected with the body. We know that body can exist without mind, for not to speak of certain living conditions, the body subsists without mind when the spirit has fled. Albeit without the living principle, it can subsist but for a short period, except under particular circumstances. But we seem to have forgotten that mind, though dependent upon body as long as the connection between them continues, can yet subsist without it. There have indeed been philosophers, purely materialistic, who have denied this, but they are not many, and not only the whole Christian world, but all who believe in a future state must perforce admit it. For even those who hold that most unsatisfactory doctrine, that there will be neither memory nor consciousness till a second incorporation takes place, will not deny that the mind, however in a state of abeyance and unable to manifest itself, must still subsist as an inherent property of man's immortal part. Even if, as some philosophers believe, the spirit, when freed from the body by death, returns to the deity and is reabsorbed into the being of God, not to become again a separate entity until reincorporated, still what we call mind cannot be disunited from it. And when once we have begun to conceive of mind and consequently of perception as separated from and independent of bodily organs, it will not be very difficult to apprehend that those bodily organs must circumscribe and limit the view of the spiritual indweller, which must otherwise be necessarily perceptive of spirit like itself, though perhaps unperceptive of material objects and obstructions. It is perfectly evident to me, said Socrates in his last moments, that to see clearly we must detach ourselves from the body, and perceive by the soul alone. Not while we live, but when we die, will that wisdom which we desire and love be first revealed to us. It must be then or never that we shall attain to true understanding and knowledge, since by means of the body we never can. But if during life we would make the nearest approaches possible to its possession, it must be by divorcing ourselves as much as in us lies from the flesh and its nature. In their spiritual views and apprehension of the nature of man, how these old heathens shame us. The scriptures teach us that God chose to reveal himself to his people chiefly in dreams, and we are entitled to conclude that the reason of this was that the spirit was then more free to the reception of spiritual influences and impressions. And the class of dreams to which I next proceed seem to be best explained by this hypothesis. It is also to be remarked that the awe or fear which pervades a mortal at the mere conception of being brought into relation with a spirit has no place in sleep, whether natural or magnetic. There is no fear then, no surprise, we seem to meet on an equality. Is it not that we meet spirit to spirit? Is it not that our spirit being then released from the trammels, the dark chamber of the flesh, it does enjoy a temporary equality? Is not that true that some German psychologist has said the magnetic man is a spirit? There are numerous instances to be met with of persons receiving information in their sleep, which either is or seems to be communicated by their departed friends. The approach of danger, the period of the sleeper's death, or of that of some persons beloved, has been frequently made known in this form of dream. Dr. Binz quotes from Cardanus the case of Johannes Maria Maurocenius, a Venetian senator, who, while governor of Dalmatia, saw in a dream one of his brothers, to whom he was much attached. The brother embraced him and bade him farewell, because he was going into the other world. Maurocenius, having followed him a long way weeping, awoke in tears, and expressed much anxiety respecting this brother. Shortly afterward he received tidings from Venice that this Domatus, of whom he had dreamed, had died on the night and the hour of the dream, of a pestilential fever, which had carried him off in 3 days. On the night of the 21st of June, in the year 1813, a lady residing in the north of England dreamed that her brother, who was then with his regiment in Spain, appeared to her saying, "Mary, I die this day at Vittoria." Vittoria was a town which, previous to the famous battle, was not generally known even by name in this country, and this dreamer, among others, had never heard of it. But, on rising, she eagerly resorted to a gazetteer for the purpose of ascertaining if such a place existed. On finding that it was so, she immediately ordered her horses and drove to the house of a sister, some 8 or 9 miles off, and her first words on entering the room were, "Have you heard anything of John?" "No," replied the second sister, "but I know he is dead. He appeared to me last night in a dream, and told me that he was killed at Vittoria." I've been looking into the gazetteer and the atlas, and I find there is such a place, and I am sure that he is dead." And so it proved. The young man died that day at Vittoria, and I believe on the field of battle. If so, it is worthy of observation that the communication was not made till the sisters slept. A similar case to this is that of Miss D. of G., who one night dreamed that she was walking about the washing greens when a figure approached, which she recognized as that of a beloved brother who was at that time with the British Army in America. It gradually faded away into a kind of anatomy, holding up its hands, through which the light could be perceived, and asking for clothes to dress a body for the grave. The dream recurred more than once in the same night, and apprehending some misfortune, Miss D. noted down the date of the occurrence. In due course of post, the news arrived that his brother had been killed at the Battle of Bunker's Hill. Miss D., who died only within the last few years, though unwilling to speak of the circumstance, never refused to testify to it as a fact. Here, supposing this to be a real apparition, we see an instance of that desire for decent obsequies so constantly attributed by the ancients to the souls of the dead. When the German poet Collin died at Vienna, a person named Hartmann, who was his friend, found himself very much distressed by the loss of 120 florins, which he had paid for the poet under a promise of reimbursement. As this sum formed a large portion of his whole possessions, the circumstance was occasioning him considerable anxiety, when he dreamed one night that his deceased friend appeared to him, and bade him immediately set 2 florins on number 11 on the first calling of the little lottery or lotto, then about to be drawn. He was bade to confine his venture to 2 florins, neither less nor more, and to communicate this information to nobody. Hartmann availed himself of the hint, and obtained the prize of 130 florins. Since we look upon lotteries in this country as an immoral species of gambling, it may be raised as an objection to this dream that such intelligence was an unworthy mission for a spirit, supposing the communication to have been actually made by Collin. But, in the first place, we have only to do with facts, and not with their propriety or impropriety according to our notions. And by I shall endeavour to show that such discrepancies possibly arise from the very erroneous notions commonly entertained of the state of those who have disappeared from the terrestrial life. Simonides, the poet, arriving at the seashore with the intention of embarking on board a vessel on the ensuing day, found an unburied body, which he immediately desired should be decently interred. On the same night this deceased person appeared to him, and bade him by no means go to sea as he had proposed. Simonides obeyed the injunction, and beheld the vessel founder as he stood on the shore. He raised a monument on the spot to the memory of his preserver, which is said still to exist, on which are engraven some lines to the effect that it was dedicated by Simonides, the poet of Chaos, in gratitude to the dead who had preserved him from death. A much esteemed secretary died a few years since in the house of Mr. R. von N. About 8 weeks afterward, Mr. R. himself being ill, his daughter dreamed that the house bell rang, and that on looking out she perceived the secretary at the door. Having admitted him, and inquired what he was come for, he answered, to fetch somebody. Upon which, alarmed for her father, she exclaimed, "I hope not my father." He shook his head solemnly, in a manner that implied it was not the old man he had come for, and turned away toward a guest chamber, at that time vacant, and there disappeared at the door. The father recovered, and the lady left home for a few days on a visit. On her return, she found her brother had arrived in the interval to pay a visit to his parents, and was lying sick in that room where he died. I will here mention a curious circumstance regarding Mr. H., the gentleman alluded to in a former page, who being at the seaside saw in a dream the danger that awaited his son when he went to bathe. This gentleman has frequently, on waking, felt a consciousness that he had been conversing with certain persons of his acquaintance, and indeed with some of whom he knew little, and has afterward, not without a feeling of awe, learned that these persons had died during the hours of his sleep. Do not such circumstances entitle us to entertain the idea that I have suggested above, namely, that in sleep the spirit is free to see and to know, and to communicate with spirit, although the memory of this knowledge is rarely carried into the waking state. The story of the two Arcadians who travelled together to Megara, though reprinted in other works, I cannot omit here. One of these established himself, on the night of their arrival, at the house of a friend, while the other sought shelter in a public lodging-house for strangers. During the night the latter appeared to the former in a dream, and besought him to come to his assistance, as his villainous host was about to take his life, and only the most speedy aid could save him. The dreamer started from his sleep, and his first movement was to obey the summons, but reflecting that it was only a dream, he presently lay down and composed himself again to rest. But now his friend appeared to him a second time, disfigured by blood and wounds, conjuring him, since he had not listened to his first entreaties, that he would at least avenge his death. His host, he said, had murdered him, and was at that moment depositing his body in a dung cart, for the purpose of conveying it out of the town. The dreamer was thoroughly alarmed, arose, and hastened to the gates of the city, where he found, waiting to pass out, exactly such a vehicle as his friend had described. A search being instituted, the body was found underneath the manure, and the host was consequently seized and delivered over to the chastisement of the law. Who shall venture to assert, says Dr. Ennemoser, that this communing with the dead in sleep is merely a subjective phenomenon, and that the presence of these apparitions is a pure illusion? A circumstance fully as remarkable as any recorded occurred at Odessa in the year 1842. An old blind man named Michel had for many years been accustomed to get his living by seating himself every morning on a beam in one of the timber yards, with a wooden bowl at his feet, into which the passengers cast their alms. This long-continued practice had made him well known to the inhabitants, and, as he was believed to have been formerly a soldier, his blindness was attributed to the numerous wounds he had received in battle. For his own part, he spoke little, and never contradicted this opinion. One night Michel, by some accident, fell in with a little girl of 10 years old, named Pauleska, who was friendless, and on the verge of perishing with cold and hunger. The old man took her home, and adopted her, and from that time, instead of sitting in the timber yards, he went about the streets in her company, asking alms at the doors of the houses. The child called him father, and they were extremely happy together. But when they pursued this mode of life for about 5 years, a misfortune befell them. A theft having been committed in a house which they had visited in the morning, Pauleska was suspected and arrested, and the blind man was left once more alone. But instead of resuming his former habits, he now disappeared altogether, and this circumstance causing the suspicion to extend to him, the girl was brought before the magistrate to be interrogated with regard to his probable place of concealment. "Do you know where Michel is?" said the magistrate. "He is dead," replied she, shedding a torrent of tears. As the girl had been shut up for 3 days, without any means of obtaining information from without, this answer, together with her unfeigned distress, naturally excited considerable surprise. "Who told you he was dead?" they inquired. "Nobody." "Then how can you know it?" "I saw him killed." "But you have not been out of the prison?" "But I saw it nevertheless." "But how was that possible? Explain what you mean." "I cannot. All I can say is that I saw him killed." "When was he killed, and how?" "It was the night I was arrested." "That cannot be. He was alive when you were seized." "Yes, he was. He was killed an hour after that. They stabbed him with a knife." Where were you then?" "I can't tell, but I saw it." The confidence with which the girl asserted what seemed to her hearers impossible and absurd disposed them to imagine that she was either really insane or pretending to be so. So leaving Michel aside, they proceeded to interrogate her about the robbery, asking her if she was guilty. "Oh no," she answered. "Then how came the property to be found about you?" "I don't know, I saw nothing but the murder." "But there are no grounds for supposing Michel is dead. His body has not been found." "It is in the aqueduct." "And do you know who slew him?" "Yes, it is a woman. Michel was walking very slowly after I was taken from him. A woman came behind him with a large kitchen knife, but he heard her and turned round, and then the woman flung a piece of grey stuff over his head and struck him repeatedly with the knife. The grey stuff was much stained with the blood. Michel fell at the 8th blow, and the woman dragged the body to the aqueduct and let it fall in without ever lifting the stuff which stuck to his face." As it was easy to verify these latter assertions, they dispatched people to the spot, and there the body was found, with the piece of stuff over his head exactly as he described. But when they asked her how she knew all this, she could only answer, "I don't know." "But you know who killed him?" "Not exactly. It is the same woman that put out his eyes. But perhaps he will tell me her name tonight, and if he does, I will tell it to you." "Whom do you mean by he?" "Why, Michel, to be sure." During the whole of the following night, without allowing her to suspect their intention, they watched her, and it was observed that she never lay down, but sat upon the bed in a sort of lethargic slumber. Her body was quite motionless, except at intervals, when this repose was interrupted by violent nervous shocks, which pervaded her whole frame. On the ensuing day, the moment she was brought before the judge, she declared that she was now able to tell them the name of the assassin. "But stay," said the magistrate, "did Michel never tell you, when he was alive, how he lost his sight?" "No, but the morning before I was arrested, he promised me to do so, and that was the cause of his death." "How could that be?" "Last night Michel came to me, and he pointed to the man hidden behind the scaffolding on which he and I had been sitting. He showed me the man listening to us, when he said, 'I'll tell you all about that tonight,' and then the man—" "Do you know the name of this man?" "It is Luck. He went afterward to a broad street that leads down to the harbour, and he entered the 3rd house on the right." "What is the name of the street?" "I don't know, but the house is 1 story lower than the adjoining ones. Luck told Catherine what he had heard, and she proposed to him to assassinate Michel, but he refused, saying it was bad enough to have burnt out his eyes 15 years before, while he was asleep at your door, and to have kidnapped him into the country. Then I went in to ask charity, and Catherine put a piece of plate into my pocket, that I might be arrested. Then she hid herself behind the aqueduct to wait for Michel, and she killed him." "But since you say all this, why did you keep the plate? Why didn't you give information?" "But I didn't see it then. Michel showed it me last night." "But what should induce Catherine to do this?" "Michel was her husband, and she had forsaken him to come to Odessa and marry again. One night, 15 years ago, she saw Michel, who had come to seek her. She slipped hastily into her house, and Michel, who thought she had not seen him, lay down at her door to watch. But he fell asleep, and then Luck burnt out his eyes and carried him to a distance." "And is it Michel who has told you this?" "Yes, he came very pale and covered with blood, and he took me by the hand and showed me all this with his fingers." Upon this, Luck and Catherine were arrested, and it was ascertained that she had actually been married to Michel in the year 1819 at Kherson. They at first denied the accusation, but Powleska insisted, and they subsequently confessed the crime. When they communicated the circumstances of the confession to Powleska, she said, "I was told it last night." This affair naturally excited great interest, and people all around the neighborhood hastened into the city to learn the sentence. End of Chapter 5. Warnings, Part 2.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by CROWE. Chapter 7, Part 1. Double dreaming and trance. Among the phenomena of the dream life which we have to consider, that of double dreaming forms a very curious department. A somewhat natural introduction to this subject may be found in the cases above recorded of Professor Herder and Mr. S. of Edinburgh, who appear in their sleep to have received so lively an impression of those earnest wishes of their dying friends to see them, that they found themselves irresistibly impelled to obey the spiritual summons. These two cases occurred to men engaged in active daily life and in normal physical conditions, on which account I particularly refer to them here, although many similar ones might be adduced. With respect to this subject of double dreaming, Dr. Ennemoser thinks that it is not so difficult to explain as might appear on first view, since he considers that there exists an indisputable sympathy between certain organisms, especially where connected by relationship or by affection, which may be sufficient to account for the supervention of simultaneous thoughts, dreams, or presentiments. And I have met with some cases where the magnetizer and his patient have been the subjects of this phenomena. With respect to the power asserted to have been frequently exercised by causing or suggesting dreams by an operator at a distance from the sleeper, Dr. E. considers the two parties to stand in a positive and negative relation to each other. The antagonistic power of the sleeper being equal 0, he becomes a perfectly passive recipient of the influence exerted by his positive half, if I may use the expression, for where such a polarity is established, the two beings seem to be almost blended into one, while Dr. Passavent observes that we cannot pronounce what may be the limits of the nervous force, which certainly is not bounded by the termination of its material conductors. I have yet myself met with no instance of dream compelling by a person at a distance, but Dr. Ennemoser says that Agrippa von Nettesheim asserts that this can assuredly be done, and also that the abbot Trithemius and others possess the power. In modern times, Wessermann in Dusseldorf pretended to the same faculty and affirms that he had frequently exercised it. All such phenomena Dr. Passavent attributes to the interaction of imponderables, or of one universal imponderable under different manifestations, which acts not only within the organism, but beyond it, independently of all material obstacles, just as a sympathy appears between one organ and another, unobstructed by the intervening ones. And he instances the sympathy which exists between the mother and the fetus as an example of this sort of double life, and standing as midway between the sympathy between two organs in the same body and that between two separate bodies, each having its own life, and its life also in and for another as parts of one whole. The sympathy between a bird and the eggs it sits upon is of the same kind, many instances having been observed wherein eggs taken from one bird and placed under another have produced a brood feathered like the foster instead of the real parent. Thus, this vital force may extend dynamically the circle of its influence, till, under favorable circumstances, it may act on other organisms, making their organs its own. I need scarcely remind my readers of the extraordinary sympathies manifested by the Siamese twins, Chang and Ang. I never saw them myself, and for the benefit of others in the same situation, I quote the following particulars from Dr. Passavent. They were united by a membrane which extended from the breastbone to the navel, but in other respects were not different from their countrymen in general. They were exceedingly alike, only that Ang was rather the more robust of the two. Their pulsations were not always coincident. They were active and agile and fond of bodily exercises. Their intellects were well developed, and their tones of voice and accent were precisely the same. As they never conversed together, they had nearly forgotten their native tongue. If one was addressed, they both answered. They played some games of skill, but never with each other, as that, they said, would have been like the right hand playing with the left. They read the same book at the same time and sang together in unison. In America they had a fever, which ran precisely a similar course with each. Their hunger, thirst, sleeping, and waking were always coincident, and their tastes and inclinations were identical. Their movements were so simultaneous that it was impossible to distinguish with which the impulse had originated. They appeared to have but one will. The idea of being separated by an operation was abhorrent to them, and they consider themselves much happier in their duality than are the individuals who look upon them with pity. This admirable sympathy, although necessarily in an inferior degree, is generally manifested more or less between all persons twin-born. Dr. Passavent and other authorities mention several instances of this kind, in which, although at some distance from each other, the same malady appeared simultaneously in both, and ran precisely a similar course. A very affecting instance of this sort of sympathy was exhibited not very long ago by a young lady, twin-born, who was suddenly seized with an unaccountable horror, followed by a strange convulsion, which the doctor, who was hastily called in, said exactly resembled the struggles and sufferings of a person drowning. In process of time, the news arrived that her twin brother, then abroad, had been drowned precisely at that period. It is probably a link of the same kind that is established between the magnetizer and his patient, of which, besides those recorded in various works on the subject, some curious instances have come to my knowledge, such as uncontrollable impulses to go to sleep, or to perform certain actions in subservience to the will of the distant operator. Mr. W., a gentleman well known in the north of England, related to me that he had been cured by magnetism of a very distressing malady. During part of the process of cure, after the rapport had been well established, the operations were carried on while he was at Malvern, and his magnetizer at Cheltenham, under which circumstances the existence of this extraordinary dependence was frequently exhibited in a manner that left no possibility of doubt. On one occasion I remember that Mr. W., being in the magnetic sleep, he suddenly started from his seat, clasping his hands as if startled, and presently afterward burst into a violent fit of laughter. As on waking, he could give no account of these impulses. His family wrote to the magnetizer to inquire if he had sought to excite any particular manifestations in his patient, as the sleep had been somewhat disturbed. The answer was that no such intention had been entertained, but that the disturbance might possibly have arisen from one to which he had himself been subjected. While my mind was concentrated on you, said he, I was suddenly so much startled by a violent knock at the door that I actually jumped off my seat, clasping my hands with affright. I had a hearty laugh at my own folly, but am sorry if you were made uncomfortable by it. I have met with some accounts of sympathy of this kind existing between young children and their parents, so that the former have exhibited great distress and terror at the moment that death or danger have supervened to the latter. But it would require a great number of instances to establish this particular fact, and separate it from cases of accidental coincidence. Dr. Passavent, however, admits the phenomena. I shall return to these mysterious influences by and by, but to revert, in the meanwhile, to the subject of double dreams, I will relate one that occurred to two ladies, a mother and daughter, the latter of whom related it to me. They were sleeping in the same bed at Cheltenham, when the mother, Mrs. C., dreamed that her brother-in-law, then in Ireland, had sent for her, that she entered his room and saw him in bed, apparently dying. He requested her to kiss him, but owing to his livid appearance, she shrank from doing so, and awoke with the horror of the scene upon her. The daughter awoke at the same moment, saying, "Oh, I have had such a frightful dream." "Oh, so have I," returned the mother. "I have been dreaming of my brother-in-law." "My dream was about him, too," added Miss C. "I thought I was sitting in the drawing-room, and that he came in wearing a shroud trimmed with black ribbons. And approaching me, he said, 'My dear niece, your mother has refused to kiss me, but I am sure you will not be so unkind.'" As these ladies were not in habits of regular correspondence with their relative, they knew that the earliest intelligence likely to reach them if he were actually dead would be by means of the Irish papers, and they waited anxiously for the following Wednesday, which was the day these journals were received in Cheltenham. When that morning arrived, Miss C. hastened at an early hour to the reading room, and there she learned what the dreams had led them to expect. Their friend was dead, and they afterward ascertained that his disease had taken place on that night. They moreover observed that neither one nor the other of them had been speaking or thinking of this gentleman for some time previous to the occurrence of the dreams, nor had they any reason whatever for uneasiness with regard to him. It is a remarkable peculiarity in this case that the dream of the daughter appears to be a continuation of that of the mother. In the one he is seen alive. In the other, the shroud and black ribbons seem to indicate that he is dead, and he complains of the refusal to give him a farewell kiss. One is almost inevitably led here to the conclusion that the thoughts and wishes of the dying man were influencing the sleepers, or that the released spirit was hovering near them. Pomponius Mela relates that a certain people in the anterior of Africa lay themselves down to sleep on the graves of their forefathers, and believe the dreams that ensue to be unerring counsel of the dead. The following dream from St. Austin is quoted by Dr. Binns. Praestantius desired from a certain philosopher the solution of a doubt, which the latter refused to give him, but on the following night the philosopher appeared at his bedside and told him what he desired to know. On being asked the next day why he had chosen that hour for his visit, he answered, "I came not to you truly, but in my dream I appeared to you to do so." In this case, however, only one of the parties seems to have been asleep, for Praestantius says that he was awake, and it is perhaps rather an example of another kind of phenomena similar to the instance recorded of himself by the late Joseph Wilkins, a dissenting minister, who says that, being one night asleep, he dreamed that he was traveling to London, and that, as it would not be much out of his way, he would go by Gloucestershire and call upon his friends. Accordingly, he arrived at his father's house, but finding the front door closed, he went round to the back and there entered. The family, however, being already in bed, he ascended the stairs and entered his father's bedchamber. Him he found asleep, but to his mother, who was awake, he said, as he walked round to her side of the bed, "Mother, I am going a long journey, and am come to bid you good-bye." To which she answered, "Oh, dear son, thee art dead." Though struck with the distinctness of the dream, Mr. Wilkins attached no importance to it, till, to his surprise, a letter arrived from his father, addressed to himself, if alive, or if not, to his surviving friends, begging earnestly for immediate intelligence, since they were under great apprehensions that their son was either dead or in danger of death, for that on such a night, naming that on which the above dream had occurred, he, the father, being asleep, and Mrs. Wilkins awake, she had distinctly heard somebody try to open the fore-door, which, being fast, the person had gone around to the back and there entered. She had perfectly recognized the footstep to be that of her son, who had ascended the stairs, and entering the bedchamber had said to her, "Mother, I am going a long journey, and am come to bid you good-bye." Whereupon she had answered, "Oh, dear son, thee art dead." Much alarmed, she had awakened her husband, and related what had occurred, assuring him that it was not a dream, for that she had not been asleep at all. Mr. Wilkins mentions that this curious circumstance took place in the year 1754, when he was living at Ottery, and that he had frequently discussed the subject with his mother, on whom the impression made was even stronger than on himself. Neither death nor anything else remarkable ensued. A somewhat similar instance to this, which I also quote from Dr. Binns, is that of a gentleman who dreamed that he was pushing violently against the door of a certain room in a house with which he was well acquainted, while the people in that room were, at the same time, actually alarmed by a violent pushing against the door, which it required their utmost force effectually to resist. As soon as the attempt to burst open the door had ceased, the house was searched, but nothing discovered to account for the disturbance. These examples are extremely curious, and they conduct us by a natural transition to another department of this mysterious subject. There must be few persons who have not heard, among their friends and acquaintance, instances of what is called a wraith. That is, that in the moment of death, a person is seen in a place where bodily he is not. I believe the Scotch use this term also in the same sense as the Irish word fetch, which is a person's double seen at some indefinite period previous to his death, of which such an appearance is generally supposed to be a prognostic. The Germans express the same thing by the word Doppelganger. With respect to the appearance of wraiths at the moment of death, the instances to be met with are so numerous and well authenticated that I generally find the most skeptical people unable to deny that some such phenomena exists, although they evade without, I think, diminishing the difficulty by pronouncing it to be of a subjective and not of an objective nature. That is, that the image of the dying person is, by some unknown operation, presented to the imagination of the seer, without the existence of any real outstanding figure from which it is reflected, which reduces such instances so nearly to the class of mere sensuous illusion that it seems difficult to draw the distinction. The distinction these theorists wish to imply, however, is that the latter are purely subjective and self-originating, while the others have an external cause, although not an external visible object, the image seen being protruded by the imagination of the seer in consequence of an unconscious intuition of the death of the person whose wraith is perceived. Instances of this kind of phenomena have been common in all ages of the world, insomuch that Lucretius, who did not believe in the immortality of the soul and was yet unable to deny the facts, suggested the strange theory that the superficial surfaces of all bodies were continually flying off like the coats of an onion, which accounted for the appearance of wraiths, ghosts, doubles, etc. And a more modern author, Gaffarillus, suggests that corrupting bodies send forth vapors, which, being compressed by the cold night air, appear visible to the eye in the forms of men. It will not be out of place here to mention the circumstances recorded in Professor Gregory's abstract of Baron von Reichenbach's researches in magnetism regarding a person called Billing, who acted in the capacity of amanuensis to the blind poet Pfeffel at Colmar. Having treated of various experiments by which it was ascertained that certain sensitive persons were not only able to detect electric influences of which others were unconscious, but could also perceive, emanating from the wires and magnets, flames which were invisible to people in general. The Baron, according to Dr. Gregory, proceeded to a useful application of the results, which is, he says, so much more welcome, as it utterly eradicates one of the chief foundations of superstition, that worst enemy to the development of human enlightenment and liberty. A singular occurrence which took place at Colmar in the garden of the poet Pfeffel has been made generally known by various writings. The following are the essential facts. The poet, being blind, had employed a young clergyman of the evangelical church as amanuensis. Pfeffel, when he walked out, was supported and led by this young man whose name was Billing. As they walked in the garden at some distance from the town, Pfeffel observed that as often as they passed over a particular spot, the arm of Billing trembled, and he betrayed uneasiness. On being questioned, the young man reluctantly confessed that as often as he passed over that spot, certain feelings attacked him, which he could not control, and which he knew well, as he always experienced the same in passing over any place where human bodies lay buried. He added that at the night, when he came near such places, he saw supernatural appearances. Pfeffel, with the view of curing the youth of what he looked on as fancy, went that night with him to the garden. As they approached the spot in the dark, Billing perceived a feeble light, and when still nearer, he saw a luminous ghost-like figure floating over the spot. This he described as a female form, with one arm laid across the body, the other hanging down, floating in the upright posture, but tranquil, the feet only a hand's breadth or two above the soil. Pfeffel went alone, as the young man declined to follow him, up to the place where the figure was said to be, and struck about in all directions with his stick, besides running actually through the shadow. But as the figure was not more affected than a flame would have been, the luminous form, according to Billing, always returned to its original position after these experiments. Many things were tried during several months, and numerous companies of people were brought to the spot, but the matter remained the same, and the Ghost-Seer adhered to his serious assertion and to the opinion founded on it that some individual lay buried there. At last, Pfeffel had the place dug up. At a considerable depth was found a firm layer of white lime, of the length and breadth of a grave, and of considerable thickness, and when this had been broken into, there were found the bones of a human being. It was evident that someone had been buried in the place, and covered with a thick layer of lime, quicklime, as is generally done in times of pestilence, of earthquakes, and other similar events. The bones were removed, the pit filled up, the lime scattered abroad, and the surface again made smooth. When Billing was now brought back to the place, the phenomena did not return, and the nocturnal spirit had forever disappeared. It is hardly necessary to point out to the reader what view the author takes of this story, which excited much attention in Germany because it came from the most truthful man alive, and theologians and psychologists gave to it sundry terrific meanings. It obviously falls into the province of chemical action, and thus meets with a simple and clear explanation from natural and physical causes. A corpse is a field for abundant chemical changes, decompositions, fermentation, putrefaction, gasification, and general play of affinities. A stratum of quicklime in a narrow pit unites its powerful affinities to those of the organic matters, and gives rise to a long-continued working of the whole. Rainwater filters through and contributes to the action. The lime on the outside of the mass first falls to a fine powder, and afterward, with more water, forms lumps which are very slowly penetrated by the air. Slaked lime prepared for building, but not used on account of some cause connected with a warlike state of society some centuries since, has been found in subterranean holes or pits, in the ruins of old castles, and the mass, except on the outside, was so unaltered that it has been used for modern buildings. It is evident, therefore, that in such circumstances there must be a very slow and long-continued chemical action, partly owing to the slow penetration of the mass of lime by the external carbonic acid, partly to the change going on in the remains of animal matter, at all events as long as any is left. In the above case, this must have gone on in Pfeffel's garden, and as we know that chemical action is invariably associated with light, visible to the sensitive, this must have been the origin of the luminous appearance, which again must have continued until the mutual affinities of the organic remains, the lime, the air, and water, had finally come to a state of chemical rest or equilibrium. As soon, therefore, as a sensitive person, although otherwise quite healthy, came that way, and entered into the sphere of the force and action, he must feel by day, like Mademoiselle May, the sensations so often described, and see by night, like Mademoiselle Rachel, the luminous appearance. Ignorance, fear, and superstition would dress up the feebly shining vaporous light into a human form, and furnish it with human limbs and members, just as we can at pleasure fancy every cloud in the sky to represent a man or a demon. The wish to strike a fatal blow at the monster superstition, which at no distant period poured out upon European society, from a similar source, such inexpressible misery when in trials for witchcraft, not hundreds, not thousands, but hundreds of thousands of innocent human beings perished miserably, either on the scaffold, at the stake, or by the effects of torture. This desire induced the author to try the experiment of bringing, if possible, a highly sensitive patient by night to a churchyard. It appeared possible that such a person might see, over graves in which mouldering bodies lie, something similar to that which Billing had seen. Mademoiselle Rachel had the courage, rare in her sex, to gratify this wish of the author. On 2 very dark nights, she allowed herself to be taken from the castle of Reisenberg, where she was living with the author's family, to the neighboring churchyard of Grunzing. The result justified his anticipation in the most beautiful manner. She very soon saw a light, and observed on one of the graves along its length a delicate breathing flame. She also saw the same thing, only weaker, on the second grave, but she saw neither witches nor ghosts. She described the fiery appearance as a shining vapor 1 or 2 spans high, extending as far as the grave, and floating near its surface. Some time afterward she was taken to 2 large cemeteries near Vienna, where several burials occur daily, and graves lie about by thousands. Here she saw numerous graves provided with similar lights. Wherever she looked, she saw luminous masses scattered about, but this appearance was most vivid over the newest graves, while in the oldest it could not be perceived. She described the appearance less as a clear flame than as a dense, vaporous mass of fire, intermediate between fog and flame. On many graves the flames were 4 feet high, so that when she stood on them, it surrounded her up to the neck. If she thrust her hand into it, it was like putting it into a dense, fiery cloud. She betrayed no uneasiness, because she had all her life been accustomed to such emanations, and had seen the same in the author's experiments, often produced by natural causes. Many ghost stories will now find their natural explanation. We can also see that it was not altogether erroneous when old women declared that all had not the gift to see the departed wandering about their graves, for it must have always been the sensitive alone who were able to perceive the light given out by the chemical action going on in the corpse. The author has thus, he hopes, succeeded in tearing down one of the most impenetrable barriers erected by dark ignorance and superstitious folly against the progress of natural truth. Quote, footnote, the reader will at once apply the above most remarkable experiments to the explanation of corpse lights in churchyards, which were often visible to the gifted alone, to those who had the second sight, for example. Many nervous or hysterical females must often have been alarmed by white, faintly luminous objects in dark churchyards, to which objects fear has given a defined form. In this, as well as in numerous other points, which will force themselves on the attention of the careful reader of both works, Baron Reichenbach's experiments illustrate the experiences of the Seeress of Prevorst. W.G. End quote. Footnote number 1. That the flames here described may have originated in chemical action is an opinion I have no intention of disputing. The fact may possibly be so. Such a phenomenon has frequently been observed hovering over coffins and decomposing flesh, but I confess I cannot perceive the slightest grounds for the assertion that it was the ignorance, fear, and superstition of Billing, who was an evangelical clergyman, that caused him to dress up this vaporous light in a human form and supply it with members, etc. In the first place, I see no proof adduced that Billing was either ignorant or superstitious or even afraid, the feelings he complained of appearing to be rather physical than moral, and it must be a weak person indeed who, in company with another, could be excited to such a freak of the imagination. It is easily comprehensible that that which appeared only a luminous vapor by day might, when reflected on a darker atmosphere, present a defined form, and the suggestion of this possibility might lead to some curious speculations with regard to a mystery called the palingenesia, said to have been practiced by some of the chemists and alchemists of the 16th century. End of Chapter 6, Part 1 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by Catherine CROWE. Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by Catherine CROWE. Chapter 6, Part 2. Double Dreaming and Trance. Gaffarillus, in his book entitled Curiosités Inouées, published in 1650, when speaking on the subject of talismans, signatures, etc., observes that, since in many instances the plants used for these purposes were reduced to ashes and no longer retained their form, their efficacy, which depended on their figure, should inevitably be destroyed. But this, he says, is not the case, since, by an admirable potency existing in nature, the form, though invisible, is still retained in the ashes. This, he observes, may appear strange to those who have never attended to the subject, but he asserts that an account of the experiment will be found in the works of Mr. Duchesne, one of the best chemists of the period, who had been shown by a Polish physician at Cracow certain vials containing ashes which, when duly heated, exhibited the forms of various plants. A small obscure cloud was first observed, which gradually took on a defined form, and presented to the eye a rose, or whatever plant or flower the ashes consisted of. Mr. Duchesne, however, had never been able to repeat the experiment, though he had made several unsuccessful attempts to do so. But at length he succeeded by accident in the following manner. Having, for some purpose, extracted the salts from some burnt nettles, and having left the lei outside the house all night to cool, in the morning he found it frozen, and to his surprise the form and figure of the nettles were so exactly represented on the ice that the living plant could not be more perfect. Delighted at this discovery, he summoned Mr. Douloins, parliamentary councillor, to behold this curiosity, whence, he says, they both concluded that when a body dies, its form or figure still resides in the ashes. Kircher, Vallemont, Digby, and others are said to have practiced this art of resuscitating the forms of plants from their ashes, and at the meeting of naturalists at Stuttgart in 1834, a Swiss savant seems to have revived the subject and given a receipt for the experiment, extracted from a work by Oettinger called Thoughts on the Birth and Generation of Things. The earthly husk, says Oettinger, remains in the retort, while the volatile essence ascends like a spirit, perfect in form, but void of substance. But Oettinger also records another discovery of this description, which, he says, he fell upon unawares. A woman having brought him a large bunch of balm, he laid it under the tiles, which were yet warm with the summer's heat, where it dried in the shade. But it being in the month of September, the cold soon came, and contracted the leaves without expelling the volatile salts. They lay there till the following June, when he chopped up the balm, put it into a glass retort, poured rainwater upon it, and placed a receiver above. He afterward heated it till the water boiled, and then increased the heat, whereupon there appeared on the water a coat of yellow oil, about the thickness of the back of a knife. And this oil shaped itself into the forms of innumerable balm leaves, which did not run one into another, but remained perfectly distinct and defined, and exhibited all the marks that are seen in the leaves of the plant. Oettinger says he kept the fluid some time, and showed it to a number of people. At length, wishing to throw it away, he shook it, and the leaves ran into one another with the disturbance of the oil, but resumed their distinct shape again as soon as it was at rest, the fluid form retaining the perfect signature. Now, how far these experiments are really practicable, I cannot say. Their not being repeated or not being repeated successfully is no very decided argument against their possibility, as all persons acquainted with the annals of chemistry well know. But there is certainly a curious coincidence between these details and the experience of Billing, where it is to be observed that, according to his account, and what right have we to dispute it, the figure, after being disturbed by Pfeffel, always resumed its original form. The same peculiarity has been observed with respect to some apparitions, where the spectator has been bold enough to try the experiment. In a letter to Dr. Bentley from the Reverend Thomas Wilkins, curate of Warblington in Hampshire, written in the year 1695, wherein he gives an account of an apparition which haunted the parsonage house, and which he himself and several other persons had seen, he particularly mentions that, thinking it might be some fellow hid in the room, he put his arm out to feel it, and his hand seemingly went through the body of it, and felt no manner of substance, until it reached the wall. Then I drew back my hand, but still the apparition was in the same place. Yet this spectre did not appear above or near a grave, but moved from place to place, and gave considerable annoyance to the inhabitants of the rectory. With respect to the lights over the graves, sufficing to account for the persuasion regarding what are called corpse candles, they certainly, up to a certain point, afford a very satisfactory explanation. But that explanation does not comprehend the whole of the mystery. For most of those persons who have professed to see corpse candles have also asserted that they were not always stationary over the graves, but sometimes moved from place to place, as in the following instance related to me by a gentleman who assured me that he received the account from the person who witnessed the phenomenon. Now this last fact, I mean the locomotion of the lights, will of course be disputed, but so is their existence. Yet they exist, for all that, and may travel from place to place for anything we know to the contrary. The story related to me, or a similar instance, is, I think, mentioned by Mrs. Grant, but it was to the effect that a minister, newly inducted in his cure, was standing one evening leaning over the wall of the churchyard which adjoined the manse, when he observed a light hovering over a particular spot. Supposing it to be somebody with a lantern, he opened the wicket and went forward to ascertain who it might be. But before he reached the spot, the light moved onward, and he followed, but could see nobody. It did not arise far from the ground, but advanced rapidly across the road, entered a wood, and ascended a hill, till it at length disappeared at the door of a farmhouse. Unable to comprehend of what nature this light could be, the minister was deliberating whether to make inquiries at the house or return, when it appeared again, seeming to come out of the house, accompanied by another, passed him, and going over the same ground, they both disappeared on the spot where he had first observed the phenomenon. He left a mark on the grave by which he might recognize it, and the next day inquired of the sexton whose it was. The man said it belonged to a family that lived up the hill, indicating the house the light had stopped at, named M.D., but that it was a considerable time since anyone had been buried there. The minister was extremely surprised to learn in the course of the day that a child of that family had died of scarlet fever on the preceding evening. With respect to the class of phenomena accompanied by this phosphorescent light, I shall have more to say by and by. The above will appear a very incredible story to many people, and there was a time that it would have appeared equally so to myself. But I have met with so much strange corroborative evidence that I no longer feel myself entitled to reject it. I asked the gentleman who told me the story whether he believed it. He said that he could not believe in anything of the sort. I then inquired if he would accept the testimony of that minister on any other question, and he answered most assuredly. As, however, I shall have occasion to recur to this subject in a subsequent chapter, I will leave it aside for the present and relate some of the facts which led me to the consideration of the above theories and experiments. Dr. S. relates that a Madame T. in Prussia dreamed on the 16th of March, 1832, that the door opened and her godfather, Mr. D., who was much attached to her, entered the room dressed as he usually was when prepared for church on Sundays, and that, knowing him to be in bad health, she asked him what he was doing abroad at such an early hour, and whether he was quite well again. Whereupon he answered that he was, and being about to undertake a very long journey, he had come to bid her farewell, and to entrust her with a commission, which was, that she would deliver a letter he had written to his wife, but accompanying it with an injunction that she, the wife, was not to open it till that day 4 years, when he would return himself, precisely at 5 o'clock in the morning, to fetch the answer, till which period he charged her not to break the seal. He then handed her a letter sealed with black, the writing on which shone through the paper, so that she, the dreamer, was able to perceive that it contained an announcement to Mrs. D., the wife, with whom, on account of the levity of her character, he had long lived unhappily, that she would die at that time 4 years. At this moment the sleeper was awakened by what appeared to her a pressure of the hand, and feeling an entire conviction that this was something more than an ordinary dream, she was not surprised to learn that her godfather was dead. She related the dream to Madame D., omitting, however, to mention the announcement contained in the letter, which she thought the dream plainly indicated was not to be communicated. The widow laughed at the story, soon resumed her gay life, and married again. In the winter of 1835-36, however, she was attacked by an intermittent fever, on which occasion Dr. S. was summoned to attend her. After various vicissitudes, she finally sunk, and on the 16th of March, 1836, exactly at 5 o'clock in the morning, she suddenly started up in her bed, and fixing her eyes apparently on someone she saw standing at the foot, she exclaimed, "What are you come for? God be gracious to me, I never believed it." She then sank back, closed her eyes, which she never opened again, and in a quarter of an hour afterward expired very calmly. A friend of mine, Mrs. M., a native of the West Indies, was at Blair Logie at the period of the death of Dr. Abercrombie, in Edinburgh, with whom she was extremely intimate. Dr. A. died quite suddenly without any previous indisposition, just as he was about to go out in his carriage at 11 o'clock on a Thursday morning. On the night between the Thursday and Friday, Mrs. M. dreamed that she saw the family of Dr. A., all dressed in white, dancing a solemn funeral dance, upon which she woke, wondering that she should have dreamed a thing so incongruous, since it was contrary to their custom to dance on any occasion. Immediately afterward, while speaking to her maid, who had come to call her, she saw Dr. Abercrombie against the wall with his jaw fallen, and a livid countenance, mournfully shaking his head as he looked at her. She passed the day in great uneasiness, and wrote to inquire for the doctor, relating what had happened, and expressing her certainty that he was dead. The letter was seen by several persons in Edinburgh on the day of its arrival. The two following cases seem rather to belong to what is called in the East second hearing, although sympathy was probably the exciting cause of the phenomena. A lady and gentleman in Berwickshire were awakened one night by a loud cry, which they both immediately recognized to proceed from the voice of their son, who was then absent and at a considerable distance. Tidings subsequently reached them that exactly at that period their son had fallen overboard and was drowned. On another occasion, in Perthshire, a person aroused her husband one night, saying that their son was drowned, for she had been awakened by the splash. Her presentiment also proved too well founded, the young man having fallen from the masthead of the ship. In both cases, we may naturally conclude that the thoughts of the young men at the moment of the accident would rush homeward, and admitting Dr. Ennemoser's theory of polarity, the passive sleepers became the recipients of the force. I confess, however, that the opinions of another section of philosophers appear to me to be more germane to the matter, although to many persons they will doubtless be difficult of acceptance, from their appertaining to those views commonly called mystical. These psychologists then believe, as did Socrates and Plato and others of the ancients, that in certain conditions of the body, which conditions may arise naturally or be produced artificially, the links which unite it with the spirit may be more or less loosened, and that the latter may thus be temporarily disjoined from the former, and so enjoy a foretaste of its future destiny. In the lowest or first degree of this disunion we are awake, although scarcely conscious, while the imagination is vivified to an extraordinary amount, and our fancy supplies images almost as lively as the realities. This probably is the temporary condition of inspired poets and eminent discoverers. Sleep is considered another stage of this disjunction, and the question has ever been raised whether, when the body is in profound sleep, the spirit is not altogether free and living in another world, while the organic life proceeds as usual and sustains the temple till the return of its inhabitant. Without at present attempting to support or refute this doctrine, I will only observe that, once admitting the possibility of the disunion, all consideration of time must be set as irrelevant to the question, for spirit, freed from matter, must move with the rapidity of thought. In short, a spirit must be where its thoughts and affections are. It is the opinion of these psychologists, however, that in the normal and healthy condition of man, the union of body, soul, and spirit is most complete, and that all the degrees of disunion in the waking state are degrees of morbid derangement. Hence it is that somnambulists and clairvoyants are chiefly to be found among sickly women. There have been persons who have appeared to possess a power which they could exert at will, whereby they withdrew from their bodies, these remaining during the absence of the spirit in a state of catalepsy, scarcely if at all to be distinguished from death. I say withdrew from their bodies, assuming that to be the explanation of the mystery, for of course it is but an assumption. Epimenides is recorded to have possessed this faculty, and Hermontinus of Clazomenes is said to have wandered in spirit over the world while his body lay apparently dead. At length his wife, taking advantage of this absence of his soul, burned his body, and thus intercepted its return. So say Lucian and Pliny the Elder, and Varro relates that the eldest of two brothers, named Corfidius, being supposed to die, his will was opened and preparations were made for his funeral by the other brother, who was declared his heir. In the meantime, however, Corfidius revived and told the astonished attendants whom he summoned by clapping his hands that he had just come from his younger brother, who had committed his daughter to his care, and informed him where he had buried some gold, requesting that the funeral preparations he had made might be converted to his own use. Immediately afterward, the news arrived that the younger brother was unexpectedly deceased, and the gold was found at the place indicated. The last appears to have been a case of natural trance, but the two most remarkable instances of voluntary trance I have met with in modern times is that of Colonel Townsend and the dervish who allowed himself to be buried. With regard to the former, he could, at all appearance, die whenever he pleased. His heart ceased to beat, there was no perceptible respiration, and his whole frame became cold and rigid as death itself, the features being shrunk and colorless, and the eyes glazed and ghastly. He would continue in this state for several hours, and then gradually revive, but the revival does not appear to have been an effort of will, or rather, we are not informed whether it was so or not. Neither are we told whether he brought any recollections back with him, nor how this strange faculty was first developed or discovered, all very important points and well worthy of investigation. Footnote 2. With respect to the dervish or fakir, an account of his singular faculty was, I believe, first presented to the public in the Calcutta papers about 9 or 10 years ago. He had then frequently exhibited it for the satisfaction of the natives, but subsequently he was put to the proof by some of the European officers in residence. Captain Wade, political agent at Ludhiana, was present when he was disinterred, 10 months after he had been buried by General Ventura, in presence of the Maharaja and many of his principal sirdars. It appears that the man previously prepared himself by some processes which he says temporarily annihilate the powers of digestion, so that milk received into the stomach undergoes no change. He next forces all the breath in his body into his brain, which becomes very hot, upon which the lungs collapse and the heart ceases to beat. He then stops up with wax every aperture of the body through which air could enter, except the mouth, but the tongue is so turned back as to close the gullet, upon which a state of insensibility ensues. He is then stripped and put into a linen bag, and on the occasion in question, this bag was sealed with Ranjit Singh's own seal. It was then placed in a dale box, which was also locked and sealed, and the box being buried in a vault, the earth was thrown over it and trod down, after which a crop of barley was sown on the spot, and sentries placed to watch it. The Maharaja, however, was so skeptical that in spite of all these precautions, he had him twice, in the course of the 10 months, dug up and examined, and each time he was found to be exactly in the same state as when they had shut him up. When he is disinterred, the first step toward his recovery is to turn back his tongue, which is found quite stiff and requires for some time to be retained in its proper position by the finger, warm water is poured upon him, and his eyes and lips moistened with ghee or oil. His recovery is much more rapid than might be expected, and he is soon able to recognize the bystanders and converse. He says that, during this state of trance, his dreams are ravishing, and that it is very painful to be awakened. But I do not know that he has ever disclosed any of his experiences. His only apprehension seems to be lest he should be attacked by insects, to avoid which accident the box is slung to the ceiling. The interval seems to be passed in a complete state of hibernation, and when he is taken up no pulse is perceptible, and his eyes are glazed like those of a corpse. He subsequently refused to submit to the conditions proposed by some English officers, and thus incurred their suspicions that the whole thing was an imposition. But the experiment has been too often repeated by people very well capable of judging, and under too stringent precautions, to allow of this mode of escaping the difficulty. The man assumes to be holy, and is very probably a worthless fellow. But that does not affect the question one way or the other. Indian princes do not permit themselves to be imposed on with impunity, and as Rujit Singh would not value the man's life at a pin's point, he would neglect no means of debarring him all access to food or air. In the above-quoted cases, except in those of Corphidius and Hermotinus, the absence of the spirit is alone suggested to the spectator by the condition of the body, since the memory of one state does not appear to have been carried into the other. If the spirit wandered into other regions, it brings no tidings back, but we have many cases recorded where this deficient evidence seems to be supplied. The magicians and soothsayers of the northern countries, by narcotics and other means, produce a cataleptic state of the body resembling death, when their prophetic faculty is to be exercised, and although we know that an alloy of imposition is generally mixed up with these exhibitions, still it is past a doubt that a state of what we call clear seeing is thus induced, and that on awaking they bring tidings from various parts of the world of actions then performing and events occurring, which subsequent investigations have verified. One of the most remarkable cases of this kind is that recorded by Jung Stilling, of a man who about the year 1740 resided in the neighborhood of Philadelphia in the United States. His habits were retired, and he spoke little. He was grave, benevolent, and pious, and nothing was known against his character except that he had the reputation of possessing some secrets that were not altogether lawful. Many extraordinary stories were told of him, and among the rest the following. The wife of a ship captain, whose husband was on a voyage to Europe and Africa, and from whom she had been long without tidings, overwhelmed with anxiety for his safety, was induced to address herself to this person. Having listened to her story, he begged her to excuse him for a while, when he would bring her the intelligence she required. He then passed into an inner room, and she sat herself down to wait, but his absence continuing longer than she expected, she became impatient, thinking he had forgotten her, and so softly approaching the door, she peeped through some aperture, and to her surprise beheld him lying on a sofa, as motionless as if he was dead. She, of course, did not think it advisable to disturb him, but waited his return, when he told her that her husband had not been able to write to her for such and such reasons, but that he was then in a coffee-house in London, and would shortly be home again. Accordingly, he arrived, and as the lady learned from him that the causes of his unusual silence had been precisely those alleged by the man, she felt extremely desirous of ascertaining the truth of the rest of the information, and in this she was gratified, for he no sooner set his eyes on the magician than he said that he had seen him before, on a certain day, in a coffee-house in London, and that he had told him his wife was extremely uneasy about him, and that he, the captain, had thereon mentioned how he had been prevented writing, adding that he was on the eve of embarking for America. He had then lost sight of the stranger among the throng and knew nothing more about him. I have no authority for this story but that of young Stilling, and if it stood alone it might appear very incredible, but it is supported by so many parallel examples of information given by people in somnambulic states that we are not entitled to reject it on the score of impossibility. The late Mr. John Halloway, of the Bank of England, brother to the engraver of that name, related of himself that being one night in bed with his wife and unable to sleep, he had fixed his eyes and thoughts with uncommon intensity on a beautiful star that was shining in at the window, when he suddenly found his spirit released from his body and soaring into that bright sphere, but instantly seized with anxiety for the anguish of his wife if she discovered his body apparently dead beside her. He returned and re-entered it with difficulty. Hence, perhaps, the violent convulsions with which some somnambules of the highest order are awakened. He described that returning to darkness, and that while the spirit was free, he was alternately in the light or the dark, accordingly as his thoughts were with his wife or with the star. He said that he always avoided anything that could produce a repetition of this accident, the consequences of it being very distressing. We know that by intense contemplation of this sort, the dervishes produce a state of ecstasy in which they pretend to be transported to other spheres, and not only the seeress of Prevorst, but many other persons in a highly magnetic state have asserted the same thing of themselves, and certainly the singular conformity of the intelligence they bring is not a little remarkable. Dr. Kerner relates of his somnambule, Friederike Hauff, that one day at Weinsberg she exclaimed in her sleep, "Oh God!" She immediately awoke as if aroused by the exclamation, and said that she seemed to have heard two voices proceeding from herself. At this time her father was lying dead in his coffin at Oberstenfeld, and Dr. Fohr, the physician who had attended him in his illness, was sitting with another person in an adjoining room, with the door open, when he heard the exclamation, "Oh God!" so distinctly that, feeling certain that there was nobody there, he hastened to the coffin, whence the sound had appeared to proceed, thinking that Mr. W.'s death had only been apparent, and that he was reviving. The other person, who was an uncle of Friederike, had heard nothing. No person was discovered from whom the exclamation could have proceeded, and the circumstance remained a mystery till an explanation ensued. Plutarch relates that a certain man called Thespesius, having fallen from a great height, was taken up apparently dead from the shock, though no external wound was to be discovered. On the third day after the accident, however, when they were about to bury him, he unexpectedly revived, and it was afterward observed, to the surprise of all who knew him, that from being a vicious reprobate, he became one of the most virtuous of men. On being interrogated with respect to the cause of the change, he related that, during the period of his bodily insensibility, it appeared to him that he was dead, and that he had been first plunged into the depths of an ocean, out of which, however, he soon emerged. And then at one view the whole of space was disclosed to him. Everything appeared in a different aspect, and the dimensions of the planetary bodies and the intervals between them were tremendous, while his spirit seemed to float in a sea of light like a ship in calm waters. He also described many other things that he had seen. He said that the souls of the dead, on quitting the body, appeared like a bubble of light out of which a human form was quickly evolved. That of these, some shot away at once in a direct line with great rapidity, while others, on the contrary, seemed unable to find their due course, and continued to hover about, going hither and thither, till at length they also darted away in one direction or another. He recognized a few of these persons he saw, but those whom he did and sought to address appeared as if they were stunned and amazed, and avoided him with terror. Their voices were indistinct and seemed to be uttering vague lamentings. There were others also who floated farther from the earth, who looked bright and were gracious. These avoided the approach of the last. In short, the demeanor and appearance of these spirits manifested clearly their degrees of joy or grief. Thespesius was then informed by one of them that he was not dead, but that he had been permitted to come there by a divine decree, and that his soul, which was yet attached to his body as by an anchor, would return to it again. Thespesius then observed that he was different to the dead by whom he was surrounded, and this observation seemed to restore him to his recollection. They were transparent and environed by a radiance, but he seemed to trail after him a dark ray or line of shadow. These spirits also presented very different aspects. Some were entirely pervaded by a mild, clear radiance, like that of the full moon. Through others there appeared faint streaks that diminished this splendor, while others, on the contrary, were distinguished by spots or stripes of black, or of a dark color, like the marks on the skin of a viper. There is a circumstance which I cannot help here mentioning in connection with this history of Thespesius, which on first reading struck me very forcibly. About 3 years ago, I had several opportunities of seeing 2 young girls, then in the care of a Mr. A. of Edinburgh, who hoped chiefly by means of magnetism to restore them to sight. One was a maidservant, afflicted with amaurosis, whom he had taken into his house from a charitable desire to be of use to her. The other, who had been blind from her childhood, was a young lady in better circumstance, the daughter of a respectable tradespeople in the north of England. The girl with amaurosis was restored to sight, and the other was so far benefited that she could distinguish houses, trees, carriages, etc., and at length, though obscurely, the features of a person near her. At this period of the cure she was unhappily removed, and may possibly have relapsed into her former state. My reason, however, for alluding to these young women on this occasion is that they were in the habit of saying when in the magnetic state, for they were both more or less clairvoyants, that the people whom Dr. A was magnetizing in the same room presented very different appearances. Some of them they described as looking bright, while others were in different degrees streaked with black. 1 or 2 they mentioned over whom there seemed to hang a sort of cloud, like a ragged veil of darkness. They also said, though this was before any tidings of Baron von Reichenbach's discoveries had reached this country, that they saw light streaming from the fingers of Mr. A when he magnetized them, and that sometimes his whole person seemed to them radiant. Now I am positively certain that neither Mr. A nor these girls had ever heard of this story of Thespesius. Neither had I at that time, and I confess when I did meet with it, I was a good deal struck by the coincidence. These young people said that it was the goodness or badness, meaning the moral state of the persons, that was thus indicated. Now surely this concurrence between the man mentioned by Plutarch and these 2 girls, one of whom had no education whatever and the other very little, is worthy of some regard. I once asked a young person in a highly clairvoyant state whether she ever saw the spirits of them that had passed away, for so she designated the dead, never using the word death itself in any of its forms. She answered me that she did. Then where are they? I inquired. Some are waiting, and some are gone on before. Can you speak to them? I asked. No, she replied. There is no meddling nor direction. In her waking state, she would have been quite incapable of these answers, and that some are waiting and some are gone on before seems to be much in accordance with the vision of Thespesius. Dr. Passavent mentions a peasant boy who, after a short but painful illness, apparently died, his body being perfectly stiff. He, however, revived, complaining bitterly of being called back to life. He said he had been in a delightful place and seen his deceased relations. There was a great exaltation of the faculties after this, and having been before rather stupid, he now, while his body lay stiff and immovable and his eyes closed, prayed and discoursed with eloquence. He continued in this state for 7 weeks, but finally recovered. In the year 1733, Johann Schwarziger fell into a similar state of trance after an illness, but revived. He said he had seen his whole life, and every sin he had committed, even those he had quite forgotten. Everything had been as present to him as when it happened. He also lamented being recalled from the happiness he was about to enter into, but said that he had only 2 days to spend in this valley of tears, during which time he wished everybody that would should come and listen to what he had to tell them. His before sunken eyes now looked bright, his face had the bloom of youth, and he discoursed so eloquently that the minister said they had exchanged offices, and the sick man had become his teacher. He died at the time he had foretold. The most frightful cases of trance recorded are those in which the patient retains entire consciousness, although utterly unable to exhibit any evidence of life, and it is dreadful to think how many persons may have been actually buried, hearing every nail that was screwed into their own coffin, and as perfectly aware of the whole ceremony as those who followed them to the grave. Dr. Binns mentions a girl at Canton who lay in this state, hearing every word that was said around her, but utterly unable to move a finger. She tried to cry out, but could not, and supposed that she was really dead. The horror of finding herself about to be buried at length caused a perspiration to appear on her skin, and she finally revived. She described that she had felt that her soul had no power to act upon her body, and that it seemed to be in her body and out of it at the same time. Now this is very much what the somnambulists say. Their soul is out of the body, but is still so far in rapport with it that it does not leave it entirely. Probably magnetism would be the best means of reviving a person from this state. The custom of burying people before there are unmistakable signs of death is a very condemnable one. A Mr. M.G. fell into a trance some few years since, and remained insensible for 5 days, his mother being meanwhile quite shocked that the physician would not allow him to be buried. He had afterward a recurrence of the malady, which continued 7 days. A Mr. S., who had been some time out of the country, died apparently 2 days after his return, as he had eaten of a pudding which his stepmother had made for his dinner with her own hands. People took into their heads she had poisoned him, and the grave being opened for purposes of investigation, the body was found lying on its face. One of the most frightful cases extant is that of Dr. Walker of Dublin, who had so strong a presentiment on this subject that he had actually written a treatise against the Irish customs of hasty burial. He himself subsequently died, as was believed, of a fever. His decease took place in the night, and on the following day he was interred. At this time, Mrs. Bellamy, the once celebrated actress, was in Ireland, and as she had promised him, in the course of conversation, that she would take care he should not be laid in the earth till unequivocal signs of dissolution had appeared. She no sooner heard of what had happened than she took measures to have the grave reopened, but it was unfortunately too late. Dr. Walker had evidently revived and had turned upon his side, but life was now quite extinct. The case related by Lady Fanshawe of her mother is very remarkable. From the confirmation furnished by the event of her death, "My mother being sick of a fever," says Lady Fanshawe in her memoirs, "her friends and servants thought her deceased, and she lay in that state for 2 days and a night. But Mr. Winslow, coming to comfort my father, went into my mother's room, and looking earnestly in her face, said, She was so handsome and looked so lovely that he could not think her dead. And suddenly taking a lancet out of his pocket, he cut the sole of her foot, which bled. Upon this he immediately caused her to be removed to the bed again, and to be rubbed and such means used that she came to life, and opening her eyes, saw two of her kinswomen standing by her, Lady Knollys and Lady Russell, both with great wide sleeves, as the fashion then was, and she said, "Did you not promise me 15 years, and are you come again already?" Which they, not understanding, bade her keep her spirits quiet in that great weakness wherein she was. But some hours after, she desired my father and Dr. Howlsworth might be left alone with her, to whom she said, "I will acquaint you that during my trance I was in great grief, but in a place I could neither distinguish nor describe. But the sense of leaving my girl, who was dearer to me than all my children, remained a trouble upon my spirits. Suddenly I saw two by me, clothed in long white garments, and methought I fell down upon my face in the dust, and they asked me why I was so troubled in so great happiness. I replied, 'Oh, let me have the same grant given to Hezekiah, that I may live 15 years to see my daughter a woman.' To which they answered, 'It is done.' And then at that instant I awoke out of my trance. And Dr. Howlsworth did affirm that the day she died made just 15 years from that time. I have met with a similar case to this, which occurred to the mother of a very respectable person now living in Edinburgh. She, having been ill, was supposed to be dead, and preparations were making for her funeral, when one of her fingers was seen to move, and restoratives being applied, she revived. As soon as she could speak, she said she had been at the gates of heaven, where she saw some going in, but that they told her she was not ready. Among those who had passed her and been admitted, she said she had seen Mr. So-and-so, the baker, and the remarkable thing was that during the time she had been in the trance, this man had died. On the 10th of January, 1717, Mr. John Gardner, a minister at Elgin, fell into a trance, and being to all appearance dead, he was put into a coffin, and on the second day was carried to the grave. But fortunately, a noise being heard, the coffin was opened, and he was found alive and taken home again, where, according to the record, he related many strange and amazing things which he had seen in the other world. Not to mention somnambules, there are numerous other cases recorded of persons who have said on waking from a trance that they had been in the other world, though frequently the freed spirit, supposing that to be the interpretation of the mystery, seems busied with the affairs of the earth, and brings tidings from distant places, as in the case of the American above mentioned. Perhaps in these latter cases the disunion is less complete. Dr. Werner relates of his somnambule that it was after those attacks of catalepsy, in which her body had lain stiff and cold, that she used to say she had been wandering away through other spheres. Where the catalepsy is spontaneous and involuntary, and resembles death so nearly as not to be distinguished from it, we may naturally conclude, if we admit this hypothesis at all, that the seeing of the spirit would be clear in proportion to its disentanglement from the flesh. I have spoken above of dream compelling or suggesting, and I have heard of persons who have a power of directing their own dreams to any particular subject. This faculty may be in some degree analogous to that of the American, and a few somnambulic persons who appear to carry the recollections of one state into the other. The effects produced by the witch potions seem to have been somewhat similar, inasmuch as they dreamed what they wished or expected to dream. Young Stilling mentions that a woman gave in evidence on a witch trial that, having visited the so-called witch, she had found her concocting a potion over the fire, of which she had advised her, the visitor, to drink, assuring her that she would then accompany her to the Sabbath. The woman said, lest she should give offense, she had put the vessel to her lips, but had not drunk of it. The witch, however, swallowed the whole, and immediately afterward sunk down upon the hearth in a profound sleep, where she had left her. When she went to see her on the following day, she declared she had been to the Brocken. Paolo Minucci relates that a woman accused of sorcery, being brought before a certain magistrate at Florence, she not only confessed her guilt, but she declared that, provided they would let her return home and anoint herself, she would attend the Sabbath that very night. The magistrate, a man more enlightened than the generality of his contemporaries, consented. The woman went home, used her unguent, and fell immediately into a profound sleep, whereupon they tied her to the bed and tested the reality of the sleep by burns, blows, and pricking her with sharp instruments. When she awoke on the following day, she related that she had attended the Sabbath. I could quote several similar facts, and Gassendi actually endeavored to undeceive some peasants who believed themselves witches by composing an ointment that produced the same effects as their own magical applications. In the year 1545, Andrea Laguna, physician to Pope Julius III, anointed a patient of his who was suffering from frenzy and sleeplessness with an unguent found in the house of a sorcerer who had been arrested. The patient slept for 36 hours consecutively, and when, with much difficulty, she was awakened, she complained that they had torn her from the most ravishing delights which seemed to have rivaled the heaven of the Mohammedan. According to Laurent, the women who were dedicated to the service of the Mother of the Gods heard continually the sound of flutes and tambourines, beheld the joyous dances of the fauns and satyrs, and tasted of intoxicating pleasures, doubtless from a similar cause. It is difficult to imagine that all the unfortunate wretches who suffered death at the stake in the Middle Ages for having attended the unholy assemblies they described had no faith in their own stories. Yet in spite of the unwearied vigilance of public authorities and private malignity, no such assemblage was ever detected. How, then, are we to account for the pertinacity of their confessions, but by supposing them the victims of some extraordinary delusion? In a paper addressed to the Inquisition by Laurent, he does not scruple to assert that the crimes imputed to and confessed by witches have most frequently no existence but in their dreams, and that their dreams are produced by the drugs with which they anointed themselves. The recipes for these compositions, which had descended traditionally from age to age, have been lost since witchcraft went out of fashion, and modern science has no time to investigate secrets which appear to be more curious than profitable. But in the profound sleep produced by these applications, it is not easy to say what phenomena may have occurred to justify, or at least account for, their self-accusations. Footnote 1. This very curious work I have translated from the German, published by Moore, London, CC, also republished in this country, AMED. Footnote number 2. Since the above was penned, I find from the account of Dr. Chain, who attended him, that Colonel Townsend's own way of describing the phenomena to which he was subject was, that he could die or expire when he pleased, and yet by an effort or somehow he could come to life again. He performed the experiment in the presence of 3 medical men, one of whom kept his hand on his heart, another held his wrist, and the third placed a looking-glass before his lips, and they found that all traces of respiration and pulsation gradually ceased, insomuch that after consulting about his condition for some time, they were leaving the room, persuaded that he was really dead, when signs of life appeared, and he slowly revived. He did not die while repeating this experiment, as has been sometimes stated. This reviving by an effort or somehow seems to be better explained by the hypotheses I have suggested than by any other, namely that, as in the case of Mr. Holloway, mentioned on page 120, his spirit or soul was released from his body, but a sufficient rapport was maintained to reunite them. End of Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by Catherine CROWE.
Section 9 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by Catherine CROWE. Chapter 7. Wraiths. Such instances as that of Lady Fanshawe and other similar ones certainly seem to favor the hypothesis that the spirit is freed from the body when the latter becomes no longer a fit habitation for it. It does so when actual death supervenes, and the reason of its departure we may naturally conclude to be that the body has ceased to be available for its manifestations. And in these cases, which seem so nearly allied to death that frequently there would actually be no revival but for the exertions used, it does not seem very difficult to conceive that this separation may take place. When we are standing by a deathbed, all we see is the death of the body, of the going forth of the spirit. We see nothing. So in cases of apparent death it may depart and return while we are aware of nothing but the reanimation of the organism. Certain it is that the Scriptures countenance this view of the case in several instances. Thus Luke says, chapter 8, verse 34, "And he put them all out, and took her by the hand, and called, saying, Maid, arise. And her spirit came again, and she rose straightway," etc., etc. Dr. Wigan observes, when speaking of the effects of temporary pressure on the brain, that the mind is not annihilated, because if the pressure is timely removed it is restored, though if continued too long the body will be resolved into its primary elements. And he compares the human organism to a watch, which we can either stop or set going at will, which watch, he says, will also be gradually resolved into its original elements by chemical action. And he adds that to ask where the mind is during the interruption is like asking where the motion of the watch is. I think a wind instrument would be a better simile, for the motion of the watch is purely mechanical. It requires no informing intelligent spirit to breathe into its apertures, and make it the vehicle of the harshest discords, or of the most eloquent discourses. The divinely mysterious essence which we call the soul, he adds, is not then the mind, from which it must be carefully distinguished if we would hope to make any progress in mental philosophy. Where the soul resides during the suspension of the mental powers by asphyxia, I know not, any more than I know where it resided before it was united with that specific compound of bones, muscle, and nerve. By a temporary pressure on the brain, the mind is certainly not annihilated, but its manifestations by means of the brain are suspended. The source of these manifestations being the soul or anima, in which dwells the life, fitting the temple for its divine inhabitant, the spirit. The connection of the soul and the body is probably a much more intimate one than that of the latter with the spirit, though the soul as well as the spirit is immortal, and survives when the body dies. Somnambulic persons seem to intimate that the soul of the fleshly body becomes hereafter the body of the spirit, as if the imago or eidolon were the soul. Dr. Wigan, and indeed psychologists in general, do not appear to recognize the old distinction between the pneuma, or anima, and the psyches, the soul and the spirit, and indeed the Scriptures occasionally seem to use the terms indifferently. But still there are passages enough which marks the distinction, as where St. Paul speaks of a living soul and a quickening spirit, 1 Corinthians 15:45. Again, 1 Thessalonians 5, verse 23, "I pray God your whole spirit and soul and body," etc. And also Hebrews 4, verse 12, where he speaks of the sword of God dividing asunder the soul and spirit. In Genesis chapter 2 we are told that man became a living soul, but it is distinctly said, 1 Corinthians 12, that the gifts of prophecy, the discerning of spirits, etc., etc., belong to the spirit. Then, with regard to the possibility of the spirit absenting itself from the body, St. Paul says, in referring to his own vision, 2 Corinthians 12, "I knew a man in Christ about 14 years ago, whether in the body I cannot tell, or out of the body I cannot tell, God knoweth. Such a one caught up to the third heaven." And we are told also that to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord, and that when we are at home in the body we are absent from the Lord. We are told also the spirit returns to God who gave it, but it depends on ourselves whether or not our souls shall perish. We must suppose, however, that even in the worst cases some remnant of this divine spirit remains with the soul, as long as the latter is not utterly perverted and rendered incapable of salvation. St. John also says that when he prophesied he was in the spirit, but it was the souls of the slain he saw, and that cried with a loud voice, etc., etc. Souls here being probably used in the sense of individuals, as we say, so many souls perished by shipwreck, etc. In the Revue de Paris, 29th July, 1838, it is related that a child saw the soul of a woman who was lying insensible in a magnetic crisis in which death nearly ensued, depart out of her. And I find recorded in another work that a somnambule, who was brought to give advice to a patient, said, "It is too late. Her soul is leaving her. I see the vital flame quitting her brain." From some of the cases I have above related, we are led to the conclusion that in certain conditions of the body, the spirit, in a manner unknown to us, resumes a portion of its freedom, and is enabled to exercise more or less of its inherent properties. It is somewhat released from those inexorable conditions of time and space which bound and limit its powers while in close connection with matter, and it communes with other spirits who are also liberated. How far this liberation, if such it be, or reintegration of natural attributes, may take place in ordinary sleep, we can only conclude from examples. In prophetic dreams, and in those instances of information apparently received from the dead, this condition seems to occur, as also in such cases as that of the gentleman mentioned in a former chapter, who has several times been conscious on awakening that he had been conversing with someone whom he has been subsequently startled to hear had died at that period. And this is a man apparently in excellent health, endowed with a vigorous understanding, and immersed in active business. In the story of the American, quoted in a former chapter from young Stilling, there was one point which I forbore to comment on at the moment, but to which I must now revert. This is the assertion that the voyager had seen the man, and even conversed with him in the coffee-house in London, whence the desired intelligence was brought. Now this single case standing alone would amount to nothing, although young Stilling, who was one of the most conscientious of men, declares himself to have been quite satisfied with the authority on which he relates it. But strange to say, for undoubtedly the thing is very strange, there are numerous similar instances recorded, and it seems to have been believed in all ages of the world that people were sometimes seen where bodily they were not, seen not by sleepers alone, but by persons in a perfect state of vigilance, and that this phenomenon, though more frequently occurring at the moment that the individual seen is at the point of death, does occasionally occur at indefinite periods anterior to the catastrophe, and sometimes where no such catastrophe is impending. In some of these cases an earnest desire seems to be the cause of the phenomenon. It is not very long since a very estimable lady, who was dying in the Mediterranean, expressed herself perfectly ready to meet death if she could but once more behold her children, who were in England. She soon afterwards fell into a comatose state, and the persons surrounding her were doubtful whether she had not already breathed her last. At all events, they did not expect her to revive. She did so, however, and now cheerfully announced that, having seen her children, she was ready to depart. During the interval that she lay in this state, her family saw her in England, and were thus aware of her death before the intelligence reached them. As it is a subject I understand they are unwilling to speak of, I do not know precisely under what circumstances she was seen, but this is an exactly analogous case to that already recorded of Maria Goff, of Rochester, who, when dying away from home, expressed precisely the same feelings. She said she could not die happy till she had seen her children. By and by she fell into a state of coma which left them uncertain whether she was dead or alive. Her eyes were open and fixed, her jaw fallen, and there was no perceptible respiration. When she revived, she told her mother, who attended her, that she had been home and seen her children, which the other said was impossible, since she had been lying there in bed the whole time. "Yes," replied the dying woman, "but I was there in my sleep." A widow woman called Alexander, who had the care of these children, declared herself ready to take the oath upon the sacrament, that during this period she had seen the form of Maria Goffe come out of the room where the oldest child slept, and approach the bed where she herself lay with the younger beside her. The figure had stood there nearly a quarter of an hour, as far as she could judge, and she remarked that the eyes and mouth moved, though she heard no sound. She declared herself to have been perfectly awake, and that as it was the longest night in the year, it was quite light. She sat up in bed, and while she was looking on the figure, the clock on the bridge struck 2. She then adjured the form in the name of God, whereupon it moved. She immediately arose and followed it, but could not tell what had become of it. She then became alarmed, and throwing on her clothes, went out and walked on the quay, returning to the house ever and anon to look at the children. At 5 o'clock she knocked at a neighbour's door, but they would not let her in. At 6 she knocked again, and was then admitted, and related to them what she had seen, which they of course endeavoured to persuade her was a dream or an illusion. She declared herself, however, to have been perfectly awake, and said that if she had ever seen Maria Goffe in her life, she had seen her that night. The following story has been currently related in Rome, and is already in print. I take it from a German work, and I do not know how far its authenticity can be established. It is to the effect that 2 friends having agreed to attend confession together, one of them went at the appointed time to the Abbot B, and made his confession, after which the priest commenced the usual admonition, in the midst of which he suddenly ceased speaking. After waiting a short time, the penitent stepped forward, and perceived him lying in the confessional in a state of insensibility. Aid was summoned, and means used to restore him, which were for some time ineffectual. At length, when he opened his eyes, he bade the penitent recite a prayer for his friend who had just expired. This proved to be the case on inquiry, and when the young man, who had naturally hastened to his friend's house, expressed a hope that he had not died without the last offices of the church, he was told in amazement that the Abbot B had arrived just as he was in extremis, and had remained with him till he died. These appearances seem to have taken place when the corporeal condition of the person seen elsewhere permits us to conceive the possibility of the spirit's having withdrawn from the body. But the question then naturally arises, what is it that was seen? And I confess that of all the difficulties that surround the subject I have undertaken to treat of, this seems to me the greatest, for we cannot suppose that a spirit can be visible to the human eye, and both in the above instances and several others I have to narrate, there is nothing that can lead us to the conclusion that the persons who saw the wraith or double were in any other than a normal state. The figure, in short, seems to have been perceived through their external organs of sense. Before I discuss this question, however, any further, I will relate some instances of a similar kind, only with this difference, that the wraith appearing as nearly as could be ascertained at the moment of death, it remains uncertain whether it was seen before or after the dissolution had taken place. As in both these cases above related and those that follow, the material body was visible in one place, while the wraith was visible in another, they appear to be strictly analogous, especially as in both class of examples the body itself was either dead or in a state that closely resembled death. Instances of people being seen at a distance from the spot on which they are dying are so numerous that in this department I have positively an embarras de richesse, and find it difficult to make a selection, more especially as there is in each case little to relate, the whole phenomenon being comprised in the fact of the form being observed, and the chief variations consisting in this, that the seer or seers frequently entertain no suspicion that what they have seen is any other than a form of flesh and blood, while on other occasions the assurance that the person is far away, or some peculiarity connected with the appearance itself, produces the immediate conviction that the shape is not corporeal. Mrs. K., the sister of Provost V. of Aberdeen, was sitting one day with her husband, Dr. K., in the parlour of the manse, when she suddenly said, "Oh, there's my brother come, he has just passed the window," and followed by her husband she hastened to the door to meet the visitor. He was, however, not there. "He is gone round to the back door," said she, and thither they went, but neither was he there, nor had the servants seen anything of him. Dr. K said she must be mistaken, but she laughed at the idea. Her brother had passed the window and looked in. He must have gone somewhere and would doubtless be back directly. But he came not, and the intelligence shortly arrived from St. Andrew's that at the precise time, as nearly as they could compare circumstances, he had died quite suddenly at his own place of residence. I have heard this story from connections of the family, and also from an eminent professor of Glasgow, who told me that he had once asked Dr. K whether he believed in these appearances. "I cannot choose but believe," returned Dr. K, and then he accounted for his conviction by narrating the above particulars. Lord and Lady M were residing on their estate in Ireland. Lord M had gone out shooting in the morning and was not expected to return till toward dinner time. In the course of the afternoon, Lady M and a friend were walking on the terrace that forms a promenade in front of the castle, when she said, "Oh, there is M returning," whereupon she called to him to join them. He, however, took no notice, but walked on before them till they saw him enter the house, whither they followed him, but he was not to be found, and before they had recovered their surprise at his sudden disappearance, he was brought home dead, having been killed by his own gun. It is a curious fact in this case that while the ladies were walking behind the figure on the terrace, Lady M called the attention of her companion to the shooting jacket, observing that it was a convenient one, and that she had the credit of having contrived it for him herself. A person in Edinburgh, busied about her daily work, saw a woman enter her house, with whom she was on such ill terms that she could not but be surprised at the visit. But while she was expecting an explanation, and under the influence of her resentments avoiding to look at her, she found she was gone. She remained quite unable to account for the visit, and, as she said, was wondering what had brought her there, when she heard that the woman had expired at that precise time. Madame O. B. was engaged to marry an officer who was with his regiment in India, and wishing to live in privacy till the union took place, she retired to the country and boarded with some ladies of her acquaintance, awaiting his return. She at length heard that he had obtained an appointment, which, by improving his prospects, had removed some difficulties out of the way of the marriage, and that he was immediately coming home. A short time after the arrival of this intelligence, this lady and one of those with whom she was residing were walking over a bridge, when the friend said, alluding to an officer she saw on the other side of the way, "What an extraordinary expression of face!" But without pausing to answer, Madame O. B. darted across the road to meet the stranger, but he was gone. Where, they could not conceive. They ran to the toll-keepers at the ends of the bridge to inquire if they had observed such a person, but they had not. Alarmed and perplexed, for it was her intended husband that she had seen, Madame O. B. returned home, and in due time the packet which should have brought himself brought the sad tidings of his unexpected death. Madame O. B. never recovered the shock, and died herself of a broken heart not long afterward. Mr. H., an eminent artist, was walking arm in arm with a friend in Edinburgh, when he suddenly left him, saying, "Oh, there's my brother." He had seen him with the most entire distinctness, but was confounded by losing sight of him without being able to ascertain whether he had vanished. News came ere long that at that precise period his brother had died. Mrs. T., sitting in her drawing-room, saw her nephew then at Cambridge pass across the adjoining room. She started up to meet him, and not finding him, summoned the servants to ask where he was. They, however, had not seen him, and declared he could not be there, while she as positively declared he was. The young man had died at Cambridge quite unexpectedly. A Scotch minister went to visit a friend who was dangerously ill. After sitting with the invalid for some time, he left him to take some rest, and went below. He had been reading in the library some little time, when, on looking up, he saw the sick man standing at the door. "God bless me!" he cried, starting up. "How can you be so imprudent?" The figure disappeared, and hastening upstairs, he found his friend had expired. 3 young men at Cambridge had been out hunting, and afterwards dined together in the apartments of one of them. After dinner, 2 of the party, fatigued with their morning's exercise, fell asleep, while the third, a Mr. M., remained awake. Presently the door opened, and a gentleman entered and placed himself behind the sleeping owner of the rooms, and after standing there a minute, proceeded to the gyp room, a small inner chamber, from which there was no egress. Mr. M. waited a little while, expecting the stranger would come out again, but as he did not, he awoke his host, saying, "There's somebody gone into your room. I don't know who it can be." The young man rose and looked into the gyp room, but there being nobody there, he naturally accused Mr. M. of dreaming, but the other assured him he had not been asleep. He then described the stranger, an elderly man, etc., dressed like a country squire, with gaiters on, etc. "Why, that's my father," said the host, and he immediately made inquiry, thinking it possible that the old gentleman had slipped out unobserved by Mr. M. He was not, however, to be heard of, and the post shortly brought a letter announcing that he had died at the time he had been seen in his son's chamber at Cambridge. Mr. C. F. and some young ladies not long ago were standing together looking in at a shop window at Brighton, when he suddenly darted across the way, and they saw him hurrying along the street, apparently in pursuit of somebody. After waiting a little while, as he did not return, they went home without him, and when he was come, they of course arraigned him for his want of gallantry. "I beg your pardon," said he, "but I saw an acquaintance of mine that owes me money, and I wanted to get hold of him." "And did you?" inquired the ladies. "No," returned he. "I kept sight of him some time, but I suddenly missed him. I can't think how." No more was thought of the matter, but by the next morning's post Mr. C. F. received a letter enclosing a draft from the father of the young man he had seen, saying that his son had just expired, and that one of his last requests had been that he would pay Mr. C. F. the money that he owed him. Two young ladies staying at the Queen's Ferry arose one morning early to bathe. As they descended the stairs they each exclaimed, "There's my uncle!" They had seen him standing by the clock. He died at that time. Very lately a gentleman living in Edinburgh, while sitting with his wife, suddenly arose from his seat and advanced toward the door with his hand extended, as if about to welcome a visitor. On his wife's inquiring what he was about, he answered that he had seen so-and-so enter the room. She had seen nobody. A day or two afterwards the post brought a letter announcing the death of the person seen. A regiment not very long since, stationed at New Orleans, had a temporary mess room erected, at one end of which was a door for the officers, and at the other a door and a space railed off for the messman. One day two of the officers were playing at chess or draughts, one sitting with his face toward the center of the room, the other with his back to it. "Bless me! Why, surely that is your brother!" exclaimed the former to the latter, who looked eagerly round, his brother being then, as he believed, in England. By this time the figure, having passed the spot where the officers were sitting, presented only his back to them. "No," replied the second, "that is not my brother's regiment. That's the uniform of the Rifle Brigade. By heavens, it is my brother, though," he added, starting up and eagerly pursuing the stranger, who at that moment turned his head and looked at him, and then somehow strangely disappeared among the people standing at the messman's end of the room. Supposing he had gone out that way, the brother pursued him, but he was not to be found. Neither had the messman nor anybody there observed him. The young man died at that time in England, having just exchanged into the Rifle Brigade. I could fill pages with similar instances, not to mention those recorded in other collections and in history. The case of Lord Balcarres is perhaps worth alluding to, from its being so perfectly well established. Nobody has ever disputed the truth of it, only they get out of the difficulty by saying that it was a spectral illusion. Lord Balcarres was in confinement in the castle of Edinburgh under suspicion of Jacobitism, when one morning, while lying in bed, the curtains were drawn aside by his friend Viscount Dundee, who looked upon him steadfastly, leaned for some time on the mantelpiece, and then walked out of the room. Lord Balcarres, not supposing that what he saw was a spectre, called to Dundee to come back and speak to him, but he was gone, and shortly afterward the news came that he had fallen about the same hour at Killiecrankie. Finally, I have met with 3 instances of persons who are so much the subjects of this phenomenon that they see the wraiths of most people that die belonging to them, and frequently of those who are merely acquaintance. They see the person as if he were alive, and unless they know him positively to be elsewhere, they have no suspicion but that it is himself in the flesh that is before them, till the sudden disappearance of the figure brings the conviction. Sometimes, as in the case of Mr. C.F. above alluded to, no suspicion arises till the news of the death arrives, and they mention without reserve that they have met so-and-so, but he did not stop to speak, and so forth. On other occasions, however, the circumstances of the appearance are such that the seer is instantly aware of its nature. In the first place, the time and locality may produce the conviction. Mrs. J. wakes her husband in the night and tells him she has just seen her father pass through the room, she being in the West Indies and her father in England. He died that night. Lord T., being at sea on his way to Calcutta, saw his wife enter his cabin. Mrs. Mac, of Skye, went from Lindale, where she resided, to pay a visit in Perthshire. During her absence there was a ball given at Lindale, and when it was over, 3 young ladies, 2 of them her daughters, assembled in their bedroom to talk over the evening's amusement. Suddenly one of them cried, "O God, my mother!" They all saw her pass across the room toward a chest of drawers, where she vanished. They immediately told their friends what they had seen, and afterwards learned that the lady died that night. Lord M., being from home, saw Lady M., who he had left 2 days before perfectly well, standing at the foot of his bed. Aware of the nature of the appearance, but wishing to satisfy himself that it was not a mere spectral illusion, he called his servant, who slept in the dressing-room, and said, "John, who's that?" "It's my lady," replied the man. Lady M. had been seized with inflammation and had died after a few hours' illness. This circumstance awakened so much interest at the time, that, as I am informed by one of the family, George III. was not satisfied without hearing the particulars from Lord M., and from the servant also. But besides time and locality, there are very frequently other circumstances accompanying the appearance, which not only show the form to be spectral, but also make known to the seer the nature of the death that has taken place. A lady with whose family I am acquainted had a son abroad. One night she was lying in bed with a door open which led into an adjoining room where there was a fire. She had not been asleep when she saw her son cross this adjoining room and approach the fire, over which he leaned as if very cold. She saw that he was shivering and dripping wet. She immediately exclaimed, "That's my G!" The figure turned its face round, looked at her sadly, and disappeared. That same night the young man was drowned. Mr. P., the American manager, in one of his voyages to England, being in bed one night, between sleeping and waking, was disturbed by somebody coming into his cabin dripping with water. He concluded that the person had fallen overboard, and asked him why he came there to disturb him when there were plenty of other places for him to go to. The man muttered something indistinctly, and Mr. P. then perceived that it was his own brother. This roused him completely, and feeling quite certain that somebody had been there, he got out of bed to feel if the carpet was wet on the spot where his brother stood. It was not, however, and when he questioned his shipmates the following morning, they assured him that nobody had been overboard, nor had anybody been in his cabin. Upon this he noted down the date and the particulars of the event, and on his arrival at Liverpool sent the paper sealed to a friend in London, desiring it might not be opened till he wrote again. The Indian post in due time brought the intelligence that on that night Mr. P.'s brother was drowned. A similar case to this is that of Captain Kidd, which Lord Byron used to say he heard from the captain himself. He was one night awakened in his hammock by feeling something heavy lying upon him. He opened his eyes and saw, or thought he saw by the indistinct light in the cabin, his brother in uniform lying across the bed. Concluding that this was only an illusion arising out of some foregone dream, he closed his eyes again to sleep, but again he felt the weight, and there was the form still lying across the bed. He now stretched out his hand and felt the uniform, which was quite wet. Alarmed, he called out for somebody to come to him, and as one of the officers entered, the figure disappeared. He afterward learned that his brother was drowned on that night in the Indian Ocean. Ben Jonson told Drummond of Hawthornden that, being at Sir Robert Cotton's house in the country with old Camden, he saw in a vision his eldest son, then a child in London, appear to him with the mark of a bloody cross on his forehead, at which, amazed, he prayed to God, and in the morning mentioned the circumstance to Mr. Camden, who persuaded him it was fancy. In the meantime came letters announcing that the boy had died of the plague. The custom of indicating an infected house by a red cross is here suggested, the cross apparently symbolizing the manner of the death. Mr. S.C., a gentleman of fortune, had a son in India. One fine, calm summer's morning in the year 1780, he and his wife were sitting at breakfast when she arose and went to the window, upon which, turning his eyes in the same direction, he started up and following her, saying, "My dear, do you see that?" "Surely," she replied, "it is our son. Let us go to him." As she was very much agitated, however, he begged her to sit down and recover herself, and when they looked again the figure was gone. The appearance was that of their son, precisely as they had last seen him. They took note of the hour, and afterward learned that he had died in India at that period. A lady with whose family I am acquainted was sitting with her son, named Andrew, when she suddenly exclaimed that she had seen him pass the window in a white mantle. As the window was high from the ground and overhung a precipice, no one could have passed, else, she said, had there been a path, and he not beside her at the moment, she should have thought he had walked by on stilts. 3 days afterward Andrew was seized with a fever which he caught from visiting some sick neighbours, and expired after a short illness. In 1807, when several people were killed in consequence of a false alarm of fire at Sadler's Wells, a woman named Price, in giving her evidence at the inquest, said that her little girl had gone into the kitchen about 10:30 o'clock, and was surprised to see her brother there, whom she supposed to be at the theatre. She spoke to him, whereupon he disappeared. The child immediately told her mother, who, alarmed, set off to the theatre, and found the boy dead. In the year 1813, a young lady in Berlin, whose intended husband was with the army at Dusseldorf, heard some one knock at the door of her chamber, and her lover entered in a white negligee stained with blood. Thinking that this vision proceeded from some disorder in herself, she arose and quitted the room to call a servant, who not being at hand, she returned and found the figure still there. She now became much alarmed, and having mentioned the circumstance to her father, inquiries were made of some prisoners that were marching through the town, and it was ascertained that the young man had been wounded and carried to the house of Dr. Ehrlich in Leipzig, with great hopes of recovery. It afterward proved, however, that he had died at that period, and that his last thoughts were with her. The lady earnestly wished and prayed for another such visit, but she never saw him again. In the same year, a woman in Bavaria, who had a brother with the army in Russia, was one day at field work on the skirts of a forest, and everything quiet around her, when she repeatedly felt herself hit by small stones, though on looking round she could see nobody. At length, supposing it was some jest, she threw down her implements and stepped into the wood whence they had proceeded, when she saw a headless figure in a soldier's mantle leaning against a tree. Afraid to approach, she summoned some labourers from a neighbouring field, who also saw it, but on going up to it, it disappeared. The woman declared her conviction that the circumstance indicated her brother's death, and it was afterward ascertained that he had, on that day, fallen in a trench. Some few years ago, a Mrs. H., residing in Limerick, had a servant whom she very much esteemed, called Nelly Hanlon. Nelly was a very steady person, who seldom asked for a holy day, and consequently Mrs. H. was the less disposed to refuse her when she requested a day's leave of absence for the purpose of attending a fair that was to take place a few miles off. The petition was therefore favourably heard, but when Mr. H. came home and was informed of Nelly's proposed excursion, he said she could not be spared, as he had invited some people to dinner for that day, and he had nobody he could trust with the keys of the cellar except Nelly, adding that it was not likely his business would allow him to get home time enough to bring up the wine himself. Unwilling, however, after giving her consent, to disappoint the girl, Mrs. H. said she would herself undertake the cellar department on the day in question. So when the wished-for morning arrived, Nelly departed in great spirits, having faithfully promised to return that night if possible, or at the latest on the following morning. The day passed as usual, and nothing was thought about Nelly till the time arrived for fetching up the wine, when Mrs. H. proceeded to the cellar stairs with the key, followed by a servant carrying a bottle basket. She had, however, scarcely begun to descend when she uttered a loud scream, and dropped down in a state of insensibility. She was carried upstairs and laid upon the bed, while, to the amazement of the other servants, the girl who had accompanied her said that they had seen Nelly Hanlon, dripping with water, standing at the bottom of the stairs. Mr. H. being sent for, or coming home at the moment, this story was repeated to him, whereupon he reproved the woman for her folly, and proper restoratives being applied, Mrs. H. at length began to revive. As she opened her eyes she heaved a deep sigh, saying, "Oh, Nelly Hanlon!" And as soon as she was sufficiently recovered to speak, she corroborated what the girl had said. She had seen Nelly at the foot of the stairs dripping as if she had just come out of the water. Mr. H. used his utmost efforts to persuade his wife out of what he looked upon to be an illusion, but in vain. "Nelly," said he, "will come home by and by, and laugh at you," while she, on the contrary, felt sure that Nelly was dead. The night came, and the morning came, but there was no Nelly. When 2 or 3 days had passed, inquiries were made, and it was ascertained that she had been seen at the fair, and started to return home in the evening, but from that moment all traces of her were lost, till her body was ultimately found in the river. How she came by her death was never known. Now, in most of these cases which I have above detailed, the person was seen where his dying thoughts might naturally be supposed to have flown, and the visit seems to have been made either immediately before or immediately after the dissolution of the body. In either case, we may imagine that the final parting of the spirit had taken place, even if the organic life was not quite extinct. I have met with some cases in which we are not left any doubt with respect to the last wishes of the dying person. For example, a lady with whom I am acquainted was on her way to India, when near the end of her voyage she was one night awakened by a rustling in her cabin, and a consciousness that there was something hovering about her. She sat up and saw a bluish, cloudy form moving away, but persuaded herself it must be fancy, she addressed herself again to sleep. But as soon as she lay down, she both heard and felt the same thing. It seemed to her as if this cloudy form hung over and enveloped her. Overcome with horror, she screamed. The cloud then moved away, assuming distinctly a human shape. The people about her naturally persuaded her that she had been dreaming, and she wished to think so. But when she arrived in India, the first thing she heard was that a very particular friend had come down to Calcutta to be ready to receive her on her landing, but that he had been taken ill and died, saying he only wished to live to see his old friend once more. He had expired on the night she saw the shadowy form in her room. A very frightful instance of this kind of phenomenon is related by Dr. H. Werner of Baron Emilius von O. This young man had been sent to prosecute his studies in Paris, but forming some bad connections he became dissipated and neglected them. His father's counsels were unheeded, and his letters remained unanswered. One day the young baron was sitting alone on a seat in the Bois de Boulogne, and had fallen somewhat into a reverie, when on raising his eyes he saw his father's form before him. Believing it to be a mere spectral illusion, he struck at the shadow with his riding-whip, upon which it disappeared. The next day brought him a letter, urging his return home instantly if he wished to see his parent alive. He went, but found the old man already in his grave. The person who had been about him said that he had been quite conscious, and had a great longing to see his son. He had indeed exhibited one symptom of delirium, which was, that after expressing this desire he had suddenly exclaimed, "My God, he is striking at me with his riding-whip," and immediately expired. In this case the condition of the dying man resembles that of a somnambulist, in which the patient describes what he sees taking place at a distance, and the archives of magnetism furnish some instances, especially that of August Müller of Karlsruhe, in which the force of will the sleeper has not only been able to bring intelligence from a distance, but also, like the American magician, to make himself visible. The faculties of prophecy and clearer far-seeing, frequently disclosed by dying persons, is fully acknowledged by Dr. Abercrombie and other physiologists. Mr. F. saw a female relative one night by his bedside. Thinking it was a trick of some one to frighten him, he struck at the figure, whereon she said, "What have I done? I know I should have told it you before." This lady was dying at a distance, earnestly desiring to speak to Mr. F. before she departed. I will conclude this chapter with the following extract from Lockhart's Life of Scott. Walter Scott to Daniel Terry, April 30th, 1818. The new house at Abbotsford being then in progress, Scott living in an older park, close adjoining. The exposed state of my house has led to a mysterious disturbance. The night before last we were awakened by a violent noise, like drawing heavy boards along the new part of the house. I fancied something had fallen, and thought no more about it. This was about 2 in the morning. Last night, at the same witching hour, the very same noise occurred. Mrs. Scott, as you know, is rather timbersome, So up I got, with Beardy's broadsword under my arm, bolt upright, and ready to fight. But nothing was out of order, neither can I discover what occasioned the disturbance. Mr. Lockhart adds, on the morning that Mr. Terry received the foregoing letter in London, Mr. William Erskine was breakfasting with him, and the chief subject of their conversation was the sudden death of George Bullock, which had occurred on the very same night, and as nearly as they could ascertain, at the very hour when Scott was roused from his sleep by the mysterious disturbance here described. This coincidence, when Scott received Erskine's minute detail of what had happened in Tenterden Street, that is, the death of Bullock, who had the charge of furnishing the new rooms at Abbotsford, made a much stronger impression on his mind than might be gathered from the tone of an ensuing communication. It appears that Bullock had been at Abbotsford and made himself a great favourite with old and young. Scott, a week or two afterward, wrote thus to Terry: "Were you not struck with the fantastical coincidence of our nocturnal disturbances at Abbotsford with the melancholy event that followed? I protest to you the noise resembled half a dozen men hard at work, putting up boards and furniture, and nothing can be more certain than that there was nobody on the premises at the time. With a few additional touches, the story would figure in Glanville or Aubrey's collection. In the meantime, you may set it down with poor Dubisson's warnings as a remarkable coincidence coming under your own observation." End of Section 9. Recording by Philip Gould. Section 10 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers by CROWE. Chapter 8. Doppelgangers, or Doubles. In the instances detailed in the last chapter, the apparition has shown itself as nearly as could be discovered at the moment of dissolution, but there are many cases in which the wraith is seen at an indefinite period before or after the catastrophe. Of these I could quote a great number, but as they generally resolve themselves into simply seeing a person where they were not, and death ensuing very shortly afterward, a few will suffice. There is a very remarkable story of this kind related by McKnight, which he calls a case of hallucination arising without the individual being conscious of any physical cause by which it might be occasioned. If this case stood alone, strange as it is, I should think so too. But when similar instances abound as they do, I cannot bring myself to dispose of it so easily. The story is as follows. Mr. H. was one day walking along the street apparently in perfect health, when he saw, or supposed he saw, his acquaintance Mr. C. walking before him. He called to him aloud, but he did not seem to hear him, and continued moving on. Mr. H. then quickened his pace for the purpose of overtaking him, but the other increased his also as if to keep ahead of his pursuer, and proceeded at such a rate that Mr. H. found it impossible to make up to him. This continued for some time, till on Mr. C.'s reaching a gate, he opened it and passed in, slamming it violently in Mr. H.'s face. Confounded at such treatment from a friend, the latter instantly opened the gate and looked down the long lane into which it led, where to his astonishment no one was to be seen. Determined to unravel the mystery, he then went to Mr. C.'s house, and his surprise was great to hear that he was confined to his bed, and had been so for several days. A week or two afterward these gentlemen met at the house of a common friend, when Mr. H. related the circumstance, jocularly telling Mr. C. that, as he had seen his wraith, he of course could not live long. The person addressed laughed heartily, as did the rest of the party. But in a few days Mr. C. was attacked with putrid sore throat and died, and within a short period of his death Mr. H. was also in the grave. This is a very striking case, the hastening on and the actual opening and shutting the gate evincing not only will but power to produce mechanical effects at a time the person was bodily elsewhere. It is true he was ill, and it is highly probable he was at the time asleep. The showing himself to Mr. H., who was so soon to follow him to the grave, is another peculiarity which appears frequently to attend these cases, and which seems like what was in Old English, and is still in Scotch, called a tryst, an appointment to meet again between those spirits so soon to be free. Supposing Mr. C to have been asleep, he was possibly in that state aware of what impended over both. There is a still more remarkable case given by Mr. Barham in his Reminiscences. I have no other authority for it, but he relates as a fact that a respectable young woman was awaked one night by hearing somebody in her room, and that on looking up she saw a young man to whom she was engaged. Extremely offended by such an intrusion, she bade him instantly depart if he wished her ever to speak to him again, whereupon he bade her not to be frightened, but said he was coming to tell her that he was to die that day 6 weeks, and then disappeared. Having ascertained that the young man himself could not possibly have been in her room, she was naturally much alarmed, and her evident depression leading to some inquiries, she communicated what had occurred to the family with whom she lived, I think as a dairymaid, but I quote from memory. They attached little importance to what seemed so improbable, more especially as the young man continued in perfectly good health and entirely ignorant of this prediction, which his mistress had the prudence to conceal from him. When the fatal day arrived, these ladies saw the girl looking very cheerful as they were going for their morning's ride, and observed to each other that the prophecy did not seem likely to be fulfilled. But when they returned, they saw her running up the avenue toward the house in great agitation, and learned that her lover was either dead or dying from an accident. The only key I can suggest as the explanation of such a phenomenon as this is that the young man in his sleep was aware of the fate that awaited him, and that while the body lay in his bed in a state approaching to trance or catalepsy, the freed spirit, free as the spirits of the actual dead, went forth to tell the tale to the mistress of his soul. Franz von Baader says in a letter to Dr. Kerner that Eckartshausen, shortly before his death, assured him that he possessed the power of making a person's double or wraith appear while his body lay elsewhere in a state of trance or catalepsy. He added that the experiment might be dangerous if care were not taken to prevent intercepting the rapport of the ethereal form with the material one. A lady, an entire disbeliever in these spiritual phenomena, was one day walking in her own garden with her husband, who was indisposed, leaning on her arm, when seeing a man with his back toward them and a spade in his hand digging, she exclaimed, "Look there! Who's that?" "Where?" said her companion, and at that moment the figure leaning on the spade turned round and looked at her, sadly shaking its head, and she saw it was her husband. She avoided an explanation by pretending she had made a mistake. 3 days afterwards the gentleman died, leaving her entirely converted to a belief she had previously scoffed at. Here again the foreknowledge and evident design, as well as the power of manifesting it, are extremely curious, more especially as the antitype of the figure was neither in a trance nor asleep, but perfectly conscious, walking and talking. If any particular purpose were to be gained by the information indicated, the solution might be less difficult. One object, it is true, may have been, and indeed was attained, namely the change in the opinions of the wife, and it is impossible to say what influence such a conversion may have had on her after life. It must be admitted that these cases are very perplexing. We might indeed get rid of them by denying them, but the instances are too numerous, and the phenomenon has been too well known in all ages to be set aside so easily. In the above examples, the apparition, or wraith, has been in some way connected with the death of the person whose visionary likeness is seen, and in most of these instances the earnest longing to behold those beloved seems to have been the means of effecting the object. The mystery of death is to us so awful and impenetrable, and we know so little of the mode in which the spiritual and corporeal are united and kept together during the continuance of life, or what condition may ensue when this connection is about to be dissolved, that while we look with wonder upon such phenomena as those above alluded to, we yet find very few persons who are disposed to reject them as utterly apocryphal. They feel that in the department already so mysterious there may exist a greater mystery still, and the very terror with which the thoughts of present death inspires most minds deters people from treating this class of facts with that scornful skepticism with which many approximate ones are denied and laughed at. Nevertheless, if we suppose the person to have been dead, though it be but an inappreciable instant of time before he appears, the appearance comes under the denomination of what is commonly called a ghost, for whether the spirit has been parted from the body 1 second or 50 years ought to make no difference in our appreciation of the fact, nor is the difficulty less in one case than the other. I mention this because I have met with, and do meet with, people constantly who admit this class of facts, while they declare they cannot believe in ghosts. The instances, they say, of people being seen at a distance at the period of their death are too numerous to permit of the fact being denied. In granting it, however, they seem to me to grant everything. If, as I have said above, the person be dead, the form seen is a ghost or spectre, whether he has been dead a second or a century. If he be alive, the difficulty is certainly not diminished. On the contrary, it appears to me to be considerably augmented, and it is to this perplexing class of facts that I shall next proceed, namely those in which the person is not only alive, as in some of the cases above related, but where the phenomenon seems to occur without any reference to the death of the subject, present or prospective. In either case, we are forced to conclude that the thing seen is the same. The questions are, what is it that we see, and how does it render itself visible? And still more difficult to answer appears the question of how it can communicate intelligence or exert a mechanical force. As, however, this investigation will be more in its place when I have reached that department of my subject commonly called ghosts, I will defer it for the present, and merely confine myself to that of doubles, or Doppelgangers, as the Germans denominate the appearance of a person out of his body. In treating of the case of August Müller, a remarkable somnambule, who possessed the power of appearing elsewhere while his body lay cold and stiff in his bed, Professor Paezra, who attended him, says that the phenomenon as regards the seer must be looked upon as purely subjective. That is, that there was no outstanding form of August Müller visible to the sensuous organs, but that the magnetic influence of the somnambule, by the force of his will, acted on the imagination of the seer and called up the image which he believed he saw. But then, allowing this to be possible, as Dr. Werner says, how are we to account for those numerous cases in which there is no somnambule concerned in the matter, and no especial report, that we are aware of, established between the parties? And yet these latter cases are much the most frequent. For although I have met with numerous instances recorded by the German physiologists of what is called far working on the part of the somnambules, this power of appearing out of the body seems to be a very rare one. Many persons will be surprised at these allusions to a kind of magnetic phenomenon, of which in this country so little is known or believed. But the physiologists and psychologists of Germany have been studying this subject for the last 50 years, and the volumes filled with their theoretical views and records of cases are numerous beyond anything the English public has an idea of. The only other theory I have met with which pretends to explain the mode of this double appearance is that of the spirit leaving the body, as we have supposed it to do in cases of dreams and catalepsy, in which instances the nerve spirit, which seems to be the archaios, or astral spirit of the ancient philosophers, has the power of projecting a visible body out of the imponderable matter of the atmosphere. According to this theory, this nerve spirit, which seems to be an embodiment of, or rather, a body constructed out of the nervous fluid or ether, in short, the spiritual body of St. Paul, is the bond of union between the body and the soul or spirit, and has the plastic force of raising up an aerial form. Being the highest organic power, it cannot by any other, physical or chemical, be destroyed, and when the body is cast off, it follows the soul, and as during life it is the means by which the soul acts upon the body, and is thus enabled to communicate with the external world. So when the spirit is disembodied, it is through this nerve spirit that it can make itself visible, and even exercise mechanical powers. It is certain that not only somnambules, but sick persons are occasionally sensible of a feeling that seems to lend some countenance to this latter theory. The girl at Canton, for example, mentioned in a former chapter, as well as many somnambulic patients, declare while their bodies are lying stiff and cold, that they see it as if out of it, and in some instances they describe particulars of its appearance which they could not see in the ordinary way. There are also numerous cases of sick persons seeing themselves double, where no tendency to delirium or spectral illusion has been observed. These are in this country always placed under the latter category, but I find various instances recorded by the German physiologists, where this appearance has been seen by others, and even by children, at the same that it was felt by the invalid. In one of these cases I find the sick person saying, "I cannot think how I am lying. It seems to me that I am divided and lying in two places at once." It is remarkable that a friend of my own, during an illness in the autumn of 1845, expressed precisely the same feeling. We, however, saw nothing of this second ego, But it must be remembered that the seeing of these things, as I have said in a former chapter, probably depends on a peculiar faculty or condition of the seer. The servant of Elisha was not blind, but yet he could not see what his master saw till his eyes were opened, that is, till he was rendered capable of perceiving spiritual objects. When Peter was released from prison by the angel, and it is not amiss here to remark that even he wist not that it was true which was done by the angel, but thought he saw a vision, that is, he did not believe his senses, but supposed himself the victim of a spectral illusion. But when he was released, and went and knocked at the door of the gate where many of his friends were assembled, they, not conceiving it possible he could have escaped, said, when the girl who had opened the door insisted that he was there, "It is his angel." What did they mean by this? The expression is not an angel, but his angel. Now it is not a little remarkable that in the East, to this day, a double or doppelganger is called a man's angel or messenger. As we cannot suppose that this term was used otherwise than seriously by the disciples that were gathered together in Mark's house, for they were in trouble about Peter, and when he arrived were engaged in prayer, we are entitled to believe they alluded to some recognized phenomenon. They knew either that the likeness of a man, his spiritual self, sometimes appeared where bodily he was not, and that this imago, or eidolon, was capable of exerting a mechanical force, or else that other spirits sometimes assumed a mortal form, or they would not have supposed it to be Peter's angel that had knocked at the gate. Dr. Ennemoser, who always leans to the physical rather than the psychical explanation of a phenomenon, says that the faculty of self-seeing, which is analogous to seeing another person's double, is to be considered an illusion, but that this imago of another seen at a distance at the moment of death must be supposed to have an objective reality. But if we are capable of thus perceiving the imago of another person, I cannot comprehend why we may not see our own, unless indeed the former was never perceived but when the body of the person seen was in a state of insensibility. But this does not always seem to be a necessary condition, as will appear by some examples I am about to detail. The faculty of perceiving the object Dr. Ennemoser considers analogous to that of second sight, and thinks it may be evolved by local as well as idiosyncratical conditions. The difficulty arising from the fact that some persons are in the habit of seeing the race of their friends and relations must be explained by this hypothesis. The spirit, as soon as liberated from the body, is adapted for communion with all spirits, embodied or otherwise, but all embodied spirits are not prepared for communion with it. A Mr. R., a gentleman who has attracted public attention by some scientific discoveries, had had a fit of illness at Rotterdam. He was in a state of convalescence, but was still so far taking care of himself as to spend part of the day in bed, when as he was lying there one morning the door opened, and there entered in tears a lady with whom he was intimately acquainted, but whom he believed to be in England. She walked hastily to the side of his bed, wrung her hands, evincing by her gestures extreme anguish of mind, and before he could sufficiently recover his surprise to inquire the cause of her distress and sudden appearance, she was gone. She did not disappear, but walked out of the room again, and Mr. R. immediately summoned the servants of the hotel for the purpose of making inquiries about the English lady, when she came, what had happened to her, and where she had gone to on quitting his room. The people declared there was no such person there. He insisted there was, but they at length convinced him that they at least knew nothing about her. When his physician visited him, he naturally expressed the great perplexity into which he had been thrown by this circumstance, and as the doctor could find no symptoms about his patient that could warrant a suspicion of spectral illusion, they made a note of the date and hour of the occurrence, and Mr. R. took the earliest opportunity of ascertaining if anything had happened to the lady in question. Nothing had happened to herself, but at that precise period her son had expired, and she was actually in the state of distress in which Mr. R. beheld her. It would be extremely interesting to know whether her thoughts had been intensely directed to Mr. R. at the moment, but that is a point which I have not been able to ascertain. At all events, the impelling cause of the form projected, be the motive it what it may, appears to have been violent emotion. The following circumstance, which is forwarded to me by the gentleman to whom it occurred, appears to have the same origin. On the evening of the 12th of March, 1792, says Mr. H., an artist and a man of science, I had been reading in the Philosophical Transactions, and retired to my room somewhat fatigued, but not inclined to sleep. It was a bright moonlight night, and I had extinguished my candle and was sitting on the side of the bed, deliberately taking off my clothes, when I was amazed to behold the visible appearance of my half-uncle, Mr. R. Robertson, standing before me, and at the same instant I heard the words, "Twice will be sufficient." The face was so distinct that I actually saw the pock-picks. His dress seemed to be made of a strong twilled sort of sackcloth, and of the same dingy colour. It was more like a woman's dress than a man's, resembling a petticoat, the neckband close to the chin, and the garment covering the whole person, so that I saw neither hands nor feet. While the figure stood there, I twisted my fingers till they cracked, that I might be sure I was awake. On the following morning I inquired if anybody had heard lately of Mr. R., and was well laughed at when I confessed the origin of my inquiry. I confess I thought he was dead. But when my grandfather heard the story, he said that the dress I described resembled the straitjacket Mr. R. had been put in formerly under an attack of insanity. Subsequently we learned that on the night, and at the very hour I had seen him, he had attempted suicide, and been actually put into a straitjacket. He afterward recovered and went to Egypt with Sir Ralph Abercrombie. Some people laugh at this story, and maintain that it was a delusion of the imagination. But surely this is blinking the question. Why should my imagination create such an image while my mind was entirely engrossed with a mathematical problem? The words, "twice will be sufficient," probably embodied the thought, uttered or not, of the maniac under the influence of his emotion. 2 blows or 2 stabs would be sufficient for his purpose. Dr. Kerner relates a case of a Dr. John B., who was studying medicine in Paris, seeing his mother one night, shortly after he had got into bed and before he had put out his light. She was dressed after a fashion in which he had never seen her, but she vanished, and thus aware of the nature of the appearance, he became much alarmed, and wrote home to inquire after her health. The answer he received was that she was extremely unwell, having been under the most intense anxiety on his account, from hearing that several medical students in Paris had been arrested as resurrectionists, and knowing his passion for anatomical investigation, she had apprehended he might be among the number. The letter concluded with an earnest request that he would pay her a visit. He did so, and his surprise was so great on meeting her to perceive that she was dressed exactly as he had seen her in his room at Paris, that he could not at first embrace her, and was obliged to explain the cause of his astonishment and repugnance. An analogous case to these is that of Dr. Donne, which is already mentioned in so many publications that I should not allude to it here, but for the purpose of showing that these examples belong to a class of facts, and that it is not to be supposed that similarity argues identity, or that one and the same story is reproduced with new names and localities. I mention this because when circumstances of this kind are related, I sometimes hear people say, "Oh, I have heard that story before, but it was said to have happened to Mr. So-and-so, or at such a place," the truth being that these things happen in all places and to a great variety of people. Dr. Donne was with the embassy in Paris, where he had been but a short time, when his friend Mr. Roberts, entering the salon, found him in a state of considerable agitation. As soon as he was sufficiently recovered to speak, he said that his wife had passed twice through the room with a dead child in her arms. An express was immediately dispatched to England to inquire for the lady, and the intelligence returned was that after much suffering she had been delivered of a dead infant. The delivery had taken place at the time that her husband had seen her in Paris. Nobody has ever disputed Dr. Donne's assertion that he saw his wife, but as usual the case is crammed into the theory of spectral illusions. They say Dr. Donne was naturally very anxious about his wife's approaching confinement, of which he must have been aware, and that his excited imagination did all the rest. In the first place, I do not find it recorded that he was suffering any particular anxiety on the subject, and even if he were, the coincidences in time and in the circumstances of the dead child remain unexplained. Neither are we led to believe that the doctor was unwell, or living the kind of life that is apt to breed thick-coming fancies. He was attached to the embassy in the gay city of Paris. He had just been taking luncheon with others of the suite, and had been left alone but a short time, when he was found in the state of amazement above described. If such extraordinary cases of spectral illusion as this and many others I am recording can suddenly arise in constitutions apparently healthy, it is certainly high time that the medical world reconsider the subject and give us some more comprehensible theory of it, if they are not cases of spectral illusion, but are to be explained under that vague and abused term imagination. Let us be told something more about imagination, a service which those who consider the word sufficient to account for these strange phenomena must of course be qualified to perform. If, however, both these hypotheses, for they are but simple hypotheses unsupported by any proof whatever, only being delivered with an air of authority in a rationalistic age, they have been allowed to pass unquestioned. If, however, they are not found sufficient to satisfy a vast number of minds, which I know to be the case, I think the inquiry I am instituting cannot be wholly useless or unacceptable, let it lead us where it may. The truth is all I seek, and I think there is a very important truth to be deduced from the further investigation of this subject in its various relations. In short, a truth of paramount importance to all others, one which contains evidence of a fact in which we are more deeply concerned than in any other, and which, if well established, brings demonstration to confirm intuition and tradition. I am very well aware of all the difficulties in the way, difficulties internal and external, many inherent to the subject itself and others extraneous but inseparable from it, and I am very far from supposing that my book is to settle the question even with a single mind. All I hope or expect is to show that the question is not disposed of yet, either by the rationalists or the physiologists, and that it is still an open one, and all I desire is to arouse inquiry and curiosity, and that thus some mind, better qualified than mine to follow out the investigation, may be incited to undertake it. Dr. Kerner mentions the case of a lady named Delineus, who was awakened one night by her son, a child 6 years of age. Her sister-in-law, who slept in the same room, also awoke at the same time, and all three saw Madame Delineus enter the room attired in a black dress which she had lately bought. The sister said, "I see you double. You are in bed, and yet you are walking about the room." They were both extremely alarmed, while the figure stood between the doors in a melancholy attitude with the head leaning on the hand. The child, who also saw it, but seems not to have been terrified, jumped out of bed, and running to the figure, put his hand through it as he attempted to push it, exclaiming, "Go away, you black woman!" The form, however, remained as before, and the child, becoming alarmed, sprung into bed again. Madame Delineus expected that the appearance foreboded her own death, but that did not ensue. A serious accident immediately afterward occurred to her husband, and she fancied there might be some connection between the two events. This is one of those cases which, from their extremely perplexing nature, have induced some psychologists to seek an explanation in the hypothesis that other spirits may, for some purpose, or under certain conditions, assume the form of a person with a view to giving an intimation or impression which the gulf separating the material from the spiritual world renders it difficult to convey. As regards such instances as that of Madame Delineus, however, we are at a loss to discover any motive, unless indeed it be sympathy, for such an exertion of power, supposing it to be possessed. But in the famous case of Catherine of Russia, who was said while lying in bed to have been seen by the ladies to enter the throne-room, and being informed of the circumstances, went herself and saw the figure seated on the throne, and bade her guards fire on it, we may conceive it possible that her guardian spirit, if such she had, might adopt this mode of warning her to prepare for a change, which, after such a life as hers, we are entitled to conclude she was not very fit to encounter. There are numerous examples of similar phenomena to be met with. Professor Stilling relates that he heard from the son of a Madame M. that his mother, having sent her maid upstairs on an errand, the woman came running down in a great fright, saying that her mistress was sitting above in her armchair, looking precisely as she had left her below. The lady went upstairs and saw herself as described by the woman, very shortly after which she died. Dr. Werner relates that a jeweller at Ludwigsburg, named Ratzel, when in perfect health one evening, on turning the corner of a street, met his own form face to face. The figure seemed as real and lifelike as himself, and he was so close as to look into its very eyes. He was seized with terror, and it vanished. He related the circumstance to several people, and endeavoured to laugh, but nevertheless it was evident he was painfully impressed with it. Shortly afterward, as he was passing through a forest, he fell in with some woodcutters who asked him to lend a hand to the ropes with which they were pulling down an oak tree. He did so, and was killed by its fall. Becker, professor of mathematics at Rostock, having fallen into argument with some friends regarding a disputed point of theology, on going to his library to fetch a book which he wished to refer to, saw himself sitting at a table in the seat he usually occupied. He approached the figure, which appeared to be reading, and looking over its shoulder, he observed that the book open before it was a Bible, and that with one of the fingers of the right hand it pointed to the passage, "Make ready thy house, for thou must die." He returned to the company and related what he had seen, and in spite of all their arguments to the contrary, remained fully persuaded that his death was at hand. He took leave of his friends, and expired on the following day at 6 o'clock in the evening. He had already attained a considerable age. Those who would not believe in the appearance said he had died of the fright, but whether he did so or not, the circumstance is sufficiently remarkable, and if this were a real outstanding apparition, it would go strongly to support the hypothesis alluded to above, while if it were a spectral illusion, it is certainly an infinitely strange one. As I am aware how difficult it is, except where the appearance is seen by more persons than one, to distinguish cases of actual self-seeing from those of spectral illusion, I do not linger longer in this department, but returning to the analogous subject of doppelgangers, I will relate a few curious instances of this kind of phenomenon. Stilling relates that a government officer of the name of Triplin, in Weimar, on going to his office to fetch a paper of importance, saw his own likeness sitting there with the deed before him. Alarmed, he returned home and desired his maid to go there and fetch the paper she would find on the table. The maid saw the same form, and imagined that her master had gone by another road and got there before her. His mind seems to have preceded his body. The Landrichter or Sheriff F. in Frankfurt sent his secretary on an errand. Presently afterward the secretary re-entered the room and laid hold of a book. His master asked him what had brought him back, whereupon the figure vanished and the book fell to the ground. It was a volume of Linnaeus. In the evening, when the secretary returned and was interrogated with regard to his expedition, he said that he had fallen into an eager dispute with an acquaintance as he went along about some botanical question, and had ardently wished he had his Linnaeus with him to refer to. Dr. Werner relates that Professor Happich had an elderly maid-servant who was in the habit of coming every morning to call him, and on entering the room, which he generally heard her do, she usually looked at a clock which stood under the mirror. One morning she entered so softly that though he saw her, he did not hear her foot. She went, as was her custom, to the clock, and came to his bedside, but suddenly turned round and left the room. He called after her, but she, not answering, he jumped out of bed and pursued her. He could not see her, however, till he reached her room, where he found her fast asleep in bed. Subsequently the same thing occurred frequently with this woman. An exactly parallel case was related to me as occurring to himself by a publisher in Edinburgh. His housekeeper was in the habit of calling him every morning. On one occasion, being perfectly awake, he saw her enter, walk to the window, and go out again without speaking. Being in the habit of fastening his door, he supposed he had omitted to do so, but presently afterward he heard her knocking to come in, and he found the door was still locked. She assured him she had not been there before. He was in perfectly good health at the time this happened. Only a few nights since, a lady with whom I am intimately acquainted was in bed and had not been to sleep, when she saw one of her daughters who slept in an upper room and who had retired to rest some time before, standing at the foot of her bed. "H," she said, "what is the matter? What do you come for?" The daughter did not answer, but moved away. The mother jumped out of bed, but not seeing her, got in again, but the figure was still there. Perfectly satisfied it was really her daughter, she spoke to her, asking if anything had happened. But again the figure moved silently away, and again the mother jumped out of bed, and actually went part of the way upstairs, and this occurred a third time. The daughter was during the whole of this time asleep in her bed, and the lady herself is quite in her usual state of health, not robust, but not by any means sickly, nor in the slightest degree hysterical or nervous. Yet she is perfectly convinced that she saw the figure of her daughter on that occasion, though quite unable to account for the circumstance. Probably the daughter was dreaming of the mother. Edward Stern, author of some German works, had a friend who was frequently seen out of the body, as the Germans term it, and the father of that person was so much the subject of this phenomenon that he was frequently observed to enter his house while he was yet working in the fields. His wife used to say to him, "Why, papa, you came home before," and he would answer, "I dare say I was so anxious to get away earlier, but it was impossible." The cook, in a convent of nuns at Ebersdorf, was frequently seen picking herbs in the garden when she was in the kitchen and much in need of them. A Danish physician, whose name Dr. Werner does not mention, is said to have been frequently seen entering a patient's room, and on being spoken to, the figure would disappear with a sigh. This used to occur when he had made an appointment which he was prevented keeping, and was rendered uneasy by the failure. The hearing of it, however, occasioned him such an unpleasant sensation that he requested his patients never to tell him when it happened. A president of the Supreme Court in Ulm, named Paezra, attests the truth of the following case. A gentleman, holding an official situation, had a son at Göttingen, who wrote home to his father requesting him to send him without delay a certain book, which he required to aid him in preparing a dissertation he was engaged in. The father answered that he had sought but could not find the work in question. Shortly afterward the latter had been taking a book from his shelves, when on turning round he beheld, to his amazement, his son just in the act of stretching up his hand toward one on a high shelf in another part of the room. "Hallo!" he exclaimed, supposing it to be the young man himself. But the figure disappeared, and on examining the shelf the father found there the book that was required, which he immediately forwarded to Göttingen. But before it could arrive there he received a letter from his son describing the exact spot where it was to be found. A case of what is called spectral illusion is mentioned by Dr. Patterson, which appears to me to belong to the class of phenomena I am treating of. On one Sunday evening Miss N was left at home, the sole inmate of the house, not being permitted to accompany her family to church on account of her delicate state of health. Her father was an infirm old man who seldom went from home, and she was not aware whether on this occasion he had gone out with the rest or not. By and by there came on a severe storm of thunder, lightning, and rain, and Miss N is described as becoming very uneasy about her father. Under the influence of this feeling, Dr. Patterson says she went into the back room where he usually sat, and there saw him in his armchair. Not doubting but it was himself, she advanced and laid her hand upon his shoulder, but her hand encountered vacancy, and, alarmed, she retired. As she quitted the room, however, she looked back, and there still sat the figure. Not being a believer in what is called the supernatural, Miss N resolved to overcome her apprehensions and return into the room, which she did, and saw the figure as before. For the space of fully half an hour she went in and out of the room in this manner before it disappeared. She did not see it vanish, but the fifth time she returned it was gone. Dr. Patterson vouches for the truth of this story, and no doubt of its being a mere illusion occurs to him, though the lady had never before or since, as she assured him, been troubled with the malady. It seems to me much more likely that when the storm came on the thoughts of the old man would be intensely drawn homeward. He would naturally wish himself in his comfortable armchair, and knowing his young daughter to be alone, he would inevitably feel some anxiety about her too. There was a mutual projection of their spirits toward each other, and the one that was most easily freed from its bonds was seen wherein the spirit it actually was. For, as I have said above, a spirit out of the flesh, to whom space is annihilated, must be where its thoughts and affections are, for its thoughts and affections are itself. I observe that Sir David Brewster and others who have written on this subject, and who represent all these phenomena as images projected on the retina from the brain, dwell much on the fact that they are seen alike, whether the eye be closed or open. There are, however, two answers to be made to this argument. First, that even if it were so, the proof would not be decisive, since it is generally with closed eyes that somnambulic persons see, whether natural somnambules or magnetic patients. And secondly, I find in some instances, which appear to me to be genuine cases of an objective appearance, that where the experiment has been tried, the figure is not seen when the eyes are closed. The author of a work entitled An Inquiry into the Nature of Ghosts, who adopts the illusion theory, relates the following story as one he can vouch for, though not permitted to give the names of the parties. Miss Blank, at the age of 7 years, being in a field not far from her father's house in the parish of Kirklington in Cumberland, saw what she thought was her father in the field at a time that he was in bed, from which he had not been removed for a considerable period. There were in the field also at the same time George Little and John, his fellow servant. One of these cried out, "Go to your father, miss." She turned round, and the figure had disappeared. On returning home, she said, "Where is my father?" The mother answered, "In bed, to be sure, child," out of which he had not been. I quote this case because the figure was seen by 2 persons. I could mention several similar instances, but when only seen by one, they are, of course, open to another explanation. Goethe, whose family, by the way, were Ghost-Seers, relates that as he was once in an uneasy state of mind, riding along the footpath toward Drusenheim, he saw not with the eyes of his body, but with those of his spirit, himself on horseback coming toward him, in a dress that he then did not possess. It was grey and trimmed with gold. The figure disappeared. But 8 years afterward he found himself quite accidentally on that spot on horseback, and in precisely that attire. This seems to have been a case of second sight. The story of Byron's being seen in London when he was lying in a fever at Patras is well known, but may possibly have arisen from some extraordinary personal resemblance, though so firm was the conviction of its being his actual self, that a bet of 100 guineas was offered on it. Some time ago the Dublin University Magazine related a case, I know not on what authority, as having occurred at Rome, to the effect that a gentleman had, one night on going home to his lodging, thrown his servant into great amazement, the man exclaiming, "Good Lord, sir, you came home before." He declared that he had let his master into the house, attended him upstairs, and I think undressed him and seen him get into bed. When they went into the room they found no clothes, but the bed appeared to have been lain in, and there was a strange mark upon the ceiling, as if from the passage of an electrical fluid. The only thing the young man could remember whereby to account for this extraordinary circumstance was that while abroad and in company he had been overcome with ennui, fallen into a deep reverie, and had for a time forgotten that he was not at home. When I read this story, though I have learned from experience to be very cautious how I pronounce that impossible which I know nothing about, I confess it somewhat exceeded my receptive capacity. But I have since heard of a similar instance so well authenticated that my incredulity is shaken. Dr. Kerner relates that a canon of a Catholic cathedral of somewhat dissipated habits, on coming home one evening, saw a light in his bedroom. When the maid opened the door, she started back with surprise, while he inquired why she had left a candle burning upstairs, upon which she declared that he had come home just before and gone to his room, and she had been wondering at his unusual silence. On ascending to his chamber he saw himself sitting in the armchair. The figure rose, passed him, and went out at the room door. He was extremely alarmed, expecting his death was at hand. However, he lived many years afterward, but the influence on his moral character was very beneficial. Not long since, a professor, I think of theology, at a college in Berlin, addressed his class, saying that instead of his usual lecture he should relate to them a circumstance which, the preceding evening, had occurred to himself, believing the effects would be no less salutary. He then told them that as he was going home the last evening he had seen his own imago, or double, on the other side of the street. He looked away and tried to avoid it, but finding it still accompanied him, he took a short cut home in hopes of getting rid of it, wherein he succeeded till he came opposite his own house, when he saw it at the door. It rang, the maid opened, it entered, she handed it a candle, and as the professor stood in amazement on the other side of the street, he saw the light passing the windows as it wound its way up to his own chamber. He then crossed over and rang. The servant was naturally dreadfully alarmed on seeing him, but without waiting to explain he ascended the stairs. Just as he reached his own chamber he heard a loud crash, and on opening the door they found no one there, but the ceiling had fallen in, and his life was thus saved. The servant corroborated this statement to the students, and a minister, now attached to one of the Scotch churches, was present when the professor told his tale. Without admitting the doctrine of protecting spirits, it is difficult to account for these latter circumstances. A very interesting case of an apparent friendly intervention occurred to the celebrated Dr. A. T. of Edinburgh. He was sitting up late one night reading in his study when he heard a foot in the passage, and knowing the family were, or ought to be, all in bed, he rose and looked out to ascertain who it was, but seeing nobody, he sat down again. Presently the sound recurred, and he was sure there was somebody, though he could not see him. The foot, however, evidently ascended the stairs, and he followed it till it led him to the nursery door, which he opened, and found the furniture was on fire. And thus, but for this kind office of his good angel, his children would have been burned in their beds. The most extraordinary history of this sort, however, with which I am acquainted, is the following, the facts of which are perfectly authentic. Some 70 or 80 years since, the apprentice or assistant of a respectable surgeon in Glasgow was known to have had an illicit connection with a servant girl, who somewhat suddenly disappeared. No suspicion, however, seems to have been entertained of foul play. It appears rather to have been supposed that she had retired for the purpose of being confined, and consequently no inquiries were made about her. Glasgow was at the period a very different place to what it is at present in more respects than one, and among its peculiarities was the extraordinary strictness with which the observance of the Sabbath was enforced, insomuch that nobody was permitted to show themselves in the streets or public walks during the hours dedicated to the church services, and there were actually inspectors appointed to see that this regulation was observed, and to take down the names of defaulters. At one extremity of the city there is some open ground, of rather considerable extent, on the north side of the river, called the Green, where people sometimes resort for air and exercise, and where lovers not unfrequently retire to enjoy as much solitude as the proximity to so large a town can afford. One Sunday morning, the inspectors of public piety above alluded to, having traversed the city, and extended their perquisitions as far as the lower extremity of the Green, where it was bounded by a wall, observed a young man lying on the grass, whom they immediately recognized to be the surgeon's assistant. They, of course, inquired why he was not at church, and proceeded to register his name in their books. But instead of attempting to make any excuse for his offence, he only rose from the ground, saying, "I am a miserable man. Look in the water." He then immediately crossed a stile which divided the wall, and led to a path extending along the side of the river toward the Rutherglen road. They saw him cross the stile, but not comprehending the significance of his words, instead of observing him further, they naturally directed their attention to the water, where they presently perceived the body of a woman. Having with some difficulty dragged it ashore, they immediately proceeded to carry it into the town, assisted by several other persons, who by this time had joined them. It was now about 1 o'clock, and as they passed through the streets they were obstructed by the congregation that was issuing from one of the principal places of worship, and as they stood up for a moment to let them pass, they saw the surgeon's assistant issue from the church door. As it was quite possible for him to have gone round some other way, and got there before them, they were not much surprised. He did not approach them, but mingled with the crowd, and they proceeded on their way. On examination, the woman proved to be the missing servant girl. She was pregnant, and had evidently been murdered with a surgeon's instrument, which was found entangled among her clothes. Upon this, in consequence of his known connection with her, and his implied self-accusation to the inspectors, the young man was apprehended on suspicion of being the guilty party, and tried upon the circuit. He was the last person seen in her company, immediately previous to her disappearance, and there was altogether such strong presumptive evidence against him, as corroborated by what occurred on the Green would have justified a verdict of guilty. But, strange to say, this last most important item in the evidence failed, and he established an incontrovertible alibi, it being proved beyond all possibility of doubt that he had been in church from the beginning of the service to the end of it. He was therefore acquitted, while the public were left in the greatest perplexity to account as they could for this extraordinary discrepancy. The young man was well known to the inspectors, and it was in broad daylight that they had met him and placed his name in their books. Neither, it must be remembered, were they seeking for him, nor thinking of him, nor of the woman about whom there existed neither curiosity nor suspicion. Least of all would they have sought her where she was, but for the hint given to them. The interest excited at the time was very great, but no natural explanation of the mystery has ever been suggested. End of section 10. Recording by Philip Gould.
Section 11 of The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois. The Night Side of Nature, or Ghosts and Ghost-Seers, by CROWE. Chapter 9, Apparitions, Part 1. The number of stories on record, which seem to support the views I have suggested in my last chapter, is, I fancy, little suspected by people in general, and still less is it imagined that similar occurrences are yet frequently taking place. I had, indeed, myself, no idea of either one circumstance or the other, till my attention being accidentally turned in this direction, I was led into inquiries, the result of which has extremely surprised me. I do not mean to imply that all my acquaintance are ghost-seers, or that these things happen every day, but the amount of what I do mean is this. First, that besides the numerous instances of such phenomena alluded to in history, which have been treated as fables by those who profess to believe the rest of the narratives, though the whole rests upon the same foundation, that is, tradition and hearsay, besides these, there exists in one form or another hundreds and hundreds of recorded cases, in all countries and in all languages, exhibiting that degree of similarity which marked them as belonging to a class of facts, many of these being of a nature which seems to preclude the possibility of bringing them under the theory of spectral illusions, and, secondly, that I scarcely meet any one man or woman who, if I can induce them to believe I will not publish their names, and am not going to laugh at them, is not prepared to tell me of some occurrence of the sort, as having happened to themselves, their family, or their friends. I admit that, in many instances, they terminate their narration by saying that they think it must have been an illusion, because they cannot bring themselves to believe in ghosts, not unfrequently adding that they wish to think so, since to think otherwise would make them uncomfortable. I confess, however, that this seems to me a very unwise, as well as a very unsafe way of treating the matter. Believing the appearance to be an illusion, because they cannot bring themselves to believe in ghosts, simply amounts to saying, I don't believe because I don't believe, and is an argument of no effect, except to invalidate their capacity for judging the question at all. But the second reason for not believing, namely, that they do not wish to do so, has not only the same disadvantage, but is liable to much more serious objections. For it is our duty to ascertain the truth in an affair that concerns every soul of us so deeply, and to shrink from looking at it, lest it should disclose something we do not like, is an expedient as childish as it is desperate. In reviewing my late novel of Lily Dawson, where I announce the present work, I observed that while some of the reviewers scout the very idea of anybody's believing in ghosts, others, less rash, while they admit that it is a subject we know nothing about, object to further investigation, on account of the terrors and uncomfortable feelings that will be engendered. Now, certainly, if it were a matter in which we had no personal concern, and which belonged merely to the region of speculative curiosity, everybody would be perfectly justified in following their inclinations with regard to it. There would be no reason for frightening themselves, if they did not like it. But, since it is perfectly certain that the fate of these poor ghosts, be what it may, will be ours some day, perhaps before another year or another week has passed over our heads, to shut our eyes to the truth, because it may, perchance, occasion us some uncomfortable feelings, is surely a strange mixture of contemptible cowardice and daring temerity. If it be true that, by some law of nature, departed souls occasionally revisit the earth, we may be quite certain that it was intended we should know it, and that the law is to some good end. For no law of God can be purposeless or mischievous. And is it conceivable that we should say, we will not know it, because it is disagreeable to us? Is not this very like saying, let us eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die, and yet refusing to inquire what is to become of us when we do die? Refusing to avail ourselves of that demonstrative proof which God has mercifully placed within our reach? And with all this obstinacy, people do not get rid of the apprehension. They go on struggling against it and keeping it down by argument and reason. But there are very few persons indeed, men or women, who, when placed in a situation calculated to suggest the idea, do not feel the intuitive conviction striving within them. In the ordinary circumstances of life, nobody suffers from this terror. In the extraordinary ones, I find the professed disbelievers not much better off than the believers. Not long ago, I heard a lady expressing the great alarm she should have felt had she been exposed to spend a whole night on Ben Lomond, as Margaret Fuller, the American authoress, did lately. For, she said, though I don't believe in ghosts, I should have been dreadfully afraid of seeing one then. Moreover, though I do not suppose that man, in his normal state, could ever encounter an incorporeal spirit without considerable awe, I am inclined to think that the extreme terror the idea inspires arises from bad training. The ignorant frighten children with ghosts, and the better educated assure them there is no such thing. Our understanding may believe the latter, but our instincts believe the former, so that, out of this education, we retain the terror, and just belief enough to make it very troublesome whenever we are placed in circumstances that awaken it. Now, perhaps, if the thing were differently managed, the result might be different. Suppose the subject were duly investigated, and it were ascertained that the views which I and many others are disposed to entertain with regard to it are correct. And suppose, then, children were calmly told that it is not impossible, but that, on some occasion, they may see a departed friend again, that the laws of nature, established by an all-wise providence, admit of the dead sometimes revisiting the earth, doubtless for the benevolent purpose of keeping alive in us our faith in a future state, that death is merely a transition to another life, which it depends on ourselves to make happy or otherwise, and that while those spirits which appear bright and blessed may well be objects of our envy, the others should excite only our intense compassion. I am persuaded that a child so educated would feel no terror at the sight of an apparition, more especially as there very rarely appears to be anything terrific in the aspect of these forms. They generally come in their habits as they lived, and appear so much like the living person in the flesh, that, where they are not known to be already dead, they are frequently mistaken for them. There are exceptions to this rule, but the forms in themselves rarely exhibit anything to create alarm. As a proof that a child would not naturally be terrified at the sight of an apparition, I will adduce the following instance, the authenticity of which I can vouch for. A lady with her child embarked on board a vessel at Jamaica, for the purpose of visiting her friends in England, leaving her husband behind her quite well. It was a sailing packet, and they had been some time at sea, when, one evening, while the child was kneeling before her, saying his prayers previous to going to rest, he suddenly said, "Mamma, Papa." "Nonsense, my dear," the mother answered. "You know your papa is not here." "He is, Mamma," returned the child. "He is looking at us now." Nor could she convince him to the contrary. When she went on deck, she mentioned the circumstance to the captain, who thought it so strange that he said he would note down the date of the occurrence. The lady begged him not to do so, saying it was attaching a significance to it which would make her miserable. He did it, however, and shortly after her arrival in England, she learned that her husband had died exactly at that period. I have met with other instances in which children have seen apparitions without exhibiting any alarm, and in the case of Frederica Hauff, the infant in her arms was frequently observed to point smilingly to those which she herself said she saw. In the above related case, we find a valuable example of an apparition which we cannot believe to have been a mere subjective phenomenon, being seen by one person and not by another. The receptivity of the child may have been greater, or the rapport between it and its father stronger, but this occurrence inevitably leads us to suggest how often our departed friends may be near us, and we not see them. A Mr. B., with whom I am acquainted, informed me, some years ago, he lost 2 children. There was an interval of 2 years between their deaths, and about as long a period had elapsed since the decease of the second, when the circumstance I am about to relate took place. It may be conceived that at that distance of time, however vivid the impression had been at first, it had considerably faded from the mind of a man engaged in business. And he assures me that, on the night this event occurred, he was not thinking of the children at all. He was, moreover, perfectly well, and had neither eaten nor drank anything unusual, nor abstained from eating or drinking anything to which he was accustomed. He was therefore in his normal state, when shortly after he had lain down in bed, and before he had fallen asleep, he heard the voice of one of the children say, "Papa, Papa." "Do you hear that?" he said to his wife, who lay beside him. "I hear Archie calling me, as plain as I ever heard him in my life." "Nonsense," returned the lady. "You are fancying it." But presently he heard, "Papa, Papa," and now both voices spoke. Upon which, exclaiming, "I can stand this no longer," he started up, and, drawing back the curtains, saw both children in their nightdresses, standing near the bed. He immediately jumped out, whereupon they retreated slowly, and with their faces toward him, to the window, where they disappeared. He says that the circumstance made a great impression upon him at the time, and indeed that it was one that could never be effaced. But he did not know what to think of it, not believing in ghosts, and therefore concluded it must have been some extraordinary spectral illusion, especially as his wife heard nothing. It may have been so, but that circumstance by no means proves it. From these varying degrees of susceptibility or affinity, there seems to arise another consequence, namely, that more than one person may see the same object, and yet see it differently. And I mention this particularly because it is one of the objections that unreflecting persons make to phenomena of this kind, second sight especially. In the remarkable instance which is recorded to have occurred at Ripley in the year 1812, to which I shall allude more particularly in a future chapter, much stress was laid on the fact that the first seer said, "Look at those beasts," while the second answered, "They were not beasts, but men." In a former chapter I mentioned the case of a lady, on board a ship, seeing and feeling a sort of blue cloud hanging over her, which afterward, as it retired, assumed a human form, though still appearing a vapory substance. Now, possibly, had her receptivity, or the rapport, been greater, she might have seen the distinct image of her dying friend. I have met with several instances of these cloudy figures being seen, as if the spirit had built itself up a form of atmospheric air, and it is remarkable that when other persons perceived the apparitions that frequented the seeress of Prevorst, some saw these as cloudy forms, which she saw distinctly attired in the costume they wore when alive, and thus, on some occasions, apparitions are represented as being transparent, while on others they have not been distinguishable from the real corporeal body. All these discrepancies, and others, to be hereafter alluded to, are doubtless only absurd to our ignorance. They are the results of physical laws, as absolute, though not so easily ascertained, as those by which the most ordinary phenomena around us are found explicable. With respect to these cloudy forms, I have met with 4 instances lately, 2 occurring to ladies and 2 to gentlemen, the one a minister and the other a man engaged in business, and although I am quite aware that these cases are not easily to be distinguished from those of spectral illusion, yet I do not think them so myself, and as they occurred to persons in their normal state of health, who never before or since experienced anything of the kind, and who could find nothing in their own circumstances to account for its happening then, I shall mention them. In the instances of the gentleman and one of the ladies, they were suddenly awakened, they could not tell by what, and perceived bending over them a cloudy form, which immediately retreated slowly to the other end of the room and disappeared. In the 4th case, which occurred to an intimate friend of my own, she had not been asleep, but having been the last person up in the house, had just stepped into the bed, where her sister had already been some time asleep. She was perfectly awake when her attention was attracted by hearing the clink of glass, and, on looking up, she saw a figure standing on the hearth, which was exactly opposite her side of the bed, and as there was water and a tumbler there, she concluded that her sister had stepped out at the bottom, unperceived by her, and was drinking. While she was carelessly observing the figure, it moved toward the bed, and laid a heavy hand upon her, pressing her arm in a manner that gave her pain. "Oh, Maria, don't!" she exclaimed, but as the form retreated, and she lost sight of it, a strange feeling crept over her, and she stretched out her hand to ascertain if her sister was beside her. She was, and asleep, but this movement awoke her, and she found the other now in considerable agitation. She, of course, tried to persuade her that it was a dream, or nightmare, as did the family the next day, but she was quite clear in her mind at the time, and she then assured me that it was neither one nor the other, though now, at the distance of a year from the occurrence, she is very desirous of putting that construction upon it. As somebody will be ready to suggest that this was a freak played by one of the family, I can only answer that that is an explanation that no one who is acquainted with all the circumstances could admit, added to which the figure did not disappear in the direction of the door, but in quite an opposite one. A very singular thing happened to the accomplished authoress of Letters from the Baltic, on which my readers may put what interpretation they please, but I give it here as a pendant to the last story. The night before she left Petersburg, she passed in the house of a friend. The room appropriated to her use was a large dining room, in which a temporary bed was placed, and a folding screen was so arranged as to give an air of comfort to the nook where the bed stood. She went to bed, and to sleep, and no one who knows her can suspect her of seeing spectral illusions, or being incapable of distinguishing her own condition when she saw anything whatever. As she was to commence her journey on the following day, she had given orders to be called at an early hour, and accordingly, she found herself awakened toward morning by an old woman in a complete Russian costume, who looked at her, nodding and smiling, and intimating, as she supposed, that it was time to rise. Feeling, however, very sleepy, and very unwilling to do so, she took her watch from behind her pillow, and, looking at it, perceived that it was only 4 o'clock. As, from the costume of the old woman, she knew her to be a Russian, and therefore not likely to understand any language she could speak, she shook her head and pointed to the watch, giving her to understand that it was too early. The woman looked at her and nodded, and then retreated, while the traveler lay down again and soon fell asleep. By and by she was awakened by a knock at the door, and the voice of the maid whom she had desired to call her. She bade her come in, but the door being locked on the inside, she had to get out of bed to admit her. It now occurred to her to wonder how the old woman had entered, but, taking it for granted that there was some other mode of ingress, she did not trouble herself about it, but dressed and descended to breakfast. Of course, the inquiry usually addressed to a stranger was made. They hoped she had slept well. Perfectly, she said, only that one of their good people had been somewhat over-anxious to get her up in the morning, and then she mentioned the old woman's visit. But to her surprise, they declared they had no such person in the family. It must have been some old nurse or laundress or something of that sort, she suggested. Impossible, they answered. You must have dreamed the whole thing. We have no old woman in the house, nobody wearing that costume, and nobody could have got in, since the door must have been fastened long after that. And these assertions the servants fully confirmed, added to which I should observe that the house, like foreign houses in general, consisted of a flat, or floor, shut in by a door, which separated it entirely from the rest of the building, and, being high up from the street, nobody could even have gained access by a window. The lady, now beginning to get somewhat puzzled, inquired if there were any second entrance into the room, but, to her surprise, she heard there was not, and she then mentioned that she had locked the door on going to bed, and had found it locked in the morning. The thing has remained utterly inexplicable, and the family, who were much more amazed by it than she was, would willingly believe it to have been a dream. But, whatever the interpretation of it may be, she feels quite certain that that is not the true one. I make no comments on the above case, though a very inexplicable one, and I scarcely know whether to mention any of those well-established tales, which appear to be certainly as satisfactorily attested as any circumstance which is usually taken simply on report. I allude particularly to the stories of General Wynyard, Lord Tyrone, and Lady Beresford, the case which took place at Havant, in Hampshire, and which is related in a letter from Mr. Caswell the mathematician to Dr. Bentley, that which occurred in Cornwall, as narrated by the Reverend Mr. Ruddle, one of the prebendaries of Exeter, whose assistance and advice were asked, and who himself had 2 interviews with the spirit, and many others, which are already published in different works, especially in a little book entitled Accredited Ghost Stories. I may, however, mention that, with respect to those of Lady Beresford and General Wynyard, the families of the parties have always maintained their entire belief in the circumstances, as do the family of Lady Betty Cobb, who took the riband from Lady Beresford's arm after she was dead, she having always worn it since her interview with the apparition, in order to conceal the mark he had left by touching her. There have been many attempts to explain away the story of Lord Lyttelton's warning, although the evidence for it certainly satisfied the family, as we learned from Dr. Johnson, who said, in regard to it, that it was the most extraordinary thing that had happened in his day, and that he heard it from the lips of Lord Westcote, the uncle of Lord Lyttelton. There is a sequel, however, to this story, which is extremely well authenticated, though much less generally known. It appears that Mr. Miles Peter Andrews, the intimate friend of Lord Lyttelton, was at his house at Dartford when Lord L. died at Pitt Place, Epsom, 30 miles off. Mr. Andrews' house was full of company, and he expected Lord Lyttelton, whom he had left in his usual state of health, to join him the next day, which was Sunday. Mr. Andrews himself, feeling rather indisposed on the Saturday evening, retired early to bed, and requested Mrs. Pigou, one of his guests, to do the honors of his supper table. He admitted, for he is himself the authority for the story, that he fell into a feverish sleep on going to bed, but was awakened between 11 and 12 by somebody opening his curtains, which proved to be Lord Lyttelton in a nightgown and cap, which Mr. Andrews recognized. Lord Lyttelton spoke, saying that he was come to tell him all was over. It appears that Lord Lyttelton was fond of practical joking, and as Mr. Andrews entertained no doubt whatever of his visitor being Lord Lyttelton himself, in the body, he supposed that this was one of his tricks, and stretching his arm out of bed, he took hold of his slippers, the nearest thing he could get at, and threw them at him, whereupon the figure retreated to a dressing-room, which had no ingress or egress except through the bedchamber. Upon this, Mr. Andrews jumped out of bed to follow him, intending to chastise him further, but he could find nobody in either of the rooms, although the door was locked on the inside. So he rang his bell, and inquired who had seen Lord Lyttelton. Nobody had seen him, but, though how had he got in or out of the room remained an enigma. Mr. Andrews asserted that he was certainly there, and, angry at the supposed trick, he ordered that they should give him no bed, but let him go and sleep at the inn. Lord Lyttelton, however, appeared no more, and Mr. Andrews went to sleep, not entertaining the slightest suspicion that he had seen an apparition. It happened that, on the following morning, Mrs. Pigou had occasion to go at an early hour to London, and great was her astonishment to learn that Lord Lyttelton had died on the preceding night. She immediately dispatched an express to Dartford with the news, upon the receipt of which Mr. Andrews, then quite well, and remembering perfectly all that had happened, swooned away. He could not understand it, but it had a most serious effect upon him, and, to use his own expression, he was not his own man again for 3 years. There are various authorities for this story, the correctness of which is vouched for by some members of Mrs. Pigou's family, with whom I am acquainted, who have frequently heard the circumstances detailed by herself, and who assure me it was always believed by the family. I really, therefore, do not see what grounds we have for doubting either of these facts. Lord Westcote, on whose word Dr. Johnson founded his belief of Lord Lyttelton's warning, was a man of strong sense, and that the story was not looked upon lightly by the family, is proved by the fact that the Dowager Lady Lyttelton had a picture, which was seen by Sir Nathaniel Wraxall in her house in Portugal Street, as mentioned in his memoirs, wherein the event was commemorated. His lordship is in bed, the dove appears at the window, and a female figure stands at the foot of the couch, announcing to the unhappy profligate his approaching dissolution. That he mentioned the warning to his valet, and some other persons, and that he talked of jockeying the ghost by surviving the time named, is certain, as is also that he died with his watch in his hand, precisely at the appointed period. Mr. Andrews says that he was subject to fits of strangulation, from a swelling in the throat, which might have killed him at any moment, but his decease, having proceeded from a natural and obvious cause, does not interfere one way or the other with the validity of the prediction, which simply foretold his death at a particular period, not that there was to be anything preternatural in the manner of it. As I find so many people willing to believe in wraiths, who cannot believe in ghosts, that is, they are overpowered by the numerous examples and the weight of evidence for the first, it would be desirable if we could ascertain whether these wraiths are seen before the death occurs or after it. But, though the day is recorded, and seems always to be one in which the death took place, and the hour about the same, minutes are not sufficiently observed to enable us to answer that question. It would be an interesting one, because the argument advanced by those who believe that the dead never are seen is that it is the strong will and desire of the expiring person which enables him so to act on the nervous system of his distant friend that the imagination of the latter projects the form and sees it as if objectively. By imagination, I do not simply mean to convey the common notion implied by that much abused word, which is only fancy, but the constructive imagination, which is a much higher function, and which, inasmuch as man is made in the likeness of God, bears a distant relation to that sublime power by which the Creator projects, creates, and upholds his universe, while the far-reaching of the departing spirit seems to consist in the strong will to do, reinforced by the strong faith that it can be done. We have rarely the strong will, and still more rarely the strong faith, without which the will remains ineffective. In the following case, which is perfectly authentic, the apparition of Major R. was seen several hours after his death had occurred. In the year 1785, some cadets were ordered to proceed from Madras to join their regiments up the country. A considerable part of the journey was to be made in a barge, and they were under the conduct of a senior officer, Major R. In order to relieve the monotony of the voyage, this gentleman proposed, one day, that they should make a shooting excursion inland, and walk round to meet the boat at a point agreed on, which, owing to the windings of the river, it would not reach till evening. They accordingly took their guns, and, as they had to cross a swamp, Major R., who was well acquainted with the country, put on a heavy pair of top boots, which, together with an odd limp he had in his gait, rendered him distinguishable from the rest of the party at a considerable distance. When they reached the jungle, they found there was a wide ditch to leap, which all succeeded in doing except the major, who, being less young active, jumped short of the requisite distance, and although he scrambled up unhurt, he found his gun so crammed full of wet sand that it would be useless till thoroughly cleansed. He therefore bade them walk on, saying he would follow, and taking off his hat, he sat down in the shade, where they left him. When they had been beating about for game some time, they began to wonder why the major did not come on, and they shouted to let him know whereabouts they were, but there was no answer. And hour after hour passed without his appearance, till at length they began to feel somewhat uneasy. Thus the day wore away, and they found themselves approaching the rendezvous. The boat was in sight, and they were walking down to it, wondering how their friend could have missed them, when suddenly, to their great joy, they saw him before them, making toward the barge. He was without his hat or gun, limping hastily along in his top boots, and did not appear to observe them. They shouted after him, but as he did not look round, they began to run, in order to overtake him, and indeed, fast as he went, they did gain considerably upon him. Still he reached the boat first, crossing the plank which the boatman had placed ready for the gentleman they saw approaching. He ran down the companion stairs, and they after him, but inexpressible was their surprise when they could not find him below. They ascended again, and inquired of the boatmen what had become of him, but they declared he had not come on board, and that nobody had crossed the plank till the young men themselves had done so. Confounded and amazed at what appeared so inexplicable, and doubly anxious about their friend, they immediately resolved to trace their steps in search of him, and, accompanied by some Indians who knew the jungle, they made their way back to the spot where they had left him. Thence some footmarks enabled them to trace him, till, at a very short distance from the ditch, they found his hat and his gun. Just then the Indians called out to them to beware, for that there was a sunken well thereabouts, into which they might fall. An apprehension naturally seized them that this might have been the fate of their friend, and, on examining the edge, they saw a mark as of a heel slipping up. Upon this, one of the Indians consented to go down, having a rope with which they had provided themselves tied round his waist. For, aware of the existence of the wells, the natives suspected what had actually occurred, namely, that the unfortunate gentleman had slipped into one of these traps, which, being overgrown with brambles, were not discernible by the eye. With the assistance of the Indian, the body was brought up and carried back to the boat, amid the deep regrets of the party, with whom he had been a great favorite. They proceeded with it to the next station, where an inquiry was instituted as to the manner of his death, but of course there was nothing more to be elicited. I give this story as related by one of the parties present, and there is no doubt of its perfect authenticity. He says he can in no way account for the mystery. He can only relate the fact, and not one, but the whole 5 cadets, saw him as distinctly as they saw each other. It was evident, from the spot where the body was found, which was not many hundred yards from the well, that the accident must have occurred very shortly after they left him. When the young men reached the boat, Major R. must have been, for some 7 or 8 hours, a denizen of the other world. Yet he kept the rendezvous. There was a similar occurrence in Devonshire, some years back, which happened to the well-known Dr. Hawker, who, one night in the street, observed an old woman pass him, to whom he was in the habit of giving a weekly charity. Immediately after she had passed, he felt somebody pull his coat, and on looking round saw it was her, whereupon he put his hand in his pocket to seek for a 6pence, but on turning to give it to her, she was gone. He thought nothing about it, but when he got home, he inquired if she had had her money that week, when, to his amazement, he heard she was dead, but his family had forgotten to mention the circumstance. I have met with 2 curious cases, occurring in Edinburgh, of years late. In one, a young man and his sister were in their kitchen, warming themselves over the fire before they retired to bed, when, on raising their eyes, they both saw a female figure, dressed in white, standing in the doorway and looking at them. She was leaning against one of the doorposts. Miss E., the young lady, screamed, whereupon the figure advanced, crossed the kitchen toward a closet, and disappeared. There was no egress at the closet, and as they lived in a flat, and the door was closed for the night, a stranger could neither have entered the house nor got out of it. In the other instance, there were 2 houses on one flat, the doors opposite each other. In one of the houses there resided a person with her 2 daughters, grown-up women. In the other lived a shoemaker and his wife. The latter died, and it was said her husband had ill-treated her and worried her out of the world. He was a drunken, dissipated man, and used to be out till a late hour most nights, while this poor woman sat up for him, and when she heard a voice on the stairs, or a bell, she used often to come out and look over to see if it were her husband returned. One night, when she had been dead some weeks, the two young women were ascending the stairs to their own door when, to their amazement, they both saw her standing at the top, looking over as she used to do in her lifetime. At the same moment their mother opened the door and saw the figure also. The girls rushed past, overcome with terror, and one, if not both, fainted as soon as they got into the door. The youngest fell on her face in the passage. Another case, which occurred in this town, I mention, although I know it is liable to be called a spectral illusion, because it bears a remarkable similarity to one which took place in America. A respectable woman lost her father, for whom she had great affection. She was of a serious turn, and much attached to the tenets of her church, in which particular she thought her father had been deficient. She was therefore very unhappy about him, fearing that he had not died in a proper state of mind. A considerable time had elapsed since his death, but her distrust of his condition was still causing her uneasiness, when one day, while she was sitting at her work, she felt something touch her shoulder, and on looking round she perceived her father, who bade her cease to grieve about him, as he was not unhappy. From that moment she became perfectly resigned and cheerful. The American case, I have omitted to write down the name of the place, and forget it, was that of a mother and son. She was also a highly respectable person, and was described to me as perfectly trustworthy by one who knew her. She was a widow, and had one son, to whom she was extremely attached. He, however, disappeared one day, and she never could learn what had become of him. She always said that if she did but know his fate, she should be happier. At length, when he had been dead a considerable time, her attention was one day, while reading, attracted by a slight noise, which induced her to look round, and she saw her son, dripping with water, and with a sad expression of countenance. The features, however, presently relaxed, and they assumed a more pleasing aspect before he disappeared. From that time she ceased to grieve, and it was subsequently ascertained that the young man had run away to sea, but no more was known of him. Certain it was, however, that she attributed her recovered tranquillity to having seen her son as above narrated. A lady with whom I am acquainted was one day, when a girl, standing at the top of the stairs, with two others, discussing their games, when they each suddenly exclaimed, "Who's that?" There was a fourth among them, a girl in a checkered pinafore, but she was gone again. They had all seen her. One day a younger brother, in the same house, was playing with a whip, when he suddenly laughed at something and cried, "Take that!" and described having seen the same girl. This led to some inquiry, and it was said that such a girl as they described had lived in that house, and had died from the bite of a mad dog, or rather had been smothered between two feather beds, but whether that was actually done, or was only a report, I cannot say. Supposing this to have been no illusion, and I really cannot see how it could be one, the memory of past sports and pleasures seems to have so survived as to have attracted the young soul, prematurely cut off, to the spot where the same sports and pleasures were being enjoyed by the living. A maid-servant in one of the Midland counties of England, being up early one morning, heard her name called in a voice that seemed to be her brother's, a sailor then at sea, and running up, she found him standing in the hall. He said he was coming from afar, and was going again, and mentioned some other things, when her mistress, hearing voices, called to know who she was talking to. She said it was her brother from sea. After speaking to her for some time, she suddenly lost sight of him, and found herself alone. Amazed and puzzled, she told her mistress what had happened, who, being led thus to suspect the kind of visitor it was, looked out of the window to ascertain if there were any marks of footsteps, the ground being covered with snow. There were, however, none, and it was therefore clear that nobody could have entered the house. Intelligence afterward arrived of the young man's death. This last is a case of wraith, but a more complicated one, from the circumstance of speech being superadded. But this is not by any means an isolated particular. There are many such. The author of the book called Accredited Ghost Stories, whose name I at this moment forget, and I have not the book at hand, gives, on his own authority, the following circumstance, professing to be acquainted with the parties. A company were visiting York Cathedral, when a gentleman and lady, who had detached themselves from the rest, observed an officer wearing a naval uniform approaching them. He walked quickly, saying to the lady as he passed, "There is another world." The gentleman, seeing her greatly agitated, pursued the stranger, but lost sight of him, and nobody had seen such a person but themselves. On returning to his companion, she told him that it was her brother, who was then abroad with his ship, and with whom she had frequently held discussions as to whether there was, or was not, a future life. The news of the young man's death shortly reached the family. In this case the brother must have been dead. The spirit must have passed out of this world into that other, the existence of which he came to certify. This is one of those cases which, happening not long ago, leads one especially to regret the want of moral courage which prevents people giving up their names and avowing their experience. The author of the above-mentioned book, from which I borrow this story, says that the sheet had gone to press with the real names of the parties attached, but that he was requested to withdraw them, as it would be painful to the family. My view of this case is so different that, had it occurred to myself, I should have felt it my imperative duty to make it known and give every satisfaction to inquirers. End of section 11. Recording by Warren Kati, Gurnee, Illinois.